television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Where we bring you great African economy determines Patrick,
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, man about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Who is her name? Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
It's a beautiful Friday morning, and I welcome you to Voice of the People Television. Now, the program is VOP this morning. We are 5-6 days away from Christmas, and to me, it doesn't look like, I don't see Christmas in the air. But let's see what happens. Probably by 2 or 3 days, we'll see Christmas in the air. I'm Chukwuma Okoro, and in the next 2 hours, we are going to take you through very interesting stories here in Nigeria. Come along with us. Let's explore the stories. Nigerians call for government action following the discovery of killer headsmen camp in Enugu. And when we move away from that, Kwara Assembly suspends lawmaker over secret recording. And we understand that the Senate has confirmed the 64 ambassadorial nominees. Now, these are the major topics of discussion for today. But we also have other interesting trending stories.
Yes,
Join
of
us
course.
as we get into all of them.
Yes, of course. These conversations and other interesting stories that Nigerians are talking about. So we'll let you into all of that. I am Moses Humphrey. Good morning and compliments of the season.
I'm Fina Okechi. Good to have you join us on today's VOP this morning. And talking about trending stories, the federal government has ordered the reopening of all the Unity colleges it earlier shut down. In November, the federal government shut down some 44 Unity colleges and cited security threats in parts of the country as a reason. The decision was made after armed bandits attacked 3 schools within 1 month, while hundreds of students were abducted. At a statement on Thursday, Boriowo Folashade, Ministry of Education spokesperson, said the government had ordered that the schools should be reopened to ensure that no child is denied access to education. The ministry assured the general public that the safety, welfare and well-being of the students are guaranteed. The federal government has also reaffirmed its responsibility to protect every Nigerian child and to uphold their constitutional right to education in a secured setting. The decision to reopen the Unity colleges reflects the administration's determination to ensure that no child is denied access to education due to security concerns. The first question in my mind is, all right, about the St. Mary's Catholic School, have all of them now been freed? Have all of them been reunited with their family members? That's the first question. And I believe that some years ago also, the government made such promises about how every child should not be denied access to education and how security should be top on the priority. And also have the likes of Leah Shoaibu still within the enclave of the people that kidnapped her and some of the schoolgirls too. All the Chibok girls, have they been reunited with their parents? Those are the questions on the mind and lips of Nigeria. Now, first of all, I frown at the fact that the government should take the initiative of shutting down Unity schools or colleges because of insecurity instead of fighting the insecurity headlong. But now that they've come up to say we want to reopen our Unity school, we're talking about secondary school, federal colleges, yes, that's the Unity school that we're talking about here. They've decided to do what? To reopen them, saying that they are determined to ensure that every child will go back to school, will not be denied access to education and all that. And the government did not tell us what will happen. Who are we going to hold responsible and how are we going to hold them responsible if peradventure, some people decide to sabotage the life and also the educational access of these children by going further for abduction. Recall that the story surrounding the Maga Quarrels to the KB school girls that were abducted in school that led to the death of their vice principal and the security man. We're yet to know who made the call, who took away the military personnel's position to secure the area. Nigerians are yet to find answers to that because no one is telling us anything. We're being kept in the dark. The back and forth is too much. Then also, if something happened and I think in KB we lost the vice principal and the security man. Government did not tell us what really happened to them, apart from saying our heart goes out to the family of loved ones and this and that and that. Who are we supposed to hold responsible, if anything is to go wrong? If I'm not being pessimistic here, I'm a very optimistic person, but with the way things are going, the way some people are defending unscrupulous elements, the way some Nigerians, India, I don't want to talk about the way some Nigerians are being vocal about how Nigerian military should not go all out with full force to take out terrorists, to take out people who've noticed and who've already asserted that they are not really doing us any good because of religions or even tribal sentiments. It's appalling. Because I don't see the reason someone is saying that the likes of Christopher Musa should not go all out in squashing these elements, in killing them, in taking them out, this. They shouldn't work with Yanda Badaza, the Joint Task Force team, to take out all the people that you and I know have killed Nigerians, have killed the military, have killed innocent children, especially in Benue State, where we got the first-hand information about a 2-year-old child being slaughtered, being set ablaze, and every other person that lost their life, and people are still holding breath for them. Some are saying, let's give them or grant them amnesty. Let's see how this goes on. But if anything is to go wrong, government tell us how we're going to hold you responsible, so that I, FINA, can come back on the white table to dissect it too.
Oh, well, you've said quite a lot already, and I mean, you're going back to school. It's a good thing if they go back to school, if their protection is guaranteed, but there's the issue of who called back the security personnel guarding that school, MAGA. That's in MAGA.
Yes.
Yeah, there's still that question. It hasn't been answered, and can we truly guarantee the safety of our pupils if you say go back to school? Well, government would need to answer that question. Or is it go back to school so we can have more children to pick? Is that it? I think a lot of people have lost faith in government's ability to protect them as it is. Parents have lost children. Some parents have died from heart attack due to the fact that their children taken from them forcefully, and they didn't know whether they would come back home or not. And that has been the story of the Nigerian child and our leaders. I saw an interview somewhere granted by an individual, I can't remember his name off the cuff right now, and he was talking about the new Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, saying, look, you can't go after Fulani bandits.
Usman.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for reminding me. So you can't go after Fulani bandits. You can't wage war against them because they are our people. And, I was flicking through my phone when I encountered the video, and I just dropped my phone like, seriously? At this time?
Are you surprised? This is not the first time now. We had a president, former president of this country, say that, Buhari.
At this time.
No. And the North, in fact, the North as a collective said, look, you can't do, if you kill Boko Haram, you are killing our people. Here, Jerika, you are killing our people. At that point.
You shouldn't be surprised, no. They're coming back. Don't be surprised.
No, don't be.
You don't be. You
This
don't
is
have
not
to
the
be.
first time. Even Gumi, on this station, Gumi has said it.
Exactly.
If Gumi says it, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Why?
With Gumi. But these are Gumi is,
He's a doctor. He was once time a former military personnel, and also he's a preacher of the word because they have his own group. And you say you're not surprised.
And
you're getting this from professor now. You're surprised.
Oh,
you shouldn't be my brother. It is what it is.
That is what it is. That is what it is.
So which
And
parents
Moses,
would want to send their child back to school?
Moses, trust me, a very large percentage of Northerners think in that direction.
No, so good.
So good deal. It's only people that are affected. It's only people that are affected that understand. But those of them that stay in city centers, and they go to madrasas on Fridays.
If you don't know, these guys are freedom fighters. Freedom fighters.
And
that's what
against Southerners and infidels and all of that.
That was what
That's
Gumi
their
told
thinking.
you. Gumi said it here that we should find a way to negotiate with those boys because they were fighting a holy fight. Recall he said something about the end time coming up and all that.
And he even said that, look, if Trump as much as touches one of them,
they'll go after Christians.
You see?
That they will double up, double
just
down and all of that. So it's not, well, that's a situation in Nigeria. But I think as for opening of federal government colleges, to me, it's a tongue-in-cheek action by the federal government, especially when they say that they want to open the unity schools because they don't want to deny any child access to education. I mean, and if you go to North, if you go to Sokoto, Zamfara, these places pose the highest number of out-of-school children. What has the federal government done about all of that? Nothing. Practically nothing, you know. And we hear them say, like, look, okay, the unity schools need to be reopened, you know, so that kids will go back to school. Now, are they guaranteeing that these children are safe where they are? I'm not sure they can offer that kind of guarantee because there are still issues around insecurity. We are still looking for some that were kidnapped years ago, some that were kidnapped months ago. We haven't found them. And like Moses asked, okay, you want to open the school so that what will happen? More people will be picked and all of that. But I think what they are just trying to do is to impress the United States of America, you know, Trump and all of that. Riley Moore, and say, look, even schools have been reopened, have rescued 100 school children and this and that, but it doesn't solve our problem. We keep, you know, living in denial. And the moment as we keep living in denial, we are harming ourselves, we are harming our children, we are harming our future. I like the fact that schools are reopened, but do we guarantee the safety of these children? As we speak, people are still being kidnapped across the length and breadth of Nigeria, north and south, east and west, and everywhere. And we have a government that is very, very particular, very intentional in trying to say, look, they cover up all of these things. We are doing a lot to protect people. But the fact that we know that they are not. We are still asking questions. Who asked the military to pull back minutes before the bandits went and took those children? Up until this moment, we don't have answers. The new Minister of Defense said, look, I'm going to investigate. It's close to 10 days now that he became the minister, yet we have not been told that, look, we know the person that gave that order. Has the person been court-martialed? Has the person been prosecuted? Has he been sacked from the army and all of that? These are the questions that Nigerians are asking. Unfortunately, we don't have answers.
Do you think we will ever have answers to this question?
We might not.
When this, like, the like of this Professor Usman is saying that Christopher Musa is now a political figure, not you know, someone that would just come on to go and wage war against Fulani bandit, that he must understand that he's now a political office holder, not a battlefield soldier.
So when you hear certain comments, you know, these comments from very highly placed people, intellectuals, as a matter of fact, you begin to wonder, you know, the direction that we are traveling. It's quite unfortunate. Well, Federal Ministry of Education, if you are reopening the schools, please guarantee the safety of these children. Let's move away from that. A Nigerian woman has created a wig taller than a 3-story building to secure a hat trick of world records. Helen Williams had previously set records for the world's longest handmade wig at 351.28 meters and the widest wig at 3.65 meters. Williams added that the tallest wig record, she added the tallest wig record after creating a hairpiece that stands 15.37 meters off the top of her head. The wig towers over the building where she posed for photographs and is taller than the Hollywood sign is wide. Well, Williams, a professional wig maker, said the tallest wig was the most difficult record-breaking attempt she had undertaken. Well, she said she used 250 bundles of string hair to make the wig at a cost of more than $3 million. That's 3 million naira. She said the process took 2 weeks and involved numerous technical challenges. Fifi, what's the length of your wig? Let's start from here. Do you know? Is this bone straight or what straight?
Okay, all right. I didn't see that coming, but all the same. Okay, what I'm wearing is human hair.
Okay, it's human hair.
Yes, it's a human hair. That's what I'm putting on.
Okay, you don't know the size, the length.
The length of it is, behind it is 18, and then here is 16.
Okay,
this is 16.
Okay, so you are here to break a record.
No, I'm not.
No, Helen Williams has
How do you
broken a
get
record.
human hair? From humans?
All right. Yeah, we have from humans, exactly, yes.
Humans from where?
Okay, we have
So you're
some
cannibal.
Chinese. I'm not. I'm not.
She didn't make it. She watched it. She just
We
bought
have
it
some, I
herself.
think, Chinese and Indians
That
who
give out their hair.
Yes, they do shave their hairs and then
Can I
people
feel it?
pick them bundles.
Can
and
I
all
feel
that.
it?
Yeah, you can. You can go ahead to feel it. It's different from the
What
strands
is it?
of.
Did you watch that movie?
I don't know.
Can I touch
It's different from the strand of. What's
I
it
don't know
called?
the difference, really. I can't tell.
If it were to be maybe what's it called? If it were to be a bone straight,
Yeah.
it has its own texture. SDD, that super double drawn, has its own. Just double drawn has its own texture. Human hair
Do
does
you-
have their
do
own
you-
texture.
do you
and
care?
all that.
No, as a matter of fact, I don't care. Let me be slam myself.
You have to
Let me
care.
slam myself. My wife would go make her hair and come back, and I wouldn't see anything. I said, "You've not complimented my hair." I said, "I didn't even know."
You didn't notice. And that's the thing.
I didn't even notice.
A lot of men don't know the difference.
Honestly.
I mean, real men.
I don't know.
I don't mean.
I don't know.
Continue.
A lot of men don't know the difference, but it's an amazing feat that she has accomplished. 3 million, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, 3 million
naira.
bucks, 3 million naira.
3 million naira worth of hair. So how come they sell one about this length for about?
That is
3 million
synthetic.
too.
That
No,
is
the
synthetic.
thing is
Oh,
that
that's synthetic.
Yeah.
Yes, the one
So the one she used was
25
what?
bundles,
Yeah, 25
Okay,
bundles of
that's
what she used.
kind of cheaper.
250 bundles of what she used.
250 bundles.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
it's cheaper.
that's a lot. And how do you join the hair? I think they are joined at.
No, it
source.
depends on how you want it to be. If you want it to be too
Call it
long,
source.
it depends on how you want it to be.
Closure, right?
We have a closure.
This is closure.
No, the one that
talking about your
set
one
the
in
party, the one that set the party in is a closure. So this is the closure. The first one that
Okay, that's the closure. So
they'll have
I think
overheads.
aren't they joined at the closure?
No, they are not. We have first. We have a wig cap. If you want to make a wig, have a
Nah,
wig
eh.
cap. Then you now
Problem,
start
oh.
laying it, and it's
I'm
not.
sorry.
It's no longer
Sorry.
weave on time when you have to get a needle and thread and start fixing everything on your hair.
So
after
how
moving it
how
all
do you
back
think
in.
she joined all those weave-ons
It's very difficult.
to join,
Very, yeah,
right?
very, very difficult to do it. It will have layers, if you ask me, because each one of it will have a cap that it will attach to.
Okay,
Or
okay.
she will find a way to, but she cannot just knit it because the strands.
Of
We
hair.
don't have anyone longer than, let's say, okay, I think we have 36 inches or 40 inches.
Okay, so
That's
let's
the
just-
one you can put together and all
She might
that.
have gotten about 40 inches
Of
to
it,
work
and then
with.
she'll not start
Because
adding
she
and
did
adding and adding.
351 point something meters.
That's a lot of work.
Very,
That's a lot
very,
of work.
very,
That's
very high work.
she should be commended.
Yeah.
For embarking on this one. I mean, it's her passion, and she decided to make a record out of it. So yes,
But is there a
she's-
price
she's-
to all of this?
Yeah,
she's
there
the-
is.
No. The
Guinness
price?
Guinness
No
World
price.
Record.
No
Having
price.
that.
Yeah,
what's
it's
it
the
called?
fulfillment.
It's the fulfillment,
Yes,
right?
there's no
And
monetary
probably
price.
maybe
to it.
endorsements.
Probably yes, from wig companies and the rest. So she has made herself the Rapunzel of our time.
Rapunzel.
She made herself the Rapunzel of our time. So congratulations to her. But let's get into another conversation now. Before we go to newspaper headlines, the Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has approached the Federal High Court in Lagos to seek an order restraining the federal government from suspending enforcement action relating to the proposed ban on sachet alcohol products. Now, this follows a recent directive from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, which suspended all enforcement actions related to the proposed ban. The SGF directive issued on Monday was in response to interventions by the House of Representatives Committee on Food and Drugs Administration and Control regarding the planned enforcement by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. In November, the Senate asked NAFDAC not to extend the deadline for phasing out alcoholic beverages packaged in sachets beyond December 2025. But as it is, it will go beyond December 2025 because this is December 2025. Now, I understand the intricacies of this proposed ban. Now, these things are harmful. They are easily accessible, poorly produced with ethanol and some of these other things that are harmful to the body, and people consume them in large quantities because they need to get high. It's an easier way to get high. So people consume them, and health-wise, it goes on to affect, kidneys and the body system and the rest of it. That's on one side. On the other side, its danger to the ecosystem is that these things are not degradable. So they go on to clog waterways and become hazards to the environment and the rest. So it's bad on those fronts. But I think the call for withholding the ban is because of the fact that people will lose their jobs. People whose livelihood depends on the production of this will be affected, and that will aggravate things because, the economy is tense already, which I also understand. But I think the time frame given for the ban has been, long enough, and I think government should stamp its foot down and ensure that this is stopped. Because if you continue, people will continue to produce and say, okay, their jobs will be affected, and they continue to produce things that will continue to be harmful to the people. NAFDAC has its work cut out for it, but without policies that can enable NAFDAC work, how then will they be able to, do what they should be doing? This is ordinary bottled beer that people take. We have them poorly produced, backdoor production, and these things are also harmful. The record of those coming down with kidney diseases in Nigeria is on the increase. If I can get the statistics for you, I will. It's on the increase. And do we have dialysis centers that can easily give people treatment? We have very few of them. And this is pretty expensive. So you have people. There was a video of a young man who was pleading for assistance on social media the other day. Obviously his kidney had failed and his body had become bloated from residue of body fluid stored in his system, unable to go out. Now, what would happen if he doesn't get medical help? Probably have his limbs amputated at some point. All right. So for the benefit of the people, I know those that consume this will hate me for this, but it's for the health benefits of the generality of the public. These things should be curtailed, should be stopped, and this goes on to other gateway drugs that people consume. There should be heavy regulation on availability, on how people get access to these things, codeine and the rest of them. There should be heavy regulation that will prevent people from getting access to these things and prevent the spread.
Yes, I don't understand why the government would like to. This is more like spiting your nose to save your face. I think that's how they say it and all of that. And if we are very considerate about people not losing their job, so we are not interested in people that are dying or what, people that will die as a result of consuming all these substances. It speaks to the kind of priorities we have as a people. And if we are also very careful not to let people lose their job, and we do rationalization, the Russian report at some point said that, look, we are going to lay off a certain number of people. Companies do, it's business. Companies do rationalize, and what do? They bring down the number of staff.
Okay, Fina has helped me with the current statistics. We have about 25 million Nigerians are affected by kidney diseases, chronic kidney diseases. About 25 million
and that's
Nigerians.
A lot. And that's a lot. You just talked about dialysis. Do we have dialysis centers that can take care of this?
Very expensive.
And you understand that dialysis is very, very expensive. So about companies do downsize. People have to be in business, or life has to move on. Especially if you don't ban these things, it also affects another sector, the transportation sector. Where we record accidents every other day. You see somebody that comes into the park in the morning, and the first thing he does is to consume a lot of this and gets into the steering. And you have like 18 lives under his care, and all of a sudden, boom, there's an accident and everybody is gone. These things should be checked from time to time. I don't like the fact that the government is stopping all of this just to ensure that, according to the reason given, so that people will not lose their job. Well, I think this is more like a devil's alternative. Whichever option we choose, health must rule. So it's either we decide to save people's life or to save people's job. But I'm happy that the SERAP has weighed in on this, and they have said, look, government, you need to enforce this ban because it is going to save lives. That's all I can say.
The people who started the fight against that, the ban was a Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, when they were talking about job losses and every other thing, and the fact that our economy is not really the way it should be. But when I look at their reasons and also the harm that the consumption, especially early in the morning, if you get to bus stops this morning, before the driver that will convert passengers to their destination will move, you find out that they are either they must have done like 2 or 3 sachets. The conductor at the motor park is also taking something. And then when they want to address or talk to you, ask yourself, where are these people from? Are they really human beings? Because you find out that everything about them will change because of the early consumption of alcohol. And they must or may have not had anything to eat in the morning, before that. But I had a little challenge with the way the president come up to say fuel subsidy is gone. Not because of the pronouncement of the removal of the fuel subsidy, but because you don't have other plans in place before that statement was made. And the work and the action immediately started working. I was expecting to hear or to get such from the Nigerian government regarding this ban on sachet, PET bottles and sachet alcohol. Say no to it and say no to it. If we keep on placing it under this debate, Manufacturers Association will say their own today, Ministry of Health will say their own, NAFDAC will defend. Emotions will start dealing and things will start taking another turn. So is this causing harm? Yes, it is. Is it causing even because I don't think, the sachets are plastic now. Yes, they cannot go down. They are not part of the biodegradable. So is it also causing harm also to our ecosystem? Yes, it is, because of the fact that some of the people that gulp it don't dispose the sachets properly. We don't have recycle bins on how to recycle them and use them again. So are we losing lives to this? Yes, we are. If the harms are higher than the benefits, please let's do away with it. That's all I can say.
All right, and now let's quickly run to the papers now. Nigerian Tribune has these headlines. Senate confirms Ibas, Ajimobi, Yakubu, Fanikayode, Omokri, 59 other ambassadors. Nigeria's 200 trillion cubic feet of gas can end darkness. Eyeson, new NUPRC boss. Senate screens Farouk, Komolafer's replacements. LGs must get their money. Tinubu tells governors, says there is no autonomy without funding mandate, as APC showcases defected PDP governors at its 14th National Caucus meeting. We must create level playing field for new entrants. Akpabio. Banditry. Military operation underway at Oshun-Kwara boundary communities. Adeleke. Court dismisses Malami bail application to remain in EFCC custody. I never really belonged to PDP, Fubara declares. PDP crisis to Raki Wike's camps in another face-off over state congresses, excos. Wike's group ratifies dissolution of Lagos, Bauchi, Oyo, Delta excos. 10 others. Fixes state congresses for January 9. They are acting like dying horses. Turaki's camp. Awujale stool. Wasiu Anyide goes to court. Those are the headlines.
Up next is the first daily newspaper. The bold headline beside the masthead. Kuka visits Nnamdi Kanu in detention in high-profile meeting. Other stories that made it to the cover page of the first daily newspaper today. 2027, Tinubu already has 70% support in Rivers. That's coming from Fubara. Wike-backed PDP removes 14 state executives, fixes fresh congresses. NAFDAC destroys 55 billion naira worth of seized hazardous goods in Ibadan. Tinubu to present 2026 budget to National Assembly Friday. The banner headline, Rivers crisis. 90% of my ordeal came from PDP, Fubara. Reps launch probe into alleged alteration of tax laws. Court opposed EFCC detention of Malami, rejects bail plea. And the bottom strip headline, Ngige granted bail after 6 days in custody.
Now, okay, let's quickly run through the Vanguard newspaper. NSIA grows assets to $3 billion. Builds Nigeria's health, agriculture, and infrastructure sectors. This is the Vanguard newspaper, coming from the Vanguard newspaper. The big story, oil sector Far-reaching reforms coming. Eyesan Mohammed vow. New broom sweeps clean. Tinubu's NUPRC, NMDPRA CEO's nominees assure Act Senate screening. Will ensure investor confidence. Accelerate gas development. Eyesan. Nigeria losing enormous value due to manual processes. Others. There will be strict enforcement of contracts, quality standards. Mohammed. Foreign Minister Tuga, that's a pictorial. Foreign Minister Tuga with crew of the 10th NAF plane, that's the Nigerian Air Force plane. Tax laws, altering legislations through official gazettes, illegal. Lawyers. Reps constitute committee to probe alleged alterations. Governor Yusuf lost Tinubu, Bichi over 47 billion naira Ujuwuju Road. Uncertainty over NAF aircraft departure to Portugal after release in Burkina Faso. Electoral Act. Reps back 2-year jail term, 5 million naira fine for vote buyers, sellers. Tinubu to governors, obey Supreme Court judgment. Let local governments receive their funds. And that's it from the Vanguard newspaper. And that's how far we can go on the newspaper review, newspaper headlines. Moses and I will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper stories, both the headlines and inside stories. Now we'll go for a short break. And when we return, Nigerians call for government action following discovery of killer herdsmen camps in Enugu. Join us again, we'll be right back.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning on Voice of the People Television. Well, concerns have heightened among residents and observers that live within Enugu and its vicinity following the discovery of killer herdsmen camps in the vicinities. Well, some camps belonging to jihadist killer herdsmen were reportedly discovered in Ezago communities and their villages in Enugu State, with a renewed call for Nigerian government's attention in the areas. A new security report obtained by a media house on Thursday highlighted that the camps in Ezago communities and villages around Imeziowa, Abu, Obuowa, Olo, Mbabuowa, and Ohe communities. Well, these areas are said to be the most affected areas, according to the report, which was released by the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society. Inter-Society raised the alarm over the discovery of these terror dens that have been operating in forests across communities in the Ezago local government area of Enugu. In the report released, the investigative team said that the camps were uncovered during recent field findings in the area. Well, we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
Okay, and from our Benin Air Station, we'll be joined by Comrade Collins Oseher Amadin. He's a public affairs analyst as well as an APC chieftain and a media consultant. Good morning, Comrade Collins Amadin, and thanks for being part of the show.
Yeah, good morning, Chukuma. It's nice being with you this morning.
Good
Merry
Collins.
Xmas
It's
in
been a while.
advance.
Merry Christmas. Compliment of the season to you. How have you been?
Doing very well. I'm trusting God for a better day.
Okay, very well then. Thanks for being part of the show. We'll also be joined by Barrister Asim Adam. He's a constitutional lawyer and a civil rights activist. He was former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Tubo / Peter Obi campaign organization, the Labour Party in Rivers State in 2023. Okay, he will join us in the course of the program. Let's start with Dele here that is in our studio. Dele, we have a discovery. Inter-Society has a discovery that, look, a killer herdsman camp was discovered in parts of Enugu State. And, I understand that there's a glitch somewhere. So let's take a short break and I'll be right back. Please do join us again. All right, well, welcome back and thanks for joining us. We apologize for that short break in transmission. Now, let's get into it. Mr. Fanimo, alleged killer herdsmen camps were discovered in parts of Enugu State. And we are dealing with a lot within the insecurity sector. And we have a government that is doing its best, to fight insecurity, to put a wage to the killings of Nigerians, whether they are Christians or Muslims. The important thing is that Nigerians are being killed. Now, we see a situation where more camps, are being discovered in parts of Nigeria, like the one that Inter-Society, just discovered in Enugu. What's your reaction to this discovery and the fact that we have a government that is doing well, but they seem to be overwhelmed, because these cells keep multiplying? What's your reaction to all of this?
You see, these herdsmen, killer herdsmen, has become a mutating cancer. Now, the more you try to curb it, the more it spreads. It spreads in geometrical proportion. And it's quite unfortunate, like the security forces are appearing to be overwhelmed because they had to contend with so many of these marauding elements within the country. You just talked about Enugu's episode. Do you know that there was a video trending yesterday of a camp where youngsters as young as between 10 and 25 were being trained with Palestinian flag, at the background. And you could see from what that video portrayed that it was like indoctrinating and radicalizing those youngsters who may not even know the import of what they were doing at that moment. Now, if that is not stopped, it could also mutate to another crisis in that particular state. Enugu State shouldn't harbor as many as this, and that is why maybe if we begin to deploy the forest guards, maybe you're just talking about 20. By the time they do thorough mapping of some of these forests, you may just discover that 20 is just a far cry.
Okay, now the problem is that, look, these things are expanding. It's not just in Enugu State.
That's what
There's
I'm saying.
also a video that showed a camp in Osun State.
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
know if you
saying.
have seen the video.
That's what I just
the one that
mentioned.
you
Yes.
talked about. Now, a camp in Osun State, and these things are everywhere. Like Kwara, Kogi, Benue State is history now. Everybody understands that. But what, in your opinion, should the federal government do to stop these processes? This process, like you said, is like cancer that is metastasizing, instead of we are trying to stop it, but the thing is, multiplying by the day. What should the federal government do to stop all of this?
You see, either we like it or not, if we continue to wait for the federal government at the state level, we will not get into the root of this thing and then try to stop these people in their tracks. Governors should be brazen enough to fight this. There's a point to get to that will defy logic in attending to urgent issues. For instance, if Buhari had his way, Amotekun wouldn't have been here today. But to beat them in their track, Akeredolu single-handedly pushed the Amotekun narrative. And when they even ambushed the Southwest and said there was no constitutional power, he quickly drafted a law, sent it to the State Assembly, and replicated it across the Southwest. Today, Amotekun has come to stay. I think we should be intentional at the state level too, because I'm no longer convinced that the federal government alone can rein in these people. Okay. Because there's so much politics going on at the federal level, such that it's difficult to really go all out for these people. These people, they just call them killer X-Men. They are terrorists.
Okay.
Because when you say somebody is a herdsman, he's supposed to tender and attend to his cattle.
Well, we have a few registered herdsmen who have been given guns, so I don't know what you make of that. But let's take this conversation to our guest in Benin now. Good morning to you, Comrade Collins Amadine. Good morning to you once again. Now, the other day, it was Kwara State where we found 3 Miyetti Allah headers who had been given arms by the National Security, the Office of the National Security Advisor. And the Office of the National Security Advisor did not debunk that they gave arms to these individuals to help guard the forests. And also a vehicles were given to them, groups. But this particular group that was apprehended was said to have absconded with the arms, AK-47 rifles that they were given, and the vehicle that they were given as well. And Mr. Fanimo here talks about forest guards, and I don't know if it bothers you, but it bothers me to think about the fact that how do we even select those that will be guarding the forests? How do we intend to select them? Are we going to pick Miyetti Allah? Is it wise to pick Miyetti Allah headers because they know the forests and arm them and give them logistics, give them vehicles, knowing fully well that they might and can run away with these things given, and also attack those that they feel are coming after their cattle? What do you make of this? And then it's spreading as it is. Comrade. Well, comrade, I can't hear you if you're speaking because you might need to give your, up the volume of your microphone so we can hear you.
So are you talking to me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Go ahead.
Sorry, we got some little technical issues here, so I really want to hear everything until I spoke. Can you come back, please?
Go ahead, please.
I didn't hear your question.
Oh, my question is my question borders on the fact that the Office of the National Security Advisor was said to have given arms to certain individuals to help guard the forests and the rest. And these individuals are members of Miyetti Allah, the Miyetti Allah group. A few of them have been drafted into the security architecture of the state, as it were, with AK-47 rifles and vehicles given to them to help combat insecurity. Does that make sense? And these ones that were abducted, that were arrested in Kwara State, made away with the vehicles and the guns given to them. They ran away. They ran away. So, what is the sense in it? And the fact that non-state actors now have been drafted into the security architecture of the state.
There's no sense in it. I personally don't subscribe to that kind of gesture because these are persons who many actors have pointed fingers towards based on the position they have often taken, even when there are people who is said to be headers are involved, in a slaughtering of persons just in protecting their cattle. And you cannot legally weaponize them to secure what? It's unfortunate. Sometimes our people behave as if they don't think. Because if you think, ordinarily that neutral persons should be involved in this. There should be a task force instead where you have maybe new recruits and some security personnel helping them. Even some member of the army, if they have to beg, maybe to release some as a way of task force. I think the law does not stop them at that point for assisting for a while. After the stabilization, they probably can go back to the barrack. But what do you do when people already have opportunity to administer and sometimes they tell you they know what they are doing and they don't know what they are doing? Because I think at this stage, they really don't know what they are doing. You cannot just because you want to make some persons feel happy and you give them mantle of authority to do more. Do you know what is called weaponizing people who often the time had said, even in Miyetti Allah leadership, have often said that the people don't want them, they're against them, they are the one hurting their own cattle rearers and what have you. So you have just given the opportunity to kill the unarmed citizens who would have liked to go back to their farm business or their forest work. But
When
I
you
think
say, when you
federal
say,
government the other time
comrade, when you
tried to
suggest we
put
should allow
a
them to
better
move with
plan,
security personnel,
have a good forest guard.
when you say we should allow them to move with security guards, maybe military or police, it was also noted that the action, or what happened in Kwara State, we have a certain Victor who was also a sergeant from the Office of the National Security Advisor of Nigeria attached to these people who absconded with the guns and also the vehicle. Is it about giving them security personnel that work with them as joint task force, or do you think that the complicity which Nigerians have been crying or talking about is beginning to take another dimension in making sure that every work of the government to end the issue of insecurity is not gaining any ground?
When I said security personnel should be involved, just like when you say the worst form of democracy is still better than the military rule. So no matter how uncertain sometimes our security agencies are, yes, there are one or two cases where there are disbelief, but even at that, it's still better than allowing a group already known. Because at the time, if we had some bold leadership in this country, even the Mieti Allah group, just as the Biafra people were declared to be terrorist group, at the time those people also deserved to become terrorist group because the way they were behaving and acting with all sense of impunity. So they are not even supposed to be part of this in any form, because ordinarily they are the people to be checked.
But finally,
So,
we saw them. The people who were recruited were also BATLA group members and the Office of the National Security Advisor, according to what we learned from Kwara State, were the ones that empowered them with the guns and every other thing that they have to work with, just because I said they needed them to help to fight other insurgent groups that have been terrorized in Kwara State. We'll take this conversation to Barrister Asim Adams, who joined us virtually. Barrister Asim Adams, what do you have to say about this certain revelation made that over 20 jihadist terrorist camp, it's down somewhere in Enugu State? And let's also get your opinion on, the way some people are beginning to play political and also religious and ethnic politics with this story of insecurity. A certain Professor Usman Yusuf, was quoted to have called on Christopher Musa, the Minister of Defense, telling him not to wage war against the Fulani bandits, that he must understand he's not a political officer or office holder and is not a battlefield, and he should find a way to, listen to the people more rather than going all out to say they want to fight Fulani jihadists or bandits that we know are causing carnages in Nigeria.
You see, if I got your question very correctly, it is unfortunate that many people from the northern part of Nigeria are talking about Fulani jihadists and to conquer in Nigeria. That number that the Nigerian government are complicit. They are complicit. The Nigerian armed forces are also complicit in the battle against insecurity in Nigeria. Fighting insecurity is not that difficult the way they make it look. The way they made fighting insecurity look in Nigeria, especially fighting terrorists and bandits, they make it look as if it is so difficult, that it is only divine interventions, or you need a biblical Moses to come and lead the Nigerian people to war against the Egyptians. I don't think so. It was General Sani Abacha, the late Sani Abacha, that said that if any issue of insurrection, as if he knew that it was going to be a situation like this in Nigeria, said, if you have issue of banditry, insurrection, or situations of this nature, and the government of the day allow it to last for just 3 days, then you know that government has a hand in it. I think Abacha is a prophet.
Barrister Adams.
All right, we learned to having a little network glitch there. We'll bring the conversation back to the studio. Mr. Delifanimo, you were talking about us having forest guards, the state government up in their ante to make sure that it works. We shouldn't let the federal government take the fall of everything has to do with security. But I will also go back to what this individual talked about, during that interview, certain Professor Usman Yusuf. He said something about them moving or having a first-hand information about, where the bandits were and moving into the forest, with the military operatives and even the vigilante groups, we call them Yabanga, in the north. Then they moved into the forest. And according to him, he said they saw the devastation first when they eliminate the unscrupulous elements, the bandits terrorizing communities, killing children, raping women, sacking people from their community. I think one of our guests already told us that a certain ruler in Benue State is no longer in his own home because of the fact that some persons, after sacking the community, have decided to take over his building, and he's more like on the run, even from his ancestral home. Now, what do you make of this? Is it really the work of do you think now that with this revelation made by this man, that the state government's effort, Enugu State has a forest guard, they are also working, and then I believe some other places too, we have a local vigilantes working, and yet, you think state governor or state government can do something about this without the federal government ending the issue of open grazing, which Nigerians have said is the major curse of all this, insurgency and attacks?
You see, over the years, I've noticed one thing. You see, this culture of entitlement is behind all these problems. If somebody comes to your house and says, you don't have a right to this house, after all, it's no man's land. After all, God created the land. It was through migration that you find yourself in this particular place. So through migration, I also have equal right over the land. Whereas in their homestead, you can't even imagine it, not to talk of attempting to do it. So that culture of entitlement emboldens. And over the years, we have seen state actors at highest level supporting these shenanigans. If a whole former governor, former minister, former president, and president as at that time could say, your people are killing my people. If people that are in government today, one of these people that hold strategic position today in government, that is still serving this current government, that person served under Buhari, and he served under IBB and Abacha. This particular person was part of the entourage that came to harass a sitting governor in Oyo State. Back then, I was live in that chamber when he was harassing that governor. Now, is it not a way of embodying these particular elements that nothing will happen to you? And we have seen cases of you going to the police station to report harm done to you and destruction done to your farm.
Exactly the point.
And then when you get there, before you even leave the station, the person you have come to report without interrogation leaves before you.
It's left off the hook. Now, Dele, you recall, you and I, when we were driving to work this morning, and there was a caller, that called in on our radio program that said, look, with what is going on, the way we hear that governments, are the ones arming these insurgents, these terrorists, these bandits, like has happened in Kwara State, We also hear government say, look, we have been negotiating with terrorists and all of that. The idea of state police, how do you think that it will work if we have governments that are funding terror organizations in their states? Wouldn't they just simply use the state police to perpetuate and perpetrate the very crimes that the federal government is fighting, that Nigerians are fighting? What's your reaction
You
to
see,
that?
a property designated as our own is nobody's property. But a property designated as my own is your property.
Okay.
You think Enugu state government will have state police and those guys will be comfortable around that forest? No. Because no freeborn of Enugu state will know the devastating effect of allowing these people and still condone them, allow them to fester in those forests.
Yeah, but we also see natives that collude with kidnappers.
You see, those ones can be dealt with. You understand? Those are not stationary elements waging war. Those ones, they kidnap for ransom. Okay. And there are just pockets of them here and there. And if government is intentional, this state police will even address that.
Okay.
Because in your community in Abia State, you know the bad elements there. And once they enter that community, those of them that had exited, maybe traveled elsewhere, there's this feeling that, this guy has come. Everybody, be careful. Don't allow your children to go out in the night too. That is the essence of, intelligence gathering it's always easier when you have people that are your own providing security in your communities.
Now this concern, these concerns are expressed more in terror-prone states, where we see situations where we have government that is saying, look, despite the fact that we witness killing of Christians, the government says, no, there is nothing like Christian genocide. These are where the concerns are coming from. I understand that, down south here, let's be very realistic. You will not see a state police in a southwestern state, using the apparatus of state, of the police itself, to strengthen the activities of marauders and all of that. But our concerns are, people who express these concerns, express it in the light of when we go to terror-prone states like Zamfara, where we hear Sokoto, Jigawa, Kebbi, these terror-prone states, where we hear that, look, there's some form of collaboration between the government and these killers.
You see, the concept of state police is such that the state police man the states. It is only when there is a federal crime that the federal police comes in.
Okay.
And it's also if you are overwhelmed by superior firepower assailing you in your state, and the state police cannot deal with such, then you invite the federal
police. Okay.
So I can tell you that there will be some kind of uproar here and there. One of the things that will happen is the federal police would encroach into state issues when it starts.
Okay.
But over a period of time, it will be properly defined.
Okay, so overall, bearing these kind of concerns, you still approve of state police?
I absolutely approve of state police.
All right.
You think the bandits in Zamfara, if there is state police in Zamfara, and there's an amendment to the Constitution of Nigeria that the gold in Zamfara belongs to Zamfara State, and that there is no federal allocation that will come to pick every month, you think the state police in Zamfara will not counter the Turji and his boys?
So that shows, in essence, it's not just the state police now that Nigeria should be championing for, but also resource control.
Control.
But that is not making it. It's not making it to the discussion on the
You see why I said resource control? Because the gold in Zamfara belongs to Nigeria.
Yeah.
It doesn't belong to anybody in Zamfara. So even when you see it being carted away, you don't bother. But if you know that, it's just like you have a pool where you draw food from.
Okay.
Because you have that pool, If somebody is taking your own food in your domain, you just allow it to go. Okay, let him take whatever he wants to take. In fact, there are
So
some places in Nigeria.
You don't feel like you own it and no need
but
to
you know that
it.
if you know that your life depends on that food in your house.
So in essence,
and you don't have any other means of eating.
In
If
essence,
they cut
the
away
chief
this
security
food,
officers in states, which are the governors, are reluctant to protect their vicinity
because they know that they don't even have, in some cases you don't even have a fair share of what you own.
Okay, another issue is controlling these men. One very good example that jumps out at me is the Agune Chamber in Anambra, who overstepped their boundaries and stepped into, human abusing people.
Embarrassing people.
The core member who was stripped naked, abused, and another lodge who was that was broken into, and the people there, basically abused. How do we intend to effectively? Yes, I understand that those individuals that were involved in that, I think about 9 of them, were dismissed, but that doesn't solve the problem, because they have grievance against the society. But how can we effectively curb the excesses of individuals who are acting on behalf of the state without proper training?
You just nailed it. Without proper training. You see, when you train, you not only train for people to bear arms. Even in martial arts.
But can you teach an old dog new tricks?
Because
these individuals are grown already. Minds have been formed. To be in the police or the military, the training starts from a tender age.
Now, let me tell you why it is so. You see, even in adulthood, you can train. You understand? I've been involved in some of these things. You see, you work on the psyche of this person. Not just the brute force of this is the way you handle your weapon, this is where you lie in the trench and all that. But there's a psychological training that restrains you from doing certain things. Okay. When you know that if you go this way, for instance, why is it that an average policeman or a soldier knows one thing for a fact, that if you disarm a soldier, in fact, the next available boss out of this country, he will want to run out. Because you can't go back to the barracks and say, one man took my arm. Because the first training you get in Depot, Zaria, or even in Kaduna, India, is that your weapon is your wife. If you are a woman, your weapon is your husband. The physical husband or wife is secondary. So now at that level, you know that there should be proper care for your arm. And then there is rule of engagement. A good chamber person you're talking about, it happens in the Nigerian police force. It happens in the army.
Better take laws into their hands and
they misbehave. Because there's a level you can control somebody who is already a bad person.
All right. Okay. We're running out of time. But let's get contributions from our virtual guests. Now, if we still have Barrister Asim Adams, let's just have his view on this before we wrap up this conversation. Barrister, well, I understand the network has been acting very funny, but now that we have you back, let's have you react to, the conversation.
Well, I think can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, I'm appearing program because I lost my elder sister. I lost her, and I just have to be here. So if I have to contribute to what is going on is this. We have so many ways that we can tackle this insecurity, banditry and terrorism. One is that the ungoverned spaces in Nigeria should be governed. So banding by governed spaces. The areas where these bandits and terrorists reside. A bandit or a group of terrorists cannot leave Sokoto or even Kano or Kaduna and come all the way to Enugu to come and set up a camp without the people around them noticing that foreigners have invaded or come into their space. The full animal comes now, we will know him by his height, by his physique and his look. So when we now see about 10 Fulani men on the same trail, we are going to raise alarm. So the government must first of all find a way to govern the spaces. How do you govern your governed spaces? The issue of this forest guard, I support it. The issue of sensitization of the villages, communities all over Nigeria to be vigilant is one thing that must be done. Presence.
All right. Yes, Barrister Sim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're running out of time. But
Can you hear?
I would like you to react to the story that broke on the 17th of this month about some individuals who were armed by the Office of the National Security Advisor, giving guns and a vehicle. Is that? Do you subscribe to? Mayeti Allah and other non-state actors to help fight insecurity, because we seem to be running out of manpower?
For me, if it is particular.
We do have a problem with the quality of the network from where Barrister Sim Adams is reaching us from. Unfortunately, we'll have to end this conversation in hope that he might, change location, and then we might be able to hear him better. Unfortunately, too, our man from Benin Station, Comrade Ahmadine, is also having network issues. We'll fix all the glitches and then get them into the other conversation that we have for this morning. Now we're going to Kwara State, where the State Assembly has taken action against a lawmaker. Well, the lawmaker has been suspended over a secret recording. Well, I do hope these gentlemen will be able to be part of this conversation if the network allows us. Well, let's talk about this when we come back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. Glad to have you back as VOP this morning. The Kwara State House of Assembly has suspended Sabah Gideon, who represents Edo State constituency, for 3 months over alleged contempt of the House and breach of legislative privilege. The suspension followed revelation that the lawmaker secretly recorded a closed-door meeting of the Assembly and shared the audio with an unauthorized person. During plenary on Thursday, lawmakers said Gideon admitted to the act when the matter was raised on the floor of the House. the motion for his suspension was moved without notice by the leader of the House, Abdul Kadri Magaji. He cited Order 4, Rule 14 of the House Rules on Privileges and Section 14, Subsection 2 of the Legislative Houses Powers and Privileges Act 2017. So this happened. And reviews that FG arranged. Okay, and that is it on that one, the story surrounding the House of Assembly member who was suspended in Kwara State for recording the session of their meeting, closed-door meeting, and decided to share the audio of the outcome of that meeting with an authorized person. All right, we have it also in the studio. We still have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter, and also joining us virtually, we told you we have Mr. Barrister Asim Adams and Comrade Amadine, who also joined us from Benin. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Mr. Dele Fanimo. What do you make of this? The suspension of a lawmaker for secretly recording a closed-door meeting and sharing the audio from that meeting, with an authorized personnel. And what do you think could have been the reason behind the lawmaker recording the outcome of the meeting? And, went ahead to share the whatever resolution members of the House, must have reached in closed-door session.
You see, the law is the law. It is explicit that certain sections of the House rule prohibit a member secretly recording and divulging information. Just like in the civil service, there is this Official Secret Act. That's why sometimes when a document is a file, is said top secret. You dare not divulge, even if it affects your own person. So it shows if this man has confessed and admitted to the fact that he did what he did, I don't think it's something that we need to debate for too long.
What is really happening in Kwara State? What is really, like, because I need to ask this question in line that we've been getting so many information. The other day, it was also in Kwara State that we saw the Mieti Allah group members abscond with the vehicle and gun given to them. Though when they were caught, they said they were being empowered by the government. It took the government of Kwara State a few days to come up to say, we don't know anything about them, they work in the NSA. And then back and forth, the same Kwara State was where we learned that the governor made the media to stop reporting the issue of insurgents or the bandit attacks and all that in communities. What is really happening in Kwara?
You see, whatever is happening in Kwara has nothing to do with this particular incident. This particular incident is a breach of the House rule. Except if the man comes to tell us exactly the content of that recording that is likely to undermine the security and well-being of people of Kwara State at that particular point in time. That's when we can now begin to interrogate it. But if it is not something, and even if there was a meeting, closed-door meeting for that matter, and they were discussing things that may not be in tandem with the good people of Kwara State, then he has processes of divulging such information. He could as well go to the governor.
What does this even say about learning the ethics? Because this is very unethical.
It's unethical. You see, the problem here is some of these people, I don't know this particular person. Generally, some of these people, when they win election, they go on celebrations. When they are supposed to attend induction, that will give them the opportunity to familiarize themselves with some of these rules. And that's why when they now break the rule, and the rule is now coming face to face with them, they don't know ab initio.
Well, I think we're making light of it if we just hinge it on breaking a rule. I mean, it's against regular communication to record a conversation without consent. It's against normal conversation to do
As a matter of fact, in the media, even when the man gives you consent to record, it will tell you certain portion of this recording is off record.
Off the record. Exactly.
And you are duty bound, according to the ethics of the profession, to respect that person's view, and you don't let it out.
So now let's quickly bring Barrister Eze Eluchie into this conversation. He joins us virtually. Barrister, good to have you join us. Let's establish.
My apologies. The network is terrible over here.
Yes, the network
but
is
I'll do my best to come in by audio. Yes.
Unfortunately, so I think it's. I mean, everybody is jumping in on the network. It's the Christmas season, so everybody's trying to communicate with everybody else. I guess that's probably why we're having this network glitch. But I do hope that we can have this conversation and get your thoughts in. If a lawmaker, a state assembly lawmaker, has been caught in, the web of trying to be popular, because that's how I say it, trying to be popular on social media, because he made a recording of a conversation held within plenary and sent it to unauthorized personnel. Now, he's been suspended, but what does the law say? Let's look at it from the angle of the law now. What does the law say about issues like this? I know investigators can. If you're investigating an issue, you can record for the sake of having evidence, and you may not need consent to do that. But in some other areas, you need consent to record an individual or record a group of people or make a recording of any conversation at all. But in this regard, what does the law say? And what are the punitive measures for such breach, if it is one?
Well, thank you very much. I think I will take a different point of view on this issue. Firstly, I want to applaud that Kwara State legislator for what he did. Because for damn too long, Nigerian politicians have taken the view that governance and politics is a closed-door affair. It's a cabal affair. It's a mystic that we have to begin to imagine that what goes on there. In democracies, every debate in legislatures for the public good is publicized, is televised. There is actually supposed to be a channel, a 24-hour channel, so that people can follow debates and discussions on their behalf. Mind you, every legislator is there on behalf of his constituency, not for himself. So everything they say there ought to be to our hearing.
But the world over, there are certain conversations that may be detrimental if they go out just the way they are being discussed. And in some cases, the media, who are authorized to be in spaces like that, are even asked to step out. So there could be such deliberations without the media being part of it. So how do you react to that one?
No, I'm still asking you, let us not mystify governance. The legislators are not there for themselves. Everything they discuss, everything, perhaps with the exception when security issues are being discussed in some instances. Otherwise, everything they discuss should be available to the public. And suspending this legislature is most unfortunate because they want to continue to debate this in private. For goodness sake, the House of Assembly of a state is not a secret organization. They are there for our own good.
Barrister Ezeliche.
Yes.
I need to understand. Is this your personal view? This is your personal view.
No. Right? No. Look, we are always willing to say, what does the law say? In parliament, they have immunity from whatever they do within the parliament building, within the hall of the assembly. There is immunity. So the legislator has not committed any offense for what he did within the hall of that chamber. And this is not my personal view. This is the law. So
find someone that will come.
All right,
Thank
there
you.
seems to be an infiltration, but you may go ahead, please. Go on, please.
Hello, are you with me?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, those who are trying to crucify this legislator are not taking it the way it should be. Let me give you in the United States example. For example, every debate in Parliament, in the Congress, is publicized, with the sole exception of when they are discussing military issues. But even at that, certain things have to be publicized.
So there is an
yes.
exception.
Now, unless the Kwara Assembly wants to tell us that what this man recorded was about security, which I very much doubt, if it was a mere congressional debate, all Kwara State indigents should be able to hear what is being said. And you see, we are too much used to this. Those in favor say aye, those in against say nay, and we don't know who said aye or nay. We must know these things. So the young man in Kwara who recorded that debate did not do anything. Rather, what the Kwara State government should do is to have a 24-hour channel, so that when I say every and anything anybody is saying,
when you say he did not do anything wrong, the leader of the House, Abdulkadir Magaji, cited the Order 4, Rule 14 of the House Rules on Privileges and Section 14, Subsection 2 of the Legislative House Powers and Privileges Act 2017, showing that they have a rule, a regulation already guided the House, which this young man, defaulted to, and they handed him over 3 months suspension. So are you saying that the Kwara State House of Assembly, they should take back the 3 months suspension and still allow the man to be there, even when he acted against their Powers and Privileges Act of 2017, I beg your pardon?
Definitely, because if they have rules in their house orders or the protocols of which they guide their house, which negates the principles of democracy, and that is popular participation, that rule should be expunged from their house rules. People should listen. That is why, for instance, every parliament has a public gallery,
all right,
where the people can come and stand and listen. But with the sole exception, I keep on repeating it, sole exception of when they are debating security issues.
All right,
so
thank you.
The 3 months, and I'm sure if this young man goes to court, that suspension will be lifted. There is always the penchant to mystify governance, which we must not fight against. Nigerians should applaud him. Nigerians should even ask their state legislators what is being said. Let us know what you are saying and what others are saying, for goodness sake.
Thank you so much.
It is not a cult.
Thank you, Barrister
Thank
for your submission. Barrister Asim Adams, if you can hear me, please, I would like to get your opinion on this too. Suspension of a lawmaker in Kwara State over the fact that he flouted the law, the House law, according to what we learned from the leader of the House, Abdulkadir Magaji. He cited Rule 14 of the House Rules on Privileges and Section 14, Subsection 2 of the Legislative Houses Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and the young man who represents Abu constituency has been sanctioned with 3 months for recording the audio session of the closed-door meeting that the Kwara State House of Assembly had, and also sharing the information with unauthorized persons or personnel. I heard the barrister say something about disagreeing, and I don't know why the network is really becoming a pain in the neck this morning. Okay, let's take the conversation to Amadine. Let's get your opinion on this, if you can hear me. Comrade Amadine that joined us from our Benin studios. What do you make of this? Why do you think this lawmaker will go all out, Gideon will go all out to record the session of the closed-door meeting of the Kwara State House of Assembly and also sharing the audio to unauthorized personnel? What do you make of this, please? And the suspension now that he has 3 months. He won't be representing his constituency in the House for 3 months.
Thank you very much. I feel it depends on what he recorded. There's so much distrust in this political system. And the House may have also resolved to go and sit and blackmail one particular leader, and at the end of the day, they will also say he's the one that moved the motion. You know, to undermine such a leader, especially when you are now in ruling government. So things happen. So just as Barrister had said, if the issues were of state secrets, yes, he can be sanctioned, he can be disciplined. But if it is the issue that's supposed to be personal, that they have not carried into the parliament as a way of secret discussion, I won't blame him for recording it, because even when you don't lie against the governor, people will go and say you have lied against the governor in order to bring you down. When 2, 3, 4 conspire and say yes, he said it, what proof does he have? So let them play the conversation they had. Let us know if he was wrong, if those discussions are supposed to even take place within the parliament, if both the speaker and other members are even the ones that are genuinely supposed to be suspended, let us be the judge here. I am not saying that states or security issues or secret issues should be divulged to the public, but it also depends. Before that young man did that, he probably must have also monitored the attitude of members, especially when it comes to discussing issues that are political. Because some don't want you to go for second term, they can set you up. Some believe you are too close to the governor, they can set you up. Some believe your constituency likes you so much, they can set you up. And if he doesn't have a proof, he will be in problem, sad problem. So if what he recorded was for the betterment of his political future, and at the end he goes for 3 months suspension, no problem, let him be here. But at least history will prove him right. And if what he also recorded was as a way of wanting to be smart, to use the statement to go and also lie, let Nigerians hear. So I am not, I believe that public things are supposed to be public. These are representative. And at the level of representation, majority of everything should be public. If you now have to dwell on security issues or state secret activities, then it's different. I don't think the guy will be as awkward to record that, because it will be of no personal benefit to him. But I think what he had recorded was either some people ganging up to bring another one down, and he wants to exonerate himself that he was not part of it. And sadly, the person probably gave the information, also did not manage the information well, and gave him this.
Okay.
All right. Well, what does this say to code of conduct, really? I mean, in offices, we see this happen when a few people are having a meeting and an individual is recording to report to somebody else. What does it say to ethics? You know, should that be encouraged? Whether it's the assembly or not, should it be encouraged, really? Especially in this era of social media, where people always want to sensationalize things and put things out there just to get to have the clicks and the likes.
Yes, that was what I said. In some cases, it depends on who you are dealing with. When you are dealing with sycophants, people who blackmail people at will, and they call for sensitivity and such.
It depends on.
Yes,
it's good in some regard, and it's not good in another regard.
Now let me tell you what is conduct. What is code of conduct? When we say let us conduct ourselves, let's discuss. And after discussing, you go behind to say maybe 2 or 3 of you have hated me since in the house. You go behind to state what I never said. And I do not have opportunity to defend myself. For example, then I have run into a problem in trying to maintain code of conduct.
You say what you know you can say in front of the person.
Sorry?
Where's the place of integrity? A place of integrity states that whatever you put out behind a person should be something that you can state in front of the person. That's a place of integrity.
It's not a good thing to do. Nobody should encourage blackmailing in every form. whether by members or by those who recorded. If those who called for that meeting also do not have cockroaches in their cupboard, and the conversation they had haven't opened their anus, I do not think they should have reasons to
be
worry
mindful
much.
of language. Thank you very much. Thank you, Comrade Ahmadine. Let's be careful language. This is morning television. Well, let's move away from this conversation. Let's move into another. Senate makes move. Senate has officially confirmed 64 ambassadors. Let's look at the ambassadorial list and this confirmation and what it means for Nigeria. The Senate on Thursday confirmed 64 ambassadorial nominees of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, including a former Minister of Aviation, Femi Fani-Kayode, and a former presidential aide, Reno Omokri. The confirmation follows the consideration and adoption of a report by the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, which said all the nominees were screened and found suitable for appointment. The exercise came 48 hours after the upper chamber confirmed 3 non-career ambassadorial nominees. The presence of Lateef Kayode-Are from Ogun State, Aminu Dalhatu Okezie Ikbazu. In all, the confirmed nominees comprise 34 career ambassadors and high commissioners and 30 non-career ambassadors and high commissioners. Interesting names on this list. Interesting names, I must say. Now, there was a bit of backlash. Let me start off with Comrade Ahmadine. Yes. There was a bit of backlash as to these individuals, if they represent the best interest of Nigeria, especially Reno Omokri and Femi Fani-Kayode. Nigerians reacted. In fact, some individuals in the diaspora reacted to the nomination of Reno Omokri. But we have seen that it's been take a bow and go, and the take a bow and go has taken effect. These nominees have been cleared by the Senate, so very soon they might be resuming at the different embassies around the world. But what does this mean for Nigeria, especially as the countries that they will be going to? What countries they will be going to? But what should we expect? Can those countries refuse to accept them? If they can, what steps should the government take to ensure that Nigeria is not embarrassed in the international community? Comrade Ahmadine, let's have your thoughts on that one, and then we'll bring it to other guests as well.
Thank you very much. I do not think receiving states will have any reason not to accept those we are sending. One, they don't have direct criminal cases, either with them or anywhere around the world. Or there's no courts that
Nigerians have raised questions about some of these nominees. Mahmoud Yakubu, who oversaw INEC. Nigerians have raised questions. What experience does he have in ambassadorial affairs? Reno Omokri, questions have come up.
That's where I'm coming. Nigerians who had issue with him probably were the one that feels when he conducted the election, they didn't have opportunity to rig the election. Some of those, everybody have mixed feelings. But the fact that you have mixed feelings doesn't make it correct. Mahmoud is a nationalist. He has proven himself. He conducted an election that Nigeria is still standing. He conducted an election that ruling party lost election. Ruling government lost election. So can there be any other best INEC chairman you can reach for? No. So that on one side. Omokri was once a critic of this government. And the government have also grown beyond that and say it's not about whether you were my friend yesterday or not. We think with all of this your voyaging, let's give you opportunity to go and speak for us. After all, foreign mission is for advocacy. So if for somebody who can speak on behalf of his country, so go and display this your capacity of I want to stand for the defenseless and all of that over there. So
interesting take you have. Quite interesting.
There may be issues of one or two people may have said.
Yeah, issues of one or two people. And some of these things are in the public domain, Comrade Ahmadine. Some of these things are in public domain. A protest, I don't know if you can hear me, a protest held by Renu Omokri when President Tinubu won election in 2023 was at the square in London, where he was chanting Tinubu Ole and those other things. Do you think the society, the world, will think that he's a serious person if he turns around 360, 2 years down the line, to be a representative of a government that he's so denigrated?
There's nothing probably more different with him from every other politician. He was a politician. He said with Jonathan, and I think when he was there, he had a lot of places from the PDP. So he has also did a 360 and said he was not well informed at the time he gave some critics. But it's not left for Nigerians and the entire world to now see him prove himself this time. But I have a problem with some of the list, the names in the list, not because individual problem. For example, in Edo, three names were sent out from Edo, 2 career and a non-career. We have 3 senatorial districts in Edo State. Those 3 names have come from 1 senatorial district, where we have a senator. He went there to sit down to be looking. While names were sent, Edo South is the largest senatorial district in the state. We do not have minister. We do not have the governor. We do not have ambassador. You can imagine.
All right, so I see your grievances.
Now, Collins, you are probating and reprobating at the same time. Collins, you are probating and reprobating at the same time. Now, it is convenient for you to complain about the spread in Edo State, but you now dismiss the fact that some people are against the choice of the president in Reno. I can't recall, or maybe you have to tell us when the Reno came out to say publicly, look, I was wrong on President Bola Tinubu's drug case. I was wrong on his certificate issues and all of that. And you turn around also to support the appointment of Mahmoud Yakubu when Nigerians, the elections he conducted has been, the worst election so far in Nigeria. What's your reaction to your cherry picking?
I never probated or reprobated. Chukuma, you must state it very clearly. Now you were talking about the integrity of persons that were saying. And I told you Mahmoud is a nationalist based on my conviction. And the conviction, he conducted an election where somebody got 6 million votes, 1 Abuja and 1 Lagos. If the election was to be run, do you think that will happen? When people who never had identity got over 20 senators, a political party structure. Please, because when we want, you talk about more during the screening.
From your state also are nationalists, and that is why the president picked them to represent him in that ambassadorial list. So you shouldn't have a problem with that.
All right, so we take the conversation to Ezra Luce Barrister. Let's get your opinion on this. Finally, the Senate have approved the 64 names presented to them by the president.
Well, Barrister Ezra, you might need to unmute your microphone so we can get your contribution.
Yes, I have unmuted it.
Go ahead, please.
Good. I think the list presented by the president certainly does not reflect Nigerians. And I believe that those countries that these people will be posted to have a right to reject some of them. Because what really happens in these cases is this. The country an ambassador is posted to will have a dossier on that ambassador from their embassies in Nigeria. And the embassies of this country are already aware of the characters of some of these people, and they will be in a better position to accept or reject them. And I'll go with some specific examples. Somebody like Ren Omokri and Femi Fani-Kayode, these people have been they have hated the Igbos with passion in their posts, in their comments. Now, in any country where these people are posted to, and you have Igbos in those countries, will they be happy to say, this is my ambassador? A man who hates the Igbos with passion? With regards to the former DSS the Director General, Are, who said over $40 million was found in cash in his house, and the issues were muddled up. Yes, there was no conviction, there was arrest, but the fact is, these countries they are being posted to already know this, because this were in the public domain. So the people, when you look at all these ambassadors, they do not reflect either the first, second, third, or fourth 11 of Nigerians. They are like the dregs of our society in most cases. You have governors who decamped. I mean, ambassadors should be people who are of the top notch in a country that can project our image. But what do we have? We have those who will insult Nigerians. The issue of the INEC chairman, for instance, the international.
I guess
it was adjudged the worst, and you have now made him an ambassador to reward him. Unfortunately, where all this leads to is that the world will continue to take Nigeria as a pariah state, as a state that is and that is why countries will keep on having visa restrictions. Because if you have this, if these are the kind of characters you have as ambassadors, characters known to these foreign authorities, because they know them. Don't just think that they wait on what you present. Okay. America or Britain will not wait that you are going to present a dossier of this minister. They have gone back home and they have known who you are sending to them.
Thank you.
Because as an ambassador, he will mingle with the high and mighty, and they don't want fraudsters or drug dealers mingling with their high and mighty.
I think time
that is why
they're saying they would start waiting for them to do that. So let's get the opinion of Mr. Delefanimo maybe in 60 seconds, because I know you will still sit on the table at 10 o'clock to dissect this proper during the newspaper review analysis.
Well, what I have to say is the deed had been done. And nothing.
Do you think?
The deed has been done. The Senate has passed the bill.
Do you think the countries will have any right at all to reject any of these names, seeing that this is coming from Nigeria? These are the people we want.
I've not seen that happen in history. Maybe I stand to be corrected.
Whether they have those
rejecting nominees several times.
It happens. They have the right to.
I've not experienced.
Okay.
So I don't know.
All right then.
I think this is how far we can go on this show. This is Voice of the People this morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Delefanimo, political analyst, for being here with us. Also, thank you, Comrade Collins Osage and Amadin. Thank you, Barrister Ezra Eluche. Thank you, Barrister. I see Madame Zone Network. Let us get your opinion on some of the important discussions that we have on the table today. Thank you also the backroom staff, the people that made this production a beautiful and a wonderful one today. All right, and thank you also for you that watch us for these 2 hours. I am Fina Okechukwu, and I'm asking you once again to continue to be patriotic. Believe me, Nigeria will be great again. Yes, Hano Chukuma and Moses will still look at me that way. We are giant of Africa regardless. A giant is once a giant, and we can never go
That's down fine, again. That's fine. If that makes you sleep at night, it's okay. Well, that's it on the show today. That's it on the show today. Join us again at 10 for a newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey.
I am Chukwuma Okorofina. Unfortunately, you're a sleeping giant.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
Yes, of course. And Dele Fanimo is with us in the building. Thank you very much for being part of the show.
My pleasure.
Barrister Eze Luche also joins the conversation virtually, and also we'll have Barrister Sim Adams join us, and I do hope the network will allow us have the conversation this time around. Well, it's newspaper review, it's an open conversation. Do come along with us. You too can be part of it. Let's have your thoughts underneath the streaming on our different social media platforms. Now let's dive into it. The Guardian newspaper is up here. So the headlines here: Ahmed defends finances, welcomes probe of children's education funding. Now that's on page 3. Let's quickly check out the riders to that headline. Oshomole, Jim Kuta celebrate exit, 1 successors. Group urges new NUPRC, NMDPRA chiefs to overhaul oil sector divestment policies. Eyeson, Mohammed charts ambitious path. Well, those are the riders to that headline. And also, Senate confirmed 64 ambassadorial nominees. PDP caretaker committee dissolves 14 state excos, fixes January for congresses. All right, there you have those window headlines. Let's have reactions to those window headlines before we dive into the big story that is on tax, the tax era. That's the big story on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. But let's start off with those window headlines.
Yes.
Chikuba, I know you have.
In fact, the 3 window headlines are all very interesting headlines. We'll start with Farouk Ahmed defending his finances and welcomes probe of children's education. Well, I don't know what Farouk is going to tell Nigerians and about his finances. Was he a business?
He has already told Nigerians.
Okay.
That proceeds from his father's estate.
Okay, proceeds from really? Proceeds from his father's
estate.
Okay.
And some other businesses he is engaged in as provided. And then the last one was that a scholarship, those children were awarded scholarship. So it is now for us to find out.
Okay, it's now for Dangote to prove.
It's now for Dangote to prove.
That's exactly the
It's
question.
not for ICPC, actually. Dangote has put out the information there, so it's up to ICPC.
Okay. It's for Dangote to say, look, what I gave
Dangote has put out information.
Everything. So
yes.
It is now for the
ICPC
to investigate.
Exactly.
So but they will keep going back to Dangote to ask questions. Now, where did he
they don't need to go back to ask questions. He has told you
they understand the process of investigation. I don't have a problem if Farouk has said, look, proceed from my father's estate, But talking about him engaging in other businesses as a civil servant,
you are not servant. The only thing you are approved to engage in is farming.
Okay, farming.
Apart from the civil service.
Okay, so how many hectares of farm?
He has not even told us that he had a farm.
So exactly when I said that, I don't know what he will tell Nigerians. So we have come back to where we started from again. So it's interesting to know, and we also had a certain minister who was accused of purchasing mansions worth $2.5 million in the United States. And he said, look, my in-laws gave this to my wife and she transferred it to our children. So that is Nigeria for you.
Shouldn't we investigate the in-laws?
How will you investigate the in-laws? The
in-laws
are they public servants? The same man told you that his father was a general manager of not one company, not two companies, several companies.
Okay.
So it's very interesting. Look, like you guys have said, well, ICPC, do thorough investigation and tell us. But I also, like I said, how many hectares of farm, does he have? Because as a
to provide $7.5 billion
dollars. Naira. Okay.
$5 million.
$5 million.
When you calculate it in the current rate.
And the profits he made and all of that. Nigeria is a very interesting place. Very interesting place, I must tell you. And we see this.
But another thing that I feel concerned about is if you have unassailable evidence to prove that these monies came from legal sources, why did you resign?
That is the point. That is the point. Why did you resign? Why wouldn't you stay?
That resignation was premature.
It was.
He might have been asked to. He might have been forced to.
No, so why didn't
then
he
why
defend
did he-
himself? He should have gone to the villa with evidence to say,
Yes.
"Look, this is how I made this money." Apparently, for him to have walked in and after 30 minutes he came out, it's like, well, this is it. I mean, I can't defend all of these things.
25 minutes, actually.
You know, so
Oh, well.
but he has now come out to say, look, these are the sources.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Barrister Ezeliche, let's have your thoughts on this headline.
Thank you very much. I think from the Farouk matter, my worry is about the EFCC. The EFCC that should be monitoring funds, movements, and all this civil servant corruption, just being by the wayside on these major financial scam issues. And the same ICPC, if we remember that this Nigeria was the country where a few years back, the Minister of Petroleum, Tam David West, was jailed for receiving a wristwatch as a gift, which he declared a wristwatch as a gift. And he did mention that he received it. He was sent to jail. Now we have criminals, and I use that word strongly because it's prima facie criminality. Some will say, why don't you as a lawyer wait for proof? Proof of what? What? A civil servant with a known income is having expenses which are far above his income. He's presumed a criminal until he can prove otherwise. And you will see the funny thing that he has resigned, and that is the end of the matter. It's a very sad case for this country. We should be shedding tears at this stage because these kind of things happen repeatedly. And we must pray for Dangote because this is enough to get people killed. So, and I know he will reveal more. That is on that issue. On the issue of the INEC budget and all that stuff. You see, every 4 years, INEC budgets for thousands of vehicles that will be used for elections. Every 4 years, they make these budgets. Even they also have budgets for ad hoc elections to also buy these same cars, computers, printers, and scanners. Every 4 years. We don't ask, where were the vehicles bought 4 years ago? I have used a vehicle for more than 10 years, and it's still working very fine. But INEC seems to have a penchant for using it only 4 years, 3 years, and it's gone. And we don't ask questions. And this National Assembly will approve. Tell us that we have to pay higher for fuel, we have to pay higher taxes, we have to pay this, we have to pay that, and Nigerians are relaxed. It's a very sad situation. But for me, those are my two, and it goes through the Nigerian fabric, the Nigerian societal fabric. We shouldn't gloss over these issues. Farouk should not be resigning. He should be in jail. And it's shame on Olukoyede of the EFCC that these things are being pushed by the side. And tomorrow he will go out and pursue young boys who are pressing laptops, scamming one or two places for $5,000, $10,000. And people are scamming Nigerians in their billions, in billions. And Olukoyede will come out and start talking crap. That is EFCC chairman. My dear, we should be talking about these issues with annoyance, because if I'm talking about Benin or Togo, I can sit down and discuss the semantics. But this is the country where my children will grow up in, and it's been raped, it's been looted. And by next year, we are going to be made to pay more taxes when criminals are still at the head of our government. My dear, it's so, so sad. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Talking about civil servants taking gifts, I mean, it's not peculiar.
No, I think
Donald Trump has received
there's a different mandate for EFCC and ICPC.
Oh yes, there is.
Politically exposed persons are dealt with by EFCC, but
civil servants
are dealt with by ICPC.
Okay, but it does not mean that if you are a public servant and there's a financial infraction that EFCC cannot try.
You know, this man is a career officer. Most career officers are tried by ICPC.
But I think EFCC can still chime in. It's about
financial
fraud.
crime.
I know it's a financial crime, but ICPC also deals with financial crime.
Okay.
But when it comes to career officers, they push it to ICPC. I've seen
which is why Dangote sent the petition.
That's
to
what
ICPC,
I'm saying.
ICPC.
But if it were to be maybe somebody appointed to that position, as a political appointee, and this kind of infraction is traced to him, it is EFCC that will try.
Okay, but anyway, that's okay. But talking about public officers receiving gifts, Donald Trump received a private jet worth about $400 million, and then a gold wristwatch too. Received a gold wristwatch worth from Switzerland, Rolex, worth about $130,000, and he kept them as his personal property.
What does their law say about that?
Civil servants are not, the president is not supposed to receive gifts, and if he receives any gift, it becomes property of the state.
Okay.
But these were basically his own property. He refused to give it to the state.
A lot of people also understand that Donald Trump is not run-of-the-mill Democrat.
Everyday president.
He's not an everyday Democrat.
All right, Barrister Asim Adams, let's have your thoughts on this one.
If you can lead me in on the question. I didn't.
We're talking about Farouk Ahmed, the former, now former N58TRN chief executive officer who resigned, and then nomination of another, and about him defending the tuition fees he paid for his children, 4 of them, that's to the tune of $5 million. Talking about that defense.
I think the Farouk himself should be ashamed of himself. If it were to be in China, by now he should be facing public execution. He's lucky that it's in Nigeria where malfeasance and corruption of that magnitude is treated with levity. How can you tell me that 8 billion naira is spent as school fees for children, or a child, or even 10, not even a village, not even a state, for a family that is about 2-3 children, because the man works with NNPC. In fact, immediately the man resigned, the EFCC or ICP should put the man in detention first of all. Not even allow him to move around and say he wants to go and begin to make press statements. And he must be treated and given the severest of punishments. Since we don't give death penalty for corruption, the man should rot in jail, because there is no explanation that he can give to me that will satisfy my position, that he spent even 500 million naira on school fees, talk less of 8 billion naira. That is a heist, a large robbery of the public till, and the man is still walking the streets. I find it difficult to comprehend why people will even begin talking about this man, whereas we should be discussing him while he's in detention, at least for a month while they are prosecuting him or while they are investigating him. The EFCC, the ICPC, the act setting them up gives them the power to so detain people like that while they are doing their investigation. So exactly why is he moving around freely? That is the question I don't understand.
Big question.
Barrister Asim, the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, said, no, you don't have the right to keep me in detention while you are doing the investigations. Take me to court. But you just said that the Act, ICPC and EFCC Act, empowers them to do that. What more should we know?
Let me tell you, the AG Federation is not correct. The former AG is not correct. If you go to section 293 to 299 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, it empowers them, the EFCC and any other security agency, to get a remand order to get a remand order to detain. They have been using it against innocent citizens. They have been using it against hapless and hopeless and helpless Nigerian citizens. But when it comes to the high and mighty who have stolen this country dry, they now tell that they don't have such powers. That is not true. I have directed the EFCC, I have directed ICPC to section 293 to 299 of the ACJA Act 2015. He gives them the power to get an order of court by way of an ex parte application to detain that former AGF and even Farouk in the first instance for 14 days and with continuous extension until it amounts to 76 days. So if the AGF is not crying that they don't have the right, he's lying to us. They have the right to keep him there under the sections I've just listed or cited. And on this, when it was AG Federation, what did he do about the law when we were complaining that EFCC does not have that arbitrary powers except it is through the courts? What did he do? He didn't do anything. So he must face the wrath of his own laws that he guided. So I am advising the EFCC to invoke section 293 to 299 of the ACJA to keep the ex-AGF and also arrest Farouk and keep him in detention where they are doing their investigations and keep him there because the offenses they are committed is a heinous one.
All right, then.
To the best of my knowledge.
All right, then. Well, you want to touch on the other headlines?
Yes, the three headlines.
Okay, so
headlines,
we've basically focused on one. Senate confirmed 64 ambassadorial nominees.
Okay, well, I think we did talk about that on the morning show this morning, and it's interesting to know how the Senate has confirmed the 64 ambassadors and nominees. I think 30 ambassadors and 34 high commissioners, and something in that regard. Without recourse to the objections of Nigerians about certain individuals whose names were there. We have listed them. Reno Omokri.
Femi Fani-Kayode.
I personally, I don't have a problem with FFK. I don't have a problem with Femi Fani-Kayode. But Yakub Muhammad and I also don't have a problem with Ibok Etaibas. I mean, this is a man that served at the highest level of his military career. Naval officer. I've cited instances in the United States of America where people that served in the military have served in other ambassadorial positions. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But Nigerians think that, well, he did a yeoman's job in Rivers State. The president appointed him and he did a job. And the Supreme Court has just said, look, the president has the power to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State as he did. I also don't have a problem with Damba Zao, you know, former chief of army staff, former Minister of Defense, at the highest level of military career, you know, to serve as an ambassador. I cited instances of Colin Powell, who served as Joint Chief of Staff in the American military and now served as America's chief diplomat as the Secretary of State of the United States of America. I don't have a problem with that. It is with Renu, you know, a man that mounted a campaign in the United Kingdom and said, look, your president, the person that we eventually elected our president, is a drug lord. He has certificate issues and all of that. And after 2.5 years, he's been supporting the president. And he told us at some point that he has a document from the Chicago State University that clearly shows that the president had problems in Chicago State University. Either he had problems or that he didn't pass through there. But that there were questions about his certificate. He has not come out to tell us, no, that was a mistake. He has not come out to tell us that the president didn't make a forfeiture of about $460,000 in the United States related to drug problems and all of that. And now we are still taking that same man to go and represent a country that purportedly has a drug leader, a drug lord as our president. I have a problem with that. And a lot of Nigerians do have problems with that. Mind you, Delta people, Delta Democratic Forum said, look, this man is not fit to represent Delta people, Delta State. And the president blocked his ear, you know, towards all of this. The Senate did the same thing and approved this ambassadorial nomination. It's a problem to a lot of people in Nigeria. It is not about the president, it is about the country, Nigeria, that he's going to represent.
Do you have an addition to that?
I'm not going to say anything much that
So can I say
is a departure from what you said.
Can I say my own?
Go ahead, please.
Let me tell you. First of all, people should understand that positions of ambassadors, like the president did, are at his prerogative to select those people he felt. But he must have recourse to Section 14 sub 3. Recourse to Section 14 sub 3 in the sense that there must be federal character or spread in the nominations. That is number one. Two, you cannot go and begin to nominate people you don't know to work with as ambassadors. The president can go for non-career ambassadors, and those who he failed can help his administration. The third one is this. People have said so much about Reno Omokri. Yes, he vilified the president when he was a candidate. He insulted him. He slapped him. He rained in on him and said he was a drug, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, it was not proven by the courts. Now, Jesus Christ taught us the art of forgiveness. But many Nigerians, when it comes to things like this, they forget about Christ saying that your enemies will forgive them their sins. That you should make them lick their wounds by bringing them close to you. That is what the president, Bola Tinubu, did. A number of Nigerians would have rained vendetta on Reno Omokri. But President Tinubu never did that because he's not even holier than most of us. He has not even become more sanctimonious and even following the teachings of Jesus Christ about forgiveness than more than us. Many of us will say crucify him because he hated you. People never did that. Christ never, prayed and preached such. So Reno Omokri, in my own opinion, is even a proper fit. If you look at before Omokri was even nominated as ambassador nominee, he was always out trying to focus and bring the good side of Nigeria to the rest of the world.
And that's what a lot of people call eye service.
It's not eye service. If to you it's eye service, but for me it's not eye service. It depends on what you call eye service. But he has been doing that on his own. Number of years I've watched and followed up Reno Omokri. He has been on that forefront of projecting the positive image of Nigeria. He has been an ambassador. Do you want to bring somebody like some of my colleagues who vilify the government to be made ambassadors and they go outside and run the country down? Is that what people want? I don't think that is proper. Do you want to bring an atavistic personalities, as your ambassadors that will go there and run you? Who are the ambassadors? As I speak to you, I am an ambassador of Voice of the People Television. I'm not in Lagos, but I'm in Port Harcourt. I am an ambassador of VOP TV. The reason why I am an ambassador is because of the fact that I'm a friendly person to your television station. You cannot bring a hostile guest that is against your policy to say it's your ambassador outside of your place. So these are the things we need to understand. So I support wholeheartedly,
All right. Well, the Nigerians that have reservations will.
They have their reservations.
That they voiced their reservations,
there is
and
no
the president didn't seem to have listened.
There is no way all of us will have a congress of opinion. If there is no divergence of opinion on a matter, then it means that the person is dead. Please, I believe what we need to do is, let Omokri be. Reno Omokri has done his best and he deserves that particular position.
All right.
He should not be singled out.
According to you. All right. Thank you very much.
That's my own.
Thank you very much, Barrister C. Adams. Barrister Ezeliche, do you have a contribution to this, or do we move to the next one?
Bola Tinubu, more so than they don't represent Nigeria. I mean, that is just my take on this. And the reality is that the countries they'll be posted to already have a dossier on these men, and then they will be treated as such. we forget to realize that it is based on the calculation of all these things that happen in Nigeria. The president who has put in as ambassadors that determine how those foreign countries treat Nigerians, including visa restrictions. Let me give you a particular example. In the US, recent US reasons for placing Nigeria on the visa restriction list, they mention things like it's difficult to verify official data, age, schools, positions, and all those things are very difficult. And where do you think they get that information from? When they see that even your president is of unknown parentage, unknown schooling, unknown qualifications, on dubious characteristics, that is how they form opinions on Nigerians. So,
the opinion they form about Nigeria. Okay,
Mr. President can go to the prison yard and pick whoever he wants to pick and make ambassadors. Those represent him, and it will eventually fall on the head of Nigerians.
I don't think so. I disagree with you.
The unfortunate part of it is for Nigerians who have been vilified by some of these ambassadors, and that's why I pinpoint Okri and Fanika, not because of what they abused the president, but because they have taken it as a duty to vilify a segment of the Nigerian population. Now, if I was an Igbo man, if I was in an Igbo, wherever Reno Mokri is posted to, will I be proud to say this is my ambassador? When as a part of his DNA, he wakes up every morning to post abuses on the Igbo race, then he becomes the ambassador of Nigeria.
It's not true. That is not
and
true.
You think you welcome him? So Mr. Tinubu has only dispatched.
That's not true. And the people should not allow those kind of things.
All right, we have.
Barrister Adam, when you say this is not true, the man is entitled to his opinion.
Listen, excuse me, I am entitled
Barrister Adam, what you are saying is that the president can as well appoint an ex-convict to go and... Barrister, hold on now. Barrister, your position is that the president is at liberty to appoint anybody he wants as president, despite the fact that Nigerians are rejecting that person. That's your position.
I am from the South, and I hold my ideas and ideologies very strongly.
Okay.
I am not a man that is, tribalistic, both in my ways of my conduct and my speeches. You know that very well. But when people begin to color discussions because of personal perception of Reno Omokri in this instance, that is a tribalist because he has heard his opinion not against the Igbos, but he has said a lot of things that do not suit some Igbo stock, as the case may be. That does not mean that Reno Omokri is a tribalist. I don't believe that. For those of us who Reno is from his area, we have the right also to protect him.
Now, Barrister Adams, you are simply being tribalistic because you are defending Reno based on where you come from with him. That's exactly the point.
You don't speak for him. I'm speaking for myself.
No, but you're speaking for him. You're speaking for Reno.
I'm speaking for myself.
No, you're speaking for Reno, and he's speaking against him. So whose position should we take?
You are promoting the Igbo ideology from what I've seen.
That is exactly how he feels about it. Because he also has evidence.
You are promoting the Igbo ideology. I have the right to promote my own.
So why do you have a problem with that? Barrister Adams, why do you have a problem with that?
Please simmer some of these things down. I never allowed us to dance into this particular tribal, market.
All right, let's not get into tribal conversation now.
It's sad. It's sad, please.
Thank you very much, Barrister C. Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And let's dive into another conversation now. There's also a very important one right here. Fresh nationwide defections tilt 2027 balance as APC tightens grip. Now, I'd like us to tie that headline. Let's take the riders to that one. The riders are Four Rivers reps join ruling party, cite crisis in PDP, LP. FCT Senator Ireti Kingebe joins ADC, quits Labour Party. Bafarawa loyalist, ex-deputy governor candidate, defects to APC in Sokoto. PDP executives switch to ruling party in Zamfara's Maradun Council. How electoral fraud, weak institutions drive Nigeria's leadership crisis. Now, I would love for us to tie that headline to another headline here that says 6 ex-PDP governors attend as Tinubu hosts APC caucus in Asu Villa. My question here is, hosting APC caucus, that's a party activity. Why are they being hosted in the Asu Villa? That's the question I'm putting out there.
This is not the first time.
Yeah.
I've done it before.
Doesn't make it right.
It doesn't.
Well, that's the question I'm putting out there. But these are the headlines, gentlemen. Let's have your thoughts. You want to go first?
On APC holding.
No. The headlines I just reeled out. You want me to take them again?
Take it again.
Okay. Fresh nationwide defections tilt 2027 balance as APC tightens grip, and 6 ex-PDP governors attend as Tinubu hosts APC caucus in Asu Villa.
Well, I've always said it. It is not for the love of APC or no, for the love of Tinubu that these people are defecting. They are simply rushing out of a sinking ship. And it will continue as long as those two dominant opposition parties can't find their feet, won't agree on consensus to build that party, those parties. Labour Party, as at this morning, there was a news that Nenadi Usman group will be holding its Congress. Abure is saying he don't have that local standard to do that.
And in PDP,
Wike are holding their own Congress. And Turaki people are also smarting. So anybody in these two parties, considering what happened in Zamfara in the last election, will not want to wait 1 minute.
And in Plateau State.
So nobody.
And it has also happened in Rivers State.
Rivers State. So nobody wants to swim in a shark-infested water when there is an alternative where you can swim conveniently and peacefully. So that is the crux of this defection. It is nothing other than this.
All right then. Barrister Ezeliche, let's have your thoughts.
Thank you very much. The fact is, Mr. Tinubu is being smarter than himself. And when you do that, eventually the boomerang will hit back. The crisis in both the Labour Party and the PDP, we all know was engineered, orchestrated, even with some assistance from the members of the bench. That is why there are specific judges in the federal in Abuja who even the PDP have asked the CJ to stop from hearing PDP matters. So the flocking to the APC, unlike what your guest in the studio said, it's not a reflection of love for the APC. Because if you're on ground, you know the APC does not want to operate like a political party. It's a top-down, it's a regimented approach. So more of those will happen. More of that decampment to the APC will happen. But like I keep on telling people, that it happened with the PDP in 2014, when the party thought it would become to rule for the next 60 years and only to find itself out of power in the next couple of months. The APC will have discovered that with the avalanche of people coming into it, leading to the 2027 elections, when they are not even sure of who will be the presidential candidates of the APC when that time comes, because there's so much noise about Mr. Tinubu. But like everybody knows, we're all human beings, anything can happen. So it will continue, but it does not reflect love for the APC, because APC is not structured as a political party. And we hope that Nigerians will be able to get around this almost sinister effort at a one-party autocracy, because that is where everything is leading to. And we have seen what has happened in one-party autocracies across Africa, from Benin Republic, Togo, all of them. They came in sneaking in as Democrats, as democracies, but gradually, not by love, not by good policies, because you ask yourself, what policies of the ruling party endears Nigerians to it? Is it the overtaxation? Is it the poor infrastructure? Is it the absence of security? Is it the absence of education? What is it? It would have been good if there was good policies the APC was rolling out that was making everybody come in, but no. Like Adam Somuchiomole said, once you come into the APC, all your sins are forgiven. So that is what is going on. But they will see that at the end of the day, their sins will be compounded, because Nigerians must have to say enough is enough. That you cannot just bully us into a one-party system. And we are already having signs that that will happen. the signs are very clear. Some will think that but if you are politically savvy and aware, you see that all this gathering of these political heavyweights in quotes into the APC will be the sign of its collapse, and it will be very, very drastic and imminent. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much, Barrister Eze. You see, I always find it difficult, to imbibe this idea of, well, someone else is the person causing problem in another political party, especially when people pin it around the president causing problem in Labour Party and PDP. I find it strange and I find it curious because if he's the one causing this problem, it's simply because the people in the party have allowed themselves to be used. So why blame the president? Why don't you put your house in order? It's like me now, I'm having problems with my wife, and Moses will tell me, oh, Dele is the one causing problem between you and your wife. So do you expect me to blame Dele or to blame my wife? So I find it curious and strange when people say any problem within the PDP, oh, it is a president that is using Wike. And when you talk about Labour Party, oh, it is the president that is using Abure. Well, people in the PDP and Labour Party, if it is the president that is using Wike, I think Wike has been expelled. Now that Wike has been expelled, the problem is still there. So is it still the president? Atiku has left, the problem remained there.
Wike has been expelled, but he still holds sway. He still has a grip.
So what has it got to do with the president?
He has a grip over.
It's because the people in the PDP have refused to build their own house, not the president. The president is. I'm not even his fan, but in this case, I think it is out of place, to continue to blame the president as the person causing problem in other political parties. Those people should put their houses in order. That's my opinion on that.
All right. Barrister Sim Adams, do you have a reaction to this headline?
To contribute.
Pardon?
Barring all ethnic and tribal sentiments.
Okay.
I want to talk about politics, and I want to take us back to history lane. Many people forget that the word decamping, cross-carpeting, defecting came into the Nigerian political lexicon in the 60s. In the 60s. If you look at the ruling party, though we were operating a parliamentary system of government during the Tafawa Balewa era, cross-carpeting took place in the house, in the federal house. And one of the reasons why you find a problem happened in the Western region was because of cross-carpeting also, or what we call defection today, as the case may be. That one Ebubedike, an Igbo man who was representing Badagry division, as at that time in the Western region, had to seize the maze of the house and run away with it because there were massive cross-carpeting on the floor of the house. That is number one. Now, coming into 1999 because of time, during Obasanjo time, the PDP controlled about 26 states or more out of the political parties we had in Nigeria. They carried on for about 8 years or maybe 16 years, as the case may be, that governors were defecting to PDP. It got to a point also, those who defected to PDP, left PDP, formed the new PDP, APC, TC, as case may be. So it is not a new thing. I am not surprised. Why I am not surprised is because we have and we play politics without ideology. Many politicians are not run-of-the-mill politicians like we have in other climes. These are politicians of stomach infrastructure. They have no ideology. I dare say that I don't know, for many of us who are there, I participated actively in elections in Rivers State for Labour Party, for P2B, and on election day I saw what happened. And that was when I found out that defection, decamping can never and will never stop in Nigeria politics today. Because it's all politics of stomach infrastructure. If you are in a political arena and you are getting nothing from it, you are bound to join the ruling party. It is not that Tinubu is going there to campaign and ask them to come and join the APC. No. People like Amechi, for instance, now in Rivers State, They don't have political base. They are suffering right now politically. If not because of the masses or maybe the shame, he would have run back to APC. Because one, the financial power is not there, the influence is no longer there, he's not attached to the politics of the center. So he has been clamoring to see how he can be part of that center. If Tinubu should call Amechi today or Erufai to say, please come and join us, forgive what has happened before, they will run and join the ruling party because it's all politics of stomach infrastructure. That is why you see this defection. Not because they love Tinubu, not because they love APC, but they feel that that is the only way they can feed their nest and get what they used to feed their families. Most of the politicians we have in Nigeria today do not have any other handiwork apart from politics. So the only thing, I am in Rivers State and I know that I'm talking about. Now, most heavyweight politicians today in Nigeria cannot even fuel their cars. Those who are in opposition, most of them cannot fuel those big cars they bought when they were in power. So they are now seeking ways to come back because they love oil and wine. That is it. And once you have that love for those things, you must have to get money to lubricate those things that you want to do. That is why you see them drifting to APC, because they feel that APC is a honeypot for them. That is why they are going there. And more will still go. More governors are going to join them. Even the ADC that is there, that they are making us here and there. Before 2027, believe me, there's going to be confusion there. Not that Tinubu is going there to destroy the party, but because of the fact that most of them are left to join the ADC or form ADC, felt that they were not getting the privileges that they ought to get in APC. The moment the door of privileges are open to them back in APC now, they will run back and jettison to play Nigeria here. So nobody should blame Tinubu or Obasanjo, whoever, for whatever, because he has not gone there directly. It is just the normal politics that we play in Nigeria here. That is politics of stomach infrastructure. That's why you see this infection. Young men are no longer ready to work hard. What they want to do is to attach themselves to political officers and those in the ruling party, because that is where money is. Let me tell you, as a politician, I found out that it is not easy for you to play opposition. If you want to play opposition, you must have money. If you don't have money in Nigeria, you'll be dead financially and politically if you're not very careful. So the only way you can resurrect yourself is to belong to the ruling party. That is what happens. Not that Tinubu is meant to these people. No.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Barrister Adams, I think you have done a bit of history here, and I'd like for us to be very clear on this point. The first non-defection in the history of Nigerian politics happened not in the 60s, but in 1951, when the members of the NCNC in the Western region defected en masse to the AG because they didn't want Nnamdi Azikiwe to form the government in the Western region. That was the first incident. The Medicare of a thing that you cited happened just in 2018. It's a recent thing. You know, talk about 1951 is more than 70 years. That's actually the correct history, and not in 1961. We saw defections, First Republic, Second Republic, but that, talking about history, that was the first time it was recorded in Nigerian history.
All right, let's move on to another headline here. Well, because of time, I'm just going to reel out the headlines, and each person can choose which one to react to. And, well, the Punch newspaper has this report. South African police shoot Nigerian man dead at traffic stop. The name given as 37-year-old Osinachuku Onu. He was chased by the police, shot dead right there, and they walked away. Now, the police, they have been arrested, their guns taken from them, and they will be tried. No reason was given for the chase and what seems like an execution. Now, ex-Labour Minister Ngige gets bail in alleged 2.2 billion naira fraud charges. Barking Ladi attack, death toll rises to 14. Federal government rescinds decision, reopens 47 federal unity colleges. All right. So these are some of the headlines in some of the dailies. Yes. MTEF reps Senate disagree over crude oil benchmark. Oh, okay.
Those are the headlines. They are trying in Ngige for 2.2 billion. I thought it was in dollars. It's not even dollars, it's naira. That's why they're wasting their time now, trying for 2.2 billion naira. Nigeria is too big for that.
So they shouldn't try him.
2.2 billion naira.
Let them try him, and then they'll try others as well.
Stealing. 2.2 billion naira.
Stealing is stealing. Yes. We have to start from
Maybe you
somewhere.
guys.
It's just making. It's just being sarcastic.
I get the joke. Yes, I get the joke. But anyway, is that?
But I'm worried about this South African
shooting.
Yes, shooting. Because, you know, one thing that I've found out, and I've asked questions in the past, it is easy to get away with murder in South Africa because of their law. You know what it took to convict that guy, Blade, that athlete, disabled athlete?
Yes.
Even when it was
Oscar
glaring.
Pistorius.
When it was glaring that he actually killed his girlfriend. So, these people, we are just hearing about this. A few times that I've been in South Africa, knife fights that result to death are not they are not bothered about it. And I think what somebody told me in South Africa, a South African, was that the laws that was promulgated during apartheid regime was to make it loose such that if a white kills a black, nothing happens.
It's a non-issue.
And that is the carryover till today. And they need to amend those laws to make it a felonious offense if you commit murder.
But it's also good to know that the police were arrested.
Yes, they were arrested.
Yes.
Their guns taken away.
And the person in question is there legally, so there are no questions as to his legality in South Africa.
No, I'm not saying that murder is
No, I'm talking about
illegal.
the individual being there in South Africa. But let's get your response to this, Barrister Asim Adams. Let's have your take on this one in 30 seconds, if you may.
It's unfortunate that xenophobia in South Africa has been taken to the level of government, and it's those who are supposed to protect.
The police.
When police begin to shoot, I think they have to investigate it. I know exactly why the policeman had to kill or shoot and kill the Nigerian man, but it's unfortunate. I always say sympathies to the family, condolences to the family. The Nigeria High Commission in South Africa, this is why we need ambassadors. The Nigeria High Commissioners in South Africa should go into this and find out why that Nigerian was shot and killed. And if he was extrajudicially murdered, the Nigerian government and the High Commission there must pursue the matter legally to get compensation for the family of the deceased, Nigerian. It must not be swept under the carpet. Arresting the police is not enough. Hello?
Yes. No, I'm just.
Yeah. As I say, arresting the police that
not enough.
That shot them is not enough. It must be investigated. Found out why they had to shoot the Nigerian and kill him, and if they are found culpable, the Nigerian High Commissioner must do something to make sure that justice is gotten for the Nigerian that is slaughtered unjustly.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Ezeliche, are you reacting to that one? Let's have your reaction. 4 policemen. Ages, I think their ages given are 25 to 36, so thereabouts. And they killed this individual.
I appreciate Mr. Okoro for fact-checking some of the things that are said on the program, because it's not good to use a TV program like this of this nature to dish out misinformation. So the fact-check was most appreciated, and more of it should be happening. So that once we say something on your program, you just Google it and know whether it's true or not. One of the things that was said here, which is also a falsehood, is when Dr. Barrister Asim was saying that the EFCC has powers to detain indefinitely. That's not true. Malami was right. The EFCC and any other law enforcement agency can only detain for a maximum of 48 hours. Thereafter, they must go to a court. And it's only the court that can now grant that order.
Which I think was what he said, actually, if I understood him correctly.
I know what he said. Let me just finish. So it's only the court that can allow for extension of detention.
Yes.
So the Malami was right. Until EFCC goes to get the court order, it cannot continue to detain endlessly. With regards to what happened in South Africa,
what he said.
You see,
the big code is about 30-something thousand now.
With regards to what happened in South Africa, the international community also listens to what happens in Nigeria. If our law enforcement agencies go about killing Nigerians, the extrajudicial killings, torture and everything, they tend to treat Nigerians the same way. But if we have a country where we respect Nigerians in Nigeria, other countries will respect us. They will be very wary of how they treat Nigerians. So it is for us to up our game with regards to respecting our fellow countrymen, then they'll be respected. It's quite unfortunate that somebody had to be killed or somebody lost his life. But Nigeria, if we are worried we should take care of our Nigerians in Nigeria, then the rest of the world will take us very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Luchie. Thank you very much, Barrister Sim Adams. Thank you, Dele Fanimo and Chukwuma Okoro. Well, Chukwuma Okoro makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. You want to tell us what to
Yes,
expect?
and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting trending stories. Join me then.
All right, there you have it. There you have it. Well, that's it on Newspaper Review. Have yourselves a beautiful weekend. I'm Moses Humphrey. Sports comes up next on VOP TV. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
I don't know whether they don't kill me now, but just observe them. If people say they don't kill me, make me start. First way they say they talk sometimes for your back, when if you affect you, and for their circle your end. I play. And more come here story. I they tell you who get money buy motor, who they track say not like the color. I they talk and say no matter how you be, say you rich. If you reach market, you know say you call the price deal, but not good price. Obviously, woman call they say not good like that. Now lack of trust. Now they make husband. They demand for DNA tests, but not be all the time. And they tell them, understand? But at the way Nigeria handled that Chibok news, that 2014, that matter, that Boko Haram Chibok news that time, couple of things have in the art. Maybe you imagine kidnapping of 276 students, school children. Time that reach up, so we gain a better information, better update. It does still reach like this. Give them a chance. If you stop to the talk, now you lose guard. Now assignment I give you so salary, work, no pay. I beg, I see I tell you now, we see some kind of way you play for area now. I never to tell. I see am, me, I not to come get joy. I see the thing. When I see the list, I say, no, not be so supposed to be. Say, this thing, not be me. Eric Chair, see what I tell you. You don't show me, say, these people, they talk to you. Eric Chair, now they show me, say, they depressed in 74. Because waiting me see now, I don't change. I say, sure. Eric Chair, I carry this list, come out. So you don't carry am from 54, I don't carry that 28 now. When I see that list yesterday, I say, email. I'm not worried. My friend will say, they be new. You say, join us. So we'll go talk and we'll analyze and we'll just enter. We'll just check all the matter. Now, the full list, .day. Okoye not there. Boniface not there. It gets some pay me, gets some not pay me. One bally enter. On not just see enter. Now, the Super Eagles news will tell you now, with all the players they say they dey inside, and we'll come give you their club side, we'll come carry the list, come out and come see am. But more talk. Super Eagles matter. We get match where we say one play. We get some kind of friendly one play. I don't know whether Nigeria won't win this Nations Cup. NFL they talk down for their match. Super Eagles players also their own. And we can't just waste time. All the time we just waste. The list they go carry come out. We call the check and say Eric Shea, now this one will be the finalist. I be once shake. See, you get one guy we say they for back. They tell me say this list not clear. Me I look at two. Now more start first. Friday morning. You know they speak English. You can answer pidgin. Now number one we see Stanley Nwabali. We return at their club side. We come analyze and we come talk about people. We say they join. We say they need for the team. Mariko Okoye they there. They not call him. We start for 54-man squad. They don't change and I don't shift the list. You know what? Okay, more start Okoye. Okoye not there. Nwabali there. The coach Vilakazi will be saying that Shippa United come and tell us say their coach say Nwabali not the fit. So he get ankle injury. He get ankle because he get hand now wrist injury. But now at the checker, a staff because they come and talk say Nwabali fit do one. But if the coach of Shippa United fit come and talk say Nwabali not the fit, he not the fit. So between that time, reach now, Nwabali never still dey okay. Say Nwabali not go number one. So we just dey look at. I'm also about to just see there for Singida, Black Star, Tanzania. Uzoho. When I see Uzoho record for money, I say, bros, this one don't make sense. See, I talk and I go talk again. No, see, national team, NFF, me not know. Say national team not be anybody, papa. Nobody get on. Our federation get on. I don't know how to organize that list. I don't know the process where that list they pass. See, one thing we're clear for life is say people go talk. That one day, but if you like to talk, talk positively so that your feet grow. Because Eric Chair now, as he play, Eric Chair now, don't say this is the list. Kevin Bassey did there, they play for Fulham that day. Oluwashemi Logo Ajayi did there, it makes sense. Men are the see them. Understand? Said Sanusi did there, where they play for Porto. All of them also did there. Now, he got Ogu, see the list now. Stanley Nwabali, Uzoho, Amaso Basso, they are looking and say Benin Boys still make this list. I don't know that Edo people go like this one, they will celebrate her, but I don't know the criteria. I feel just leave Amaso Basso, because it's not tough choice. But I don't understand how Uzoho take jump Okoye. See, all these keepers when I get, so none of them play top life football. Okay, they for Syria national team side level with the names they play ball. He not did this one. More liver. Now more just check the defense. Kavibasi did there. Sanusi Sanusi did there. If you ask me, merit. I like the small boys that they put for inside, but it gets some player when not do it best me. Kavibasi did there. Sanusi did there. Ajayi did there. Onyemaechi did there. He got Ogbu. Now he plays Benjamin Frederick. That one a big player for Slavia Pride. They play well. Awazie, we don't say for Nance. Normally, just the enter good. So, brighter side is Samuel, Ryan Alebiosu. I mean, like they call him. Now, I don't know what to make. See, my own for the show now, not to come they tackle them all. I just to talk as it be. Olaina get injury for Morocco. You know, remember? I mean, like for South Africa. South Africa get that injury. Olaina get injury for Super Eagles. He get injury. Now, no, Abi. Nottingham Forest come to not be we take care of that leg. Not be we. Now, Nottingham Forest, Sean Dyke them say, now our player will just come back. Olaina not there yet. So now they know why they not carry Olaina. They get their own option, they get their own reason. They feel say, if Olaina not there, why am I go there? So Olaina not there, we not say get injury, Abi. So we not fit fight anybody. Now more enter the midfield, more go midfield now, more look. More tell now. Midfield, he will be there. They play for Fulham. Onyeka there. Abi, Ndidi there. Bashiru still there. His brother not there, Tom not there, where they play for that time, Watford. You know the Mohamed Usman, you know not heard that name before. Now player, they give a chance normally. Alex will be there. Ebenezer Casemiro, this one the world for Pisa with the scene where Inter Milan Loni. Rafael Onyedika will say they watch Madueke your knock shot, you know if you stop one. He did there. Toshiku Nadi just sit there. Now, I look this team. It's okay. Maybe you carry some kind of boys, carry outside the team, some kind of young boys. Maybe they miss sign. Not good say you carry only one squad, you focus. But when I look the national team, I say Muhammad, Usman, you know him? No worry, I don't want to call the talk too much. I leave her first. Then we can't see what is that one. Tochiku Nadi, come. I don't know, not be Biafra, but not be understand. Then Mo enter front. They say Nigeria is most quality. Say now we get quality pass. When I see front, Lookman they there, Osimhen they there, Akwa Adams they there, Chukwueze they there. There's my guy. You Salim Fago, you know him? He did there. Moses Simon. That's my brother. I tell me say he gets some kind of sound for Paris. But that's why he did there. She did educate Paul on that. But man, I tell you now, he get one thing about football where they like. He get people we say they call national team players. You can be a national team player, they will call you. That's what I should be before. But now it don't change. Other than Merino, a national team player. I'll call players and maybe say they go there for their team. They don't go start, but they must call them. If he not start, Anthony Gordon, Newcastle, that boy, they will call him, he will go work out if he not play. If he not start. Merino, but then Fabian Ruiz, and they, if he not start. These are national team players, they will call them, they must come. He did. That one, I will see that one normally. Who again that place? They get plenty. When they name, we say Giacomo Raspadori, he did there, they will carry and come. All this one, they don't need to constant match, but they must be in the national team. Me not know as Eric Chair take, organize, and analyze and vitalize the list. Eric Chair, now you now be coach. You they show me now say that they press your 84 because it's clear. You take time. Yesterday you drop the list, so if I don't sleep, please don't come out. Now we won't go play Nations Cup now. I mean, see, and only 3 we don't win. Osman Mohamed, now go Iron it for you to go kind of come. Zute Wareje player, Toshku Nadi. See, me not get me wrong. Go. Another talk to give small boys chance, not be bad thing. But the criteria of your selection are the worry. Okay, now more look Matuko Koye. Top life football with the star match. If it be say one body not go good or they fit for this thing, if not current not go make sense. Because person can't cringe. No one body, you say one body gonna do, they do. One body be like me because me, I too believe in myself. Personally, maybe say they catch bullets. And they tell you, I believe in God, I believe in my show, and that's how you play. But that's how one body be. One body you can do it, you can also you'll be. You know they believe say no fit one. But Eric Chena, you know better. You don't follow that coach line. If you be saying one ball not fit, you can't carry and come national team, not gonna make sense. But me for connect to Benin, I just state. Maybe say William, you did there, Diego, you did there. You go follow me, Rizzi, more talk. Maybe you get your own perspective. Some kind of players at the front I like her. The one where I celebrate past Nasero Deserts. Now the way they carry on actually come. On national team, not they play well. But criteria for selection don't show say, Baba, this is my body. We see him for Turkey. He dey play ball. Leading top scorer. Why they not give a chance? I've been this one go Panathinaikos course. It's good. But all these small boys, not be to carry boys go. May they make debut. Say they not go or they all go. They not just play match. I bet Richard, utilize this one. And if you not do well, this Nations Cup, they will sack you. I see him. But Williams, come over for the talk. Where Williams there? If you don't come and move for talk, more talk, Chapali. Paul, give a mic. Williams there. More talk. Williams, come close. Come, may they give you mic. May they mic you, forget Rema. You there?
Yeah. Don't mic me up.
Your voice blast say come dey far. Come close now. They with me.
You don't hear me.
Your voice blast say you start dey far. May they give you half day product. You there?
Yes, I did now.
Follow me talk. Just talk through. You now will be analyst. Your own analyst, me na host. You understand? Tell me what you like, what you not like. That list, it makes sense.
No, the list don't make sense. In fact, the list never makes sense at all. And there are the sport analysts and there also a sport lover. Which I see for that list, you know you're there at all. Now I want to make me want to feel say no. He did make me want to feel bad for the church. Like he want to make me the best for him. We can affect to see maybe he won't try to change what they happened before for this Nigerian football. It's like the NFL where they interfere for the Super Eagles matter. So they want to try to confirm me say they don't have the pocket and they don't put on pocket. So okay, now I want to do what they talk. So not be you now. You know they observe. You don't know who's supposed to be the list and who's supposed to be the list. So they don't tell you say see this guy put on. I don't know all those the one reason we able to play the 30 person and they start all that. I know what that guy they do for them. Ask me what they do for them. You know, the first time we go, we reach the final. We know that. But now we not go walk up. You want to be saying for sake want to compensate us now. You want to start on a very wrong note. I want to be now. I definitely must see that guy for that list. No start around. You know, say okay. Now he won't go demand that pro. Like he will be the first choice. Problem. But I like that. I don't know. Anyway, most see maybe the guy who want to do magic. If you don't go, say maybe he don't repent. Maybe he don't change. You understand? But he never too far here. How many weeks and how many months from the last match? And those are smart performance. But see what they want to shout. But
But Williams, this is our team. We be like we were ready. Look us where y'all look the list. Look at Richel. You never get first 11. This team be like people were ready for this AFCON.
First of all, you see they get problem with the first 11. He said they get problem with the first 11. And then the last match, we say he covered to remove certain players. More leaders at first. But if I see man doing that, I think from here, no, I'm not a very harsh person. I'm not a balanced person. But my Oliver.
But Uzoho did that team. You like, see, wait. You know, say by the talk now, go be like say, I want to enter Uzoho, maybe not come back. I not get issue with him, bros. Uzoho from 2018, I carry us go walk up, now I'm keeper. I not get issue with him. But me, as the landlord, they do things clear. You see, I'm Master Basso, you might not leave and based on say, na third choice. He said no, you know he stand. But how they take that Okoye and what they call him Uzoho, how they take shake him because Okoye first not they get joy again. Because Okoye say they don't believe in her. Now one day they can't they make up the league. But Udinese, they believe her, they give her a chance. Now be number one. Top flight, they play against AC Milan. If they play against Lautaro Martinez, or them to ram them. They play high football against Zelensky then. They play quality. See, now big keeper in B. And I don't care to talk whether I don't get cyberbully before. But nothing of the past. So the matter now be say, wait till Uzoho, guys, go watch your money and go check the start. Maybe see how many matches where Uzoho don't play. You know if you compare with Okoye. So you know if you see, wait till Richel look. How they take doing?
We see the comparison. See the two people. We see the comparison. So I don't know. See, the matter be say, until all this nonsense stuff on Nigerian football, we know to go forward like that. And you see person wey dey perform, you come with the carry person be say e no just dey perform at all. The performance over time dey very low. You understand me? So you just dey very low. Just like Ritzy. You know this Premier League fantasy football now. You go check form of person, you go see person go dey like 0 point something. You dey like 1.0, 1.5. You see person wey dey 7.0. You go dey back person wey dey 1.0. No, that makes sense now. So I don't know how I know get the way to the check the form of all these people. You know get the form to the check form of all these people. Why would the carry person be say they top bench? If you get number one category, the carry person with the top bench. They want bench. Say mommy want come post for Nations Cup. You know the African football, you know the African style now. You know be like rugby. You know, he very, very rigid. You carry person to say they form. I want to get the results now. Okay, now check. Okay, you know, I try to go somewhere now. If you check the list, okay, so the striking formation, now the normal regular starter is still good small, but the midfield, you know, say that differently. Now I just want to live based on experience. Now maybe say through second retire now. We did that for experience and the captain and band that matter. Those people already advocate from say, okay, may yours live and they make the captain and there for experiences and all that. It's good. The midfield supposed to get experience. I will allow on slide. But this one maybe say need the best for now that Salon Valley and this
okay, wait, ask you now. See, if you check Ekong record before he retire, me at the vet, I don't know if you say Nigeria go World Cup, whether Ekong go retire, I don't know. But Ekong now my say don't serve for 10 years. Now Stevie Keshi give him debut, I don't forget him. When he come, they don't believe him. They say they do not strong. He don't show MVP last AFCON. He don't win like 5 medals. I don't get a kind of thing for himself. Normally, he don't try. He don't represent Nigeria to the fullest. Now, we need person like Ekong. Wait, because surprise me. Come post my shakwan in 2 seconds. Now, when we say Ekong, when we say Ekong, Ekong come out. When we say as he come out, Benjamin Freddy can't get injury. So, it's not send. Not matter. I want me follow me talk. Ekong retiring for national team. This ain't clear. Because say we see what Richard do. Richard on the show say they don't talk to him. For Congo match, penalty don't reach. And Richard go come out. Now Rocco that come out that time. Congo was him. Now Ekong not play that match. Ekong be our number one. He not play. He the look on. Benjamin Freddy they play. I know. You know they complain no. But plus say the coach, you don't get fallout with the coach. You're not gonna get a chance. He don't look all this thing. He tell us say wait till me can retire now because they say some young boys they worry say want to play for national team. But me I'm not sure say that one are true. Ekong don't get fallout with coach. Now this kind of people where don't they AFCON. Me I remember na Keshi get debut. This kind of player we need them for backroom star. We need them as big players and leadership. Now they don't talk about captain will be captain. You now, who they geek out? When they give Osimhen, I've been on Didi, I've been on Iwobi. I don't want to do one because me, Osimhen not get leadership quality. You never reach. Now, me they all give Didi if you ask me. But you now, if you get your own opinion, what be that?
Yes, now at the root of I don't know for friendly Didi now, but this to say come matter. So in retirement, it did somehow to me. I don't know because you know book World Cup now he just retire. I don't know, like maybe you just did somehow. No, I don't say depressed. Feel did somehow disencouraged. You know that encouragement. They don't lose confidence on the national team. Probably now waiting see at that time and say okay if we continue this disgrace, maybe this disgrace no come continue with that. Maybe that one. Maybe if you say okay maybe that's fall out with the chair, but I don't see any reason maybe one year the chair want to fall out. Either because you impact also for making us to qualify for World Cup. Some few mistakes may see because maybe na backdoor persecution you get. Now maybe I may retire. But to me, I know see him. I know suppose it's not supposed to be now. Now maybe we need that experience for the defense. But I know I get one or two issues with them. Sometimes they lose focus when they don't reach when supposed to get that concentrated focus to just man that post. Go lose that small second they lose focus. They just use an goal to enter. You know, like 2 goals like that enter for the qualifications. They side down with later one down. So yes, you know that it was just unnecessary. So I don't know. Anyway, that's another the normal thing. But as it doesn't come out now, maybe they use better person to replace now. The other Frederick guy now don't get injured. I don't know I want to take but anyway, maybe you go get to like a quick recovery and all that. And then if you say okay, Osimhen for captain, no, he never too much. I know say they remove him, he go dressing room issue. That dressing room man, not this maybe say he never too or grown. He still very mature for all those spaces. So I need that person say he get command of the dressing room. Person say get command for pitch. No, you get that leadership quality. Now I just listen. I live with friend. He deny that thing just fit.
Okay, we don't hear from Williams ADA. Normally, Williams just today they talk because we talk and say every suffer get your own bus stop. Just believe in God. Because now when sugar finish for us, now aren't the loss. You understand? Even person get belle get due date. So y'all wait. More know I want to play. Now I want to talk. 11 deputant. More y'all enter 6 shocking omission. Now more look inside the matter. Or Master Basoje they put inside. They got Ogbu they inside. Ryan Lebiosu they inside. They play for Blackburn, not bad. Fisaya Bashiru dey inside Italy. Muhammad Usman dey inside. Casemiro dey there. Tochukwu Nadi dey there. Ako Adam. So this one na deputy and we say they just sit there. They will just play as a first AFCON. Salim Fago. You know, check that boy. In the 6th try to score some kind of goal. He sit there inside. Now the one where they surprise us now. So Williams, you follow me talk now. Follow me online now. Maybe you for check on. All the name more corner. The players will be say the 6th player will say they come up for the list. You tell me now. The one will be say surprise you pass. They scored the announcement. They talk about notable explosion. Now, Okoye not there. Boniface not there. Telemorphy not there. Wait, who not there again? High profile player not. Okay, Aroko Dari not there. Alassane Yusuf, he not there. Uche Crisantos go score against Shelbourne yesterday, he not there. Now, but me, they talk about major omission. Okoye, Aroko Dari, Yusuf, Boniface, Telemorphy, Uche Crisantos, all of them not there. Which of these players now surprise you pass? Say if they tell you say not they, you not go believe.
Now Okoye and Roko Dari now talking, but for the rest, I not too be shocked about the rest. So that's Boniface. I not too be shocked, but that's Okoye and Roko Dari. Those ones now, in fact, those ones shock me. I don't see the reason why he not go invite those people because they're still a top form. You understand me? So that one are the only shocking issue. The rest of them justify like no call the rest of them. But these two Okoye and Aroko Dari, those one you know that guy get better height together intimidating force. You understand? And I don't know why I no call. I no call now. And then that Okoye want to see me because I know say the guys supposed to see they perform. You know say he good, he sharp. You know talk to the carry ball. Not to know they lose focus. So a lot of people. So now when you call the see all this thing now, you call the get reason why you want to blame Nigerian Football Federation. When I go see people who they perform, I say no. Now go the doctor the list. Now go they try the carve they.
But see what about I now know that team now.
You say?
I know the team too. I see him.
I know that he try reach to. I know that see on that sharp guy, but doesn't try reach now. I know that try reach now. You know he need the person just to call that side for him some more. He don't try. He don't try.
Now Sai Samuel, I get that role now, be?
Yes, I think that Sai Samuel they want to replace. I know that he try reach now. May just still small.
Okay, more talk. More sharply roll enter magic moment. I beg Williams, now me and you just sit there they talk. So NFF don't go the tax Super Eagles now, make them win this Nations Cup so that we just forgive them, say we not go World Cup. I talk and I go talk again before. Say as you not go World Cup, now Ibrahim Musa Guzo, if I say I see me I hold on for Nika. I don't know what you go weird that when I'll take German because now make us not go World Cup. But now they want to put some kind of pressure for all these boys now. If na English na pressure, but for na pidgin na pressure. They want to try to give all these small boys now, these players now. Say you must win this one. Say task on day. So me they ask you now, as you not take go World Cup now. We not hear any news say they sack anybody. Nobody come out. All of you sit inside. We see what they go to from Morocco. We say Nigeria. They play Cape Verde match. We play Cape Verde finish. We all win that match. Now they carry that for they do. They play Arasta Rush. They all the flex. I just in a private jet they move. Our money. They give them money. They use them. They see. They also want to not even fear. Because if Nigerian Football Federation go good, now they go first check the list when the carry come out. Because everybody is seeing and the world they look the list. Because waiting be your criteria for selection now. The coach now be Franco Mala. So I don't know whether they bring coach if they go for your press. Because you don't see, you don't give me job now. Tell me say I do like this. You don't give me job. You give me chance now. Let me tell arrange now. You don't they give me job now. You can't say okay, take it. You're gonna tell me say this, put this one, put this one. Now if I not do well tomorrow, if you sack me now, if you sack yourself. So now they tax Super Eagles now say maybe they go win Nations Cup. But I want to ask you, if we win Nations Cup, you just say the fans go forgive Nigeria players. That's number one. I be NFF. Number two, we say why? See, what are they supposed to do? When they say they talk, when they are quiet, maybe they just go play their match. I be they go use this to influence the Nations Cup when they come from Morocco.
First of all, even if they win the Nations Cup, that issue of saying no go World Cup still in my mind. Yes. And if they tag them, they go win the World Cup, they go win the Nations Cup as NFF football and that professionally. The last match they played, they protest, so I never paid their allowances and arrears. Okay, how far? When I don't settle that part, what to be the encouragement, what to be the ginger when I want to tell us, okay, they know, they go win. Because you know, say, that there be the major cause for this problem. A lot of things they're supposed to be they don't do. Now they spoil the morale of these players. Maybe say they don't play well to let us qualify. You understand? So now imagine a national team player they protest before match, say they don't play match because they never pay their arrears and all those stuff. So NFF, if now want make them win this team, we wanna put everything in place. We go make sure say go make them win the things. They clear up the areas, make sure say we give them improve welfare and all those things. And then once we don't do this kind of thing, we not for the tax and when they that go and say everything don't in place, so just get perform. Now see the place where they go host the Nations Cup now Morocco. You know what they happen for Morocco. I just want to maybe say these things they get better players so that they take care of them. So if you bring our own thing up to this standard where all these people don't reach, I feel say okay, they will want to perform. Because if you carry person who say they low in morale, when you come up for the club, maybe say in club, maybe in the club, you know say a lot of Premier League clubs will miss our players, players and African players too. Imagine say they call this and say, they come for this club, we have say they take up me, they go they want to play Nations Cup. You know, they imagine all the bad things when they want to go face, all the ash environment when they want to go face. You know, their mind no go clear and no go sharp now. But if they come and say, okay, they get at least, if you know, be 100% what I get for club, but at least let's say, okay, I get 50% or 75%. They go there happy. You understand? They go there happy. So they will come with full man. You have myself, okay, we go give our best. So NFF need to do a lot. Not the only task if they win. We must create the environment to make sure they win. That's
okay.
Because
when I don't hear create an environment, I could remember Morocco. Morocco too good. See me now, I don't need to go to Dubai. So I want to go flex with my lakula. I don't need and others want to see. And me, I know they like guys that they give me Yakubu vibes. They see the point, they miss. I know they like them. As I did like this now, I don't carry my lakula. Enter France, Paris. Others want that don't bless. They don't cast knife. If I want to do anything tourism in Morocco, I go Casablanca. Maybe say you understand your lakula go find in Giacomo. Maybe you give insurance like Tonali. I beg, I might tell you, Williams. Etafia now don't they give assurance. Former Super Eagles keeper Greg Etafia. They give us assurance. Say one bally they fit. Now when we check the news, one bally now. And Etafia, they're not today connected. Etafia say they follow some kind of cheaper United players. They talk. I want to ask you this question. Who you think is supposed to be our number one? Now one bally, Abi? But the question is, if one bally get injury, if he not they fit, see, now Nigeria with the people they talk normally. That's how even home and away they talk. One bally now number one, but they talk say he not they fit. If one bally not start between Amaso Bastoje and Ozoho, who you think say they go give chance to start? Now number one. All this time they ask me, I know the answer. But exposure-wise, keep away, don't give belief. One bally, if one bally not fit enough, who go start for us?
That's all they go give now. Let's see the take pay. Let's see the take right now. Start one bally Francis Amasa Basogi. Now first second third now.
Okay, that's what I tell now. That's what it be, Abi.
I said the line now. You don't see the lineup. As first no they put second up, then the second come third come second. But normally, in most of the case, now who they third, now they always they perform sharp to some extent. And you know the master sign they do we say serious New York Jet. Before the go import one, make all the child demand the post of the now. No, these are master basket. That guy still gets not to say he ready to offer. You understand? So he just still try. But now definitely no future now because he got too far. Now definitely now Francis Zor. You know say this Francis Zor don't get issue with them before. It get issue with them before. Person we go see, but I don't know. So see, with Nigeria go keep issue since after the Rufai era, Peter Rufai and the rest, and then before what's this guy name now? Eyama. After Eyama now, since that era, we look at the get better goalkeeper. They need to just sit down and say, may they solve that goalkeeping issues. Just like we also get some kind of issue with our midfield. No, we say we never get the player for our midfield. We get the player for our midfield, but we never get person who say go use them. I will still position them. But for that keeper position, we never get keeper at all for Nigeria since the
Williams, I may look waiting there for screen now. I see him. If the coach Villacaz, if you open him out, talk this kind of thing, national team say carry on. Me not tell me you can Nigeria with your this. So me not look message now. So the person they talk for screen now, you see him. Coach come out, they tell us some weeks. I mean, not 2 weeks now. Now we can't reach like complete 2 weeks. Now remain reach. See him. He say he not today fit. See what the coach talk. So who won't come believe now? Cheaper not enough if they like girl. We they watch that league now. PSL with the see him. I tell they play. You they see him. You they see him. So whether not fear, I be not be fear. We will know when one ball go start or you not go start. But if you be say one ball against you the true, and you not they fit enough, they cannot come. NFF, the way I tell you enter inside you now, we not go come out. But most probably don't enter break. Time don't reach. We just see. Williams not to come out. So more go back, go back 1 or 2 things. We they come back. We not to waste time. Oh, come back. We want to talk about some Eto. You get news where your place. So for area, we hear Abubakar, Vincent Abubakar, and Eto get some news where we say we see. Not we they talk and we see. People ever carry the report come on as Sky. Sun UK football. When we come back, we'll talk. I'm gonna deal with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I mean, like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro!
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet. Oh Lord, this is Ayotunde Adejumo chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be, listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances, and all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything would look at.
The voice where they come to me, not the voice when I know. 99 good plus 1 bad, be bad person. You will be say they give, you don't not give them, be bad person, and they talk on. Now man will be say Lagos girls don't show pepper, and I talk say I don't trust any woman except my mom. I beg more talk. More just probably enter. Not be every talk when they talk from Lekki to Sakwa, London, I didn't make sense. About choose your friends wisely. I play. See, more talk about Samuel Eto'o now, time don't reach. See, we see him for reports. When it come out, the news not they confirm yet. In fact, it be last be so you never even to confirm yet. But news we carry on, with the quote there, they talk about this one. Some news on the carry on, the Sun UK football. Now I talking. Say Vincent Abubakar, as they take come out for the squad. Say now Samuel Eto'o will be president, now come out. Now we can't talk based on the scoring record when he gets. Report when they give us say Eto'o will be president of the Cameroonian Federation. They use the word allegedly. You know how many people allegedly now to understand? You allegedly, you understand? Now say I influence the decision when they come out Abubakar. See, this half can go sweet. We don't see players who don't come out for the team. Many players don't come out. They drop youngest player for every coach. So they come for last tournament, best player. Adingra, when the people of Sunderland, they come out. Nicolas Weber, they douse any of Villarreal, they come out. Every coach, I mean, fair, I do one. They use Wilfred Zaha replace Adingra. Cameroon now, when they say, oh, Nana was the name, Onana not there again, not be any matter. Onana not there, Abubakar not there. But Abubakar matter, now me check. If you say Abubakar go, now go be captain. Now, they just say to give Brian Bemu. Abubakar currently, he don't get 45 goals for 117 matches. Now, the article now, called the talk, says, Samuel Eto'o now, come out about the list. You know, made the surpassing record, now 56 goals in 118 caps. I check him. 45. When I do maths, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. How many goals Abubakar won't score? So when I check the news, I say, if this is not too clear. But if it's not true, Eto'o will be saying a Barcelona legend. Maybe for Chelsea, I don't get joy. So Williams, I know that you don't hear this news. Say Abubakar, the dropper, we know. Say that Eto'o now influence the team. They don't say no one may passing goal record. If they say Eto'o, as he get 56, now Abubakar can get like 51. I for believe the news small. But 45 for Nations Cup. 45. Enter 50 now 5 goals. That's 11. I beg. Williams, now you know this kind of one. I be analyst. If you tell us more. Tell me about this news.
I know the Vicent. You know, say the Vicent guy. The Vicent guys now his teacher. Although age do this side. I don't have like facial this thing. They deceive me. But I don't say age do this side. But the guy sharp. If I wait till the team,
you now need leadership now. Not be leadership you get. Not be old now. See, you're like old and not old. You see they play ball now. Leadership quality.
Yes, that's another funny part of it too. Because my bros now Ronaldo, 40 years old, is still sharp. See they score. So I see no reason why he will possibly come out if person see they fit. One thing about me say minus 8 if he see they deliver and no wahala. But now we say the guy say deliver. And Eto'o simply no put as alleged say now what in talk and we say this corruption for African football, this corruption for Africa is dangerous and it's eating deep into our football. It's too bad. That's why they say a FIFA now they always get issue with Africa. This it's very bad. I don't want to progress now. Why you go see person who say and the last African competition he tried perform for them he performed well and I am moving him. Experience for attack. You say now supposed to be your captain there. Give me the reason why because the guy he never dropped phone for one day. So as they remove him, I surprised say he didn't know day. I was very surprised. But for now, me I'm not surprised for that one. Although he don't try to team himself for travel sport, talking. But he that one not too surprised me. But for this Vincent Abubakar come down, I surprised me fast. I don't go lie. Now I say okay because you know I may break your record. You are a bad person.
Okay, William, if you look AFCON
for the sake of nation, you know let them play.
Wait, if you look AFCON now, who is say go win now? Me, last I don't get my top 3 now, but my your own top 3 first, more here.
Okay, my put my top 3. My use for the sake of say national interest sake. I be Nigeria. My start with Nigeria affairs.
No, I don't want that one. Tell me based on tell me, see. They will show you for screen. Based on analysis where you be not tell me Nigeria matter. If Nigeria go win and more talk, who go win and look at first 2 more here.
Okay now, first 2 Morocco.
Number 1.
Ivory Coast.
Morocco, Ivory Coast.
Yes, that's my first 2, and then South Africa.
You don't fear them?
Yeah?
You don't fear South Africa?
South Africa is trying now. They deliver.
They get him. We go Bruce. They get him.
They get him. They get him.
So all the way you talk now, Morocco now be the North Africa side where they we not fear Egypt against all that they there Mamouche.
Egypt, they but they're not too sharp now. Currently, Morocco sharp as Egypt too. You know, I supposed to know.
Williams, many of players they carry talk. What you talk? Me self na Morocco at the tip to winner. I don't like the one. But when Nigeria go reach, we come for group stage. Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, Tunisia, how you play?
That's it. I don't like when I see that group stage, the sharp. The group stage very tickle. You see that Tunisia, so they'll get a problem. Funny enough, small African country to get a problem now. So now see the Tanzania, see Tunisia there. Which are see them also like this now, Nigeria. So I pray. Nigeria will come and second try, we will qualify, but if we not top that group, I know like you sincerely. But if we top the group now, miracle. Just I don't tell you the truth. We top the group now, miracle. But I know so we qualify, but that's bad.
Okay, now so you not talk, we not go World Cup. Me not looking ready for a World Cup group for Group C. South Africa did there, we fear them, now you're different. But Zimbabwe did there, Lesotho did there, Benin did there, Rwanda did there. We are not get result now. You don't now so they talk now. Nigeria, Tanzania will come out there, will be there. Nigeria, Uganda will be. Now so we talk. See, I better ask you, they see the fear us, and we don't lose our fear factor.
Let the fear us again now. No be small Gabon follow us drag. No be small these people follow us drag. Yeah? They don't follow us drag. We lost carry us entire start time. Congo knock us a penalty.
So nobody fear us again.
No, Africa don't fear us again. And back then when this person they did. You know say that time you get one that reminds me, you get one funny guy. One African company so we came and tell Nigeria say move pack our bag. Say now that remember that match now Sunday. Say move carry our bag. Say now after this match no need to go. Tell me your pass at the grass. Now did the corner knock out. That did that fantastic free kick. That Nigeria sharp and that Nigeria not too sharp again. But we get the players but we not too sharp like that today. So most African nations now you see that they follow the hope and they draw. Who be Ethiopia? Who be Benin? See there for here. Where they got the one they boast, the one they see the one they beat Nigeria. Who be Gabon? Who be Rwanda? Who be draw Nigeria? That's
they call their name. Williams, tell us we say we also can highlight. As the current come, we will talk one by one. Turn out rich, we all they bring us small. This one a highlight. We show Europa, we show Conference League, we show anything football based on the weekend. And the weekend all the reach so and the week will don't happen ahead. And the Champions League, what they imagine carries, make the current come just and cover me first. So we analyze them one by one. We cannot come for screen, we cannot come for mood explain. Now when I see you know the way they watch, so the result don't come out. Carrot and Martin Champions League result now be this one. We don't see who win, who don't win. Then we don't see understand. So you see now look standing. More York sharply line and not say as he play. Say standing, say number 1 to 8. That one I see how you qualify. Knockout phase is the inside, playoff the inside. Elimination start from number 25. Run go reach 36. So Arsenal, they know the year what they also on top. Like saying they probably born that side. Bayern Munich yesterday, Paris, Man City, Atalanta, Inter Madrid, Atleti, the rest. I'm not gonna know them. More change. They say Williams, they say now see result of match they play yesterday. I don't know surprise you pass, but look results.
You want to surprise me, eh? Now Feyenoord and FSB.
Feyenoord match.
That match, it surprised me. I wonder how Feyenoord they lose that match. But the momentum they with FCNB
and Bucharest now Romania.
Yes, Romania Bucharest. The way the first scored, I thought they trust maybe Feyenoord will do something, but they thought they prove me right. But all of a sudden, that means they all lose the match. That one had surprised me past yesterday.
Okay, when I see the standing after match day 6, understand? And more years ago, and I mean the highlight with the Guinness. So see Conference League, which has surprised you for you?
You want to surprise me there? Now that Athens draw, that Athens draw.
You know the Fiorentina 2-1.
Fiorentina still try.
I celebrate them.
That one still surprised me.
I don't go 2 finals in 3 years. So just be. Then mostly they move after match day 5. Now be that one. But when I look this one, Manchester City don't agree terms with Bournemouth. Made a sign Antoine Semenyo, £65 million. You see, say they already officially down now. Made a sign now. Now between Man City and Liverpool, talk true. This guy, the boy, too good. See, he get energy, good, well. But they look Man City, say Jeremy Doku not they do bad. When I can see enter, but Guardiola like depth. You know, you go fit sign United, they come from bench. I don't know. Or we may go Liverpool, go worry got the gap because Liverpool don't say Luis Diaz. That we knew Jota don't die. So not to replace. Where it is good for this man to go? This Ghana bros.
And they sound like this, so it surprised me. Yeah? That means this was surprised me. I shocked. Man City are 3 times with Bournemouth for 65 now. But anyway, I prefer me go Liverpool. Because I think it goes up for that Liverpool. Liverpool, they lack that wing, that move. But I know that if you know really sharp for Man City, if you know really get that full match starting, so I feel they bring that kind of 80-something minutes, so maybe the near 90 plus 4. But maybe just go Liverpool. If Liverpool may go Liverpool.
Okay, so mostly get more as the
kind of come. You don't lose that man. Why you get the result? This is the best mission.
I don't want to talk about Man U now. I'm going to leave Man U first. I'm already they try. Based on say where they did. But see, Bayern Munich now don't say they want to sign McGay based on free agent next summer. Then May go.
Sharp. This one sharp.
Now British boy with that to May go.
Yes, now like this.
So they bring Bayern Munich now, bring Real Madrid, bring Liverpool, May go.
No, May go. I like the move for him.
Okay. I bet when I look this guy now immortal. Now 38 years, Jamie Vardy, you wait till they play ball, they worry me. He just the 38, can't go win Player of the Month for Serie A. Cremonese from Leicester. I want to talk about Vardy.
He did try, at least he try. When he reached there, he first goal. That first goal makes sense. And then for this age, you see the deliver. And you see he faced the lead attack for club. And since when you go, they don't say that Cremonese they tried before. Now I don't go to make the attack. Sometimes they get some kind of dramatic win. You understand me? So and it surprised me. It's a very nice fitness for him up to now.
Okay, we don't see Player of the Month. Olise don't still win this one now for Bayern Munich. They do well.
This one na bros now.
Now bros, abi?
Na bros.
Okay, we don't see how Olise good. See this one now, huge statue. They don't go do Messi now. They want unveil, they want reveal, and they want show us for December the 13th. You not go do tomorrow.
But time Miami Stadium.
I see him.
Yeah, it's sharp. But at least make the still do a jam no for NSR. And they do back to but make sure they continue the.
Wait, make them do Ronaldo for NSR.
Yes, so I thought they will continue this thing till they retire. I want to see that banter. I mean that till they continue till they retire.
Okay, NSR will go here. You Saudi Arabia. Mostly kind of come, mostly move. Champions League team of the week. Most show you don't there. You don't see them there. Madeke Yossi there. Onasimo there for Barco Rally. Salisu will play for Monaco. Hako Yossi there. Then Joe Conde. And I'm even Yossi there. Now look this lineup. Carl this 17 years. The Cathedral cost Chelsea. Greenwood not the year was Anthony Gordon Madeke. I bet you get who it is supposed to be not there.
Very confirm. That Greenwood, that say Greenwood no dey now for best.
Yeah?
Like say Greenwood no dey now for best. This one is carry sharp. Yeah, this one they carry on.
Okay, you like him?
Yeah, it's sharp.
Okay, this one not be Nigerian FF list, not be Super Eagle. What did they again? More show you. I bet see this one now. Javi Alonso matter and job on the line. They watch the days. They just they watch that match. Because they just they feel replace us. They didn't want to come back. I don't know. But if they let Javi Alonso go, they don't get fallout for backroom staff. Not to like and get. They say not get everything it take to manage quality. I beg. You need Messi to come back, or maybe just find that coach, or maybe give Javi Alonso some chance.
I know, because this is now Madrid need a person who will rescue them, put there. If not, then them fair rescue them. May come back. Prefer after saying you don't go back to Madrid, may just go on. If you don't already, because you don't go saying go rest since. When I got to Cameroon saying already, but if you don't already, I prefer me go try another league.
May not go bear what you don't do, Abi.
Yes, may Madrid go look for better person if they know what Alonso. Because Alonso not the try as big as Madrid. Wait till they solve now. They lose back to back. It's bad now.
Okay, more just go some kind of like just there. More just flip and enter your screen. See this one now. Can I come? Let me just cover me like this. Deco, they walk. See, I beg. Time now. We need to come. It's not be the last time we talk. May not look this kind of news. Abdelkarim Hamza. See where Oibo eye they go. We go visit Deco. Make Deco look inside beyond limit. We may just look inside PFL. May just see one boy we like. Impossible.
If you carry this answer for a hair league, yeah, it's possible now. Nothing only possible now. It's very possible. But this one a very good move for the guy. If this thing feel sharp for him, it be very, very impressive and in fact, I clap for this one. It makes sense.
All right, Williams, tell you, sit down and reach where you're present. Turn out reach. Thank you so much. If you're not there for the show, it's not to make sense today. You try, where you finish out. If they give you a chance, and you go boss everywhere. Thank you so much. We go do them again. We will come back next week Friday. Williams, thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Now, so every good story get your own bad parts. Not wait until something do you before you start to thank God. Remember, say person get belly, get your own due date. Everywhere we say the day behind the scene. I say, I'm thinking, I'll get the news they come. And that time, now 12 p.m. They call it midday news. People waiting for the back. If not call that name, if they verse now, see could they do production. Not call no. They do this one. Collect time. They're not giving us now. Hey, all the DVD, you're the smart. I say your game mentor. God go bless now. Paul, you where they do best in sound. I be upstate the record now. Thank you so much. Afis Ogubanjo, Sonny we get level, producer extraordinary, I play. All of you now. Back way, I see you. I hope not to you where come. I don't reach, I don't come out. Who you see there again that time? You so shout, have you? God bless now. We'll do again, we'll just return again. My name is Nakizike, me na your day.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked bridges, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Opeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human rights. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People's Television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Fed events in PDP leadership dispute. Budget criticizes Tinubu's 2026 budget presentation without 2025 report. Reps increase presidential candidates' campaign spending limit from 5 billion naira to 10 billion naira. Army kills terror leader cameraman in Fort Base attack. Air Force shift focus on intelligence-led missions. Traditional ruler can spend church activities in Kogi community. In business, FG puts sachet alcohol ban on hold. In sports, Super Eagles to hold 2 training sessions. In entertainment, NFVC B6 title change for very dirty Christmas. Now on the news and details. This report just coming in says that the Independent National Electoral Commission has summoned the two warring factions of the People's Democratic Party for a meeting at its Abuja headquarters. The meeting brings together the Tinubu Turakai-led faction and the Nyesom Wike-backed Abdurrahman Mohammed faction. Turaki was accompanied by members of his National Working Committee, Secretariat staff, and former Governor Babagana Aliyu of Niger State, while Mohammed came in with members of his National Caretaker Committee, including Secretary Senator Sam Anyango. We will bring you further details in our subsequent bulletins. Still in the news, civic organization Budget has criticized President Bola Tinubu's plan to present the 2026 budget of 54.4 trillion naira without first releasing a performance report on the 2025 budget. In a statement on X, Budget warned that Nigerians are being asked to accept a new budget without clarity on how the current one has been implemented, stressing that budget performance reports are key accountability tools that should precede new proposals. The group say the absence of such a report weakens legislative oversight and public trust, especially amid rising fiscal pressure. Budget also raised concerns over government's directive allowing NDS to roll over unimplemented capital projects, noting that budgets are not meant to be carried over wholesale. It added that Nigeria is effectively running multiple overlapping budgets, with the 2025 budget alongside uncompleted components of the main and supplementary budgets. Meanwhile, earlier during plenary, the House of Representatives adopted the report of its Committee on Finance, National Planning and Economic Development on the 2026-2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy paper. Presented by the chairman of the House Committee on Finance, James Falake, the report followed a review of submissions from ministries, departments and agencies, as well as government-owned enterprises. The House endorsed the crude oil benchmark price of $64.85 per barrel for 2026, $64.30 for 2027, and $65.50 for 2028. Citing data from the December 2025 OPEC monthly oil market report, which indicated strong month-on-month production gains in November 2025. The committees noted that Nigeria's crude oil production performance had shown improvement. Also, projected domestic crude oil production was approved at 1.84 million barrels per day for 2026, increasing to 1.88 million barrels per day in 2027 and 1.92 million barrels per day in 2028. On macroeconomic assumptions, it endorsed exchange rate projections of 1,512 naira to the dollar in 2026 and 1,432 naira 15 kobo in 2027 and 1,383 naira 18 kobo in 2028. Still in the Green Chamber's news, and in another development, lawmakers approved higher campaign spending limits for candidates seeking elective offices in Nigeria, doubling the ceiling for presidential candidates from 5 billion naira to 10 billion naira ahead of the 2027 elections. The decision came during a plenary session following a clause-by-clause review of proposed amendments to the Electoral Act 2022. Under the new rules, governorship candidates can now spend up to 3 billion naira, up from 1 billion, while senatorial candidates' limit rises to 500 million naira from 100 million naira. House of Representatives candidates can spend as much as 250 million naira, up from 70 million, and candidates for state assembly seats now have a ceiling of 100 million naira, up from 30 million naira. Local government elections also see increased limits. Chairmanship candidates can spend up to 100 million naira, while councillorship candidates' ceiling doubles from 5 million to 10 million naira. Away from the Green Chambers, troops of Operation Hadinkai in Borno State have killed a terrorist leader, his cameraman, and several insurgents. Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba Media Office of the Joint Task Force Northeast confirmed the operation. The attack happened Thursday when terrorists from the Mandaran Mountains tried to infiltrate a military base in Beta. Troops responded with coordinated fire, successfully foiling the attack. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, says the Nigerian Air Force will prioritize intelligence-driven operations to boost mission effectiveness and national security. Aneke spoke during a Durban with personnel of the Air Training Command and co-located units at the Nigerian Air Force Base in Kaduna, describing the visit as his maiden operational tour of the command. He said the engagement was aimed at direct interaction and reaffirming shared responsibility by the Air Force values and mission. The Air Chief added that since assuming office, he has introduced a command philosophy focused on motivation and professionalism to sustain a mission-ready force capable of delivering decisive air power alongside ground forces. Aneke also commended officers, airmen, and airwomen for their professionalism and dedication to training and operational support. In another development, the Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oloyede has promised stronger collaboration between the armed forces and the Nigerian Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. He made the assurance during a courtesy visit by NIPSS Director General Ayo Motayo in Abuja. Oloyede praised the Institute for its role in national state have suspended all church activities until further notice. The decision follows a series of security breaches, including attacks on churches and the recovery of a large cache of arms by security forces. According to Reverend Kayode Osatoye, CAN coordinator, the suspension was agreed during a meeting with the monarch, traditional leaders, and church officials in consultation with the state CAN leadership. He urged churches to comply for public safety and called for continued prayers for peace. The government has also warned worship centers, particularly those on town outskirts, to reconsider holding services in crime-prone areas. You're watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the Media News analysis, and joining us to help analyze today's stories that you've listened to the Media to the Bulletin thus far is a member Take It Back movement, the coordinator of the movement in Koshofe local government area here in Lagos State, Opeyemi Benjamin Ogulami. Good afternoon, Mr. Benjamin, if you can hear me.
Good afternoon to you, and thanks for having me.
All right, good to have you join today's Media News. Without wasting much time, let us start with a story that we read about the Kogi State, how Reverend Kayode Osatoye and the CAN coordinator, and also some traditional rulers as well as monarchs have come up to say that they are suspending church activities, yes, especially in the prone areas where we've seen attacks happen over the fact that they saw a level of security breaches and also recovery of cache of arms by security forces in Kogi State. What do you make of this, and how far do you think Nigeria is winning the war against insecurity at this point?
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm having issues with your network. Yeah, can you repeat what you said? Let me hear you clearly.
I was asking what do you make of the story. We read something about Kogi State CAN coordinator, the one in charge of the Kaba and Bono local government areas of Kogi State, suspending all church activities until further notice. And they were able to carry out this directive with monarchs, that traditional rulers in Kaba and Bono local government areas of Kogi State, citing multiple breaches of security and also the recovery of a certain level of cache of arms by security forces to be the reason for the suspension of church activities within the area. What do you have to say about this? And also, what do you make of the war against insecurity in Nigeria? How far do you think Nigeria government is winning on this war against insecurity in the nation? All right, I guess we're having some technical glitch connecting to Benjamin Ogulami. We'll go on a quick break so that the technical crew can help us rectify that. And I believe after the break, we'll have a stable connection with him. Do well to stay with us as you're watching Media News and Voice of the People Television. We'll be right back shortly. Welcome back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People Television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. Like I told us earlier, we have Opeyemi Benjamin Ogulami, the coordinator, Take It Back movement of Koshofe local government here in Lagos State, joined the Media News analysis virtually. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Opeyemi Ogulami. Good to have you join today's Media News. I believe the network is better now from your end, right?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start off without wasting much time. We're looking at, earlier I asked a question about what do you make of the suspension of church activities until further notice in the Kaba and Bono areas of Kogi State, and this directive come when, according to the camp coordinator of the region, Reverend Kayode Osatuye, who says that they noticed multiple breaches of, security, and also the recent discovery of a certain level of cache of arms by security forces was what made them to discuss with monarchs in the region to say, we want to suspend all church activities for the time being in Kogi State. And I was also asking you, what do you make of this, as well as how do you think Nigeria is winning the war against insecurity with such suspension happening and also many other things unfolding within Nigeria regarding the security?
Before this time, in Kogi, Okene, Kaba area, I am aware since, I think, let me say about 7 years ago, I'm aware of the insecurity. I went to a church in that area for a program, and when it was around 6:30, they were already telling the pastor to be fast. They needed to close up activities and get home. Why, I asked, some of them said, oh, they cannot be in church till 6:37 p.m.
How soon, or how soon was that? When you said you went for the church program, when was that exactly? Is it in the present time?
No. That was during was it Buhari era?
Oh,
good Buhari era, yes. So they said they cannot spend too long in church till 7 p.m. And then I'm saying this because I want to highlight that the insecurity in that area isn't just starting now. Churches cannot stay up till 7 p.m. in their different local assemblies. And it's been a common thing, but this time it's been so alarming more than what it was in the past. So if they come up with that conclusion, it means the situation has deteriorated, that Christians in that community, Christian community in Kaba, in Kogi in general, have seen it as a threat against their own lives. And government has been so helpless. So if they come up with that, let everybody worship online, let everybody do service in its house, if that's what they deem fit. But for me, it's not what is, because insecurity meets people even at the threshold of their different homes. So if Khan in that area comes up with that decision, I cannot be in Lagos and be Khan Association in Kaba, in Kogi State. If that's best for them, let them do. Let them resort to doing their prayers online on WhatsApp. Let them pray unto God. But I know prayer is not the only thing now. We have prayed and God is answering our prayers. But the only thing is we are left alone because we have not acted. Nigerians themselves can sort this. Sitting at home will not solve it. It is just a precaution against the killings happening to our people.
When you say Nigerians alone can stop this, help us, throw more light on it, because for the past 14 years, we've been battling insecurity from different, administration up until this point. And you're saying Nigerians can handle this. Help us and also tell us what you think Nigerians can do at this point for them to be able to handle the issue of insecurity.
Okay, you see those we've put at the helm of affairs are our own greatest enemy. If a child has a father who is contributing to his mishaps in life, then the child has to do something. If they are more than one, if they are more than two, if they are more than three, they could all rise up together in one voice to act as citizens of Nigeria. From our own end, we have seen it before now in Take It Back that there is no solution to all this, where a governor of a state is supporting Boko Haram and banditry, where government is negotiating with bandits and imprisoning protesters. This is the time Nigerians need to get up and do something against this government, because they are the sole perpetrator of these mishaps in our society.
Some people are of the opinion
That's why I say we need to rise.
Insecurity is beyond what we can handle, and that was the reason they are seeking for international help. I don't know if you've seen the video making rounds on social media about a certain camp established somewhere in the west, in southwestern part of Nigeria, with a certain foreign flag, behind the people who are gearing up, who are more like in a training, getting ready for their activities, and also the statement they were making. And let's also take it from what some people revealed in Enugu State, where we have they said they've seen over 20 camps of the armed Fulani herders, whom they believe are terrorizing that area too. Recall that a certain man, a certain professor, Usman Yusuf, made a statement too when he was trying to direct, or rather, talk to the newly appointed Minister of Defense here in Nigeria, Christopher Musa. He said that he should know that he's now a political office holder and no longer a military man, that he shouldn't go all out in taking out the Fulani bandits, Fulani terrorists. I beg your pardon, I have to use the word, loosely now, because when people have been doing this, I'm talking about the armed one, not all of them. We're not trying to stereotype, but we're talking about those who are really going all out, causing carnage, just killing people, sacking communities and all that. The man was of the opinion that they should please bring in the non-kinetic measure and treat them with more like laxity, for to ask me, because according to him, said he wouldn't want to witness what played out when there was a joint task force and even the Yabanga group moving to go and do what, to attack the people who have been sacking villages. So what do you have to say in this regard?
You see, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? We still are having issues with leadership in Nigeria. And then if we continue with leadership problem, we're still selecting or electing leaders from the same cycle, then we cannot move forward. Nigeria needs a total overhauling of leadership. Whoever you elect into your ministerial position, you give them that portfolio for them to act, they will remain powerless. I have seen good people take up ministerial portfolios in Nigeria and they were rendered useless in their offices. Not because they cannot perform well, but because the system is enshrined in so much bigotry that they cannot perform. Now, if we're saying this, and then why it is also saying whoever is chosen into office, regardless of the background of the person, I'm sure he was chosen in that office because he had a military background. But how come, since he's been there, what have they done? Nothing.
Now, is it the fault of the president, or is it the fault of, the Nigerian leader's government that he is not performing? Well, we've seen people make statements like attack on Boko Haram is attack on the north, attack on this individual is attack on north. Someone is making it open, telling Nigerians and even making it known to the world that a full military might shouldn't be deployed in taking out Fulani bandits, terrorists that have been terrorizing people, sacking villages and occupying.
You see, everyone has a fault.
What then do you think at this point, the government would do when it looks more like the whole war against insecurity in Nigeria is getting momentum? Some are taking it into a religious threat. Some are also playing the ethnic card here.
There are key players that are involved in the matter of insecurity in Nigeria, and we need to state it clear. Before this time, during the period President Tinubu was campaigning, we all saw a video of some gunmen in their boats on the sea saying that Nigeria must vote for Tinubu by all means. If they don't, there will be a problem. Now, are you saying the president having this kind of background, having this kind of affiliation, would not know about insecurity in the country? No. As much as we have the president also having its own key role to play, all the ministers and governors have their roles. What I've just said is that Nigeria has been hijacked. And that is the pure truth. Governors, people that are, I don't want to mention governors, people occupying our political offices, not just governors, they have hijacked different states. And they are using the wealth of that state, the commonwealth of the state, for themselves to flourish banditry, kidnapping, and all sort of terrorism against the people of the state. So if the governor of the state is telling a minister that insecurity, the military should not be used to gag up or to tame insecurity, to tame banditry and terrorists, then we need to ask a question. What is the affiliation of such governor? It's not hidden. It is so glaring. They have created and caused more damage to this country than harm. So every might, every power should be all out against this system, this establishment that is militating against Nigerians. We are the ones that are the lambs on at the slaughter. So if we are the lamb at their own table, then we are suffering from it. We need to use all measure to fight it. That is if we have a government that is ready to serve the people, not a government that is serving a minority for their own self-interest.
So do you think that we are winning the war against insecurity?
We are not. We are not.
When you say we are not,
we are not winning any war.
Are you saying that this report made available today, by the team of the Operation Hadenkai, saying that they were able to foil the attempt of a terrorist group, also killing the leader and also a cameraman, several other insurgent group members that were trying to attack a certain Joint Task Force team in Borno State. They neutralized some insurgent group members. You say we're not winning the war with such information coming out. And why do you think we should have such being made available to Nigerians by the Operation Hadenkai, beg your pardon, in Borno State?
You will notice that after a certain operation takes place to tame insecurity, there's always a measure taken by the establishment to curb such move. In Borno State, Borno has been, in fact, the state is gone already because their recurrent visiting to that state is alarming. If we're having peace in Lagos, it does not mean it's not extending. Some years back, at the time it got to them. And we need to start questioning what is the role of the governor. We need to start saying that what exactly is leading us here. Nigerians are not getting involved in their own matters. They've left it to governors who are running the business of their own personal life. Our government is now a personal enterprise. So they cannot get up fully to defend Nigerians. And this is so sad. Whatever they are doing now, putting together to curb insecurity. By the time the people funding it, supporting it, say that, oh, this measure is really adequate and really working, they foster another way to clamp down on it. That is the major problem we have. There is no sustainable measure that has been brought forward to curb insecurity in the country. And in all the states that are hijacked by bandits and terrorists.
Do you think that when we put an end to open grazing, that some of these issues might be able to be ameliorated?
It will not. No, that is not the end. It won't put an end to anything. It will even create more. Because once you give that chance, it will give them more chance to enter into different localities.
Okay.
It's not the answer.
So placing a ban on open grazing is not the answer. It's not the way forward. All right, let's move away from that and get to the Green Chamber, where the House of Representatives have decided to increase at this point in time, they have doubled, if I'm to use that word, the ceiling for presidential candidates and their campaigns. Before it was 5 billion naira, but now we're told that from 2027 election, it will be at 10 billion naira, and not just the president too. You know, every other, the governors, the senators, and the House of Reps, even to the councillorship, they all receive increment in the amount of money expected to spend during campaign. What do you have to say about this? We have the governor now, because they decided to amend the Electoral Act 2022. And they made it this way that governorship candidates now can spend up to 3 billion naira from what it used to be 1 billion while campaigning for the seat of the #1 person in any of the states that they're interested in. Senatorial candidates now have up to 500 million naira for the campaigns alone, away from the 100 million that usually used to be. House of Representative members also got this also increased. From 70 million now, they can spend 250 million naira on campaign.
To my knowledge, before this time, I have contested for election in Lagos for House of Assembly, and I have seen the cost of election. But majorly, what I noticed is doing posters, moving around the community. The money is so exorbitant. In fact, politicians and political parties are not given any update to spending at election. I'm telling you this because I've got involved with INEC and LASIEC, Lagos State Electoral Commission. I've got involved with them. Political, especially the ruling party, they will never submit expenses, incurred expenses on their campaign and all.
You think they are spending above that? Do you think that they are spending above
what you've heard? Yes,
okay.
They spend above what you've heard. I'm telling you this. And they will never give record. They will never give reckoning of whatever that is spent. Above all these things you're saying, 1 billion, some of them spend more than that, way more. And they don't still give INEC
so
or
what does this
LASIEC
portend to
any
the
feedback.
policy of transparency? Because we have an act, 2022
There's no
Electoral Act, we
transparency.
have a peg, we have a benchmark. The president is supposed to spend just 5 billion naira for the campaign. The governors have their own benchmark. House of Representatives is to spend 70 million. Anything above that is tagged illegal. So what does this portend to the issues surrounding transparency within our political space?
You see, Nigeria political space or governance still lack accountability and transparency. I am telling you, okay, just a few weeks ago, we saw a pileup of SUVs and space buses, more than 50. I'm just limiting it, I can't count. Being flaunted in a compound, showing they will be spread around to governors of the state. How much has the presidency spent on that? Are you saying they've not spent even far more than the stipulated amount with the use of those vehicles, the SUVs? One of those SUVs is not a small amount. Maybe it's even 70 million or 150 million per one. And you're saying they stipulated their amount, they pegged it for that. So Nigeria cannot, in fact, they will state what is stated in the Constitution isn't what we see applicable in our real life. So until we have people at the helm of our affair who can be transparent and who can be accountable to whatever is done, and we can move on. And then, for me, if INEC is saying this, Has INEC published the amount spent by politicians at election? Have they published it? No. I don't see a place where INEC spent.
So who are we to hold accountable for these infractions? Who do you think we should hold?
Let us start from INEC. INEC is the one in charge. We hold INEC responsible for this because from Nigeria's perspective, I will tell you that Nigerians, or from the perspective of people I have seen, INEC is another department of the ruling party, of any ruling party. I'm not talking of APC now. They will always work in favor of any ruling party until we have a total overhauling. If we keep talking about reformation, that's not the kind of reformation we're looking at. We're looking at a reformation where we can have electronic voting, where we can have a voting system that cannot be manipulated. These are things we're looking for, not all these frivolities meddling with. We're not interested in all this. So if we need to work it out, then we need to separate INEC from the presidency. It's an independent electoral commission. Let it be truly independent. That's what is needed. All this, we are still playing. Nothing to do.
Thank you so much. Since we've already mentioned INEC and we have INEC here, though is a developing story, but we learned that the Independent National Electoral Commission, they've summoned the two factions, the two rival group of the PDP, the one faction that happens to be in support and in solidarity with the governor of I beg your pardon, with the former governor Turaki now, and also we have the Nyesom Wike's backed Abdurrahman Mohammed faction being summoned by INEC. They say they are ready to wade in to know how to help, reduce or mitigate or even solve the internal wrangling that the party has been having thus far. What do you think will be the outcome of this meeting? Because we learned that the two factions are to come before INEC in Abuja for them to discuss the way forward for the party, whether the party is going to stand or further disintegrate. What do you make of this, please?
To be candid, I do not like talking about the establishment that we have now because they will act any drama for Nigerian populace to see. And there will be a good outcome for them. From my own view, there will be a good outcome for them after 2027 election. This chaos will loom in the midst of any opposition party. We're still talking of PDP at this time. PDP is dead. So we should be talking about the People's Union, the People's Party. At this time, whatever will not benefit Nigerians as a whole, I don't want to talk about it. We are only talking about the political class. We should start talking about the involvement of the Nigerian masses in politics and then taking charge of their own lives. Wike can go to anywhere he likes. The other fraction can do anything. INEC can do anything. All of them are still staging a play, staging drama for Nigerians. All these things they are doing is just for us to read in the paper.
When you say
they know where
we
they are
should
going.
talk about Nigerians getting involved in politics, I don't think any political platform or party, have any restriction for individuals that want to join them. It's an open door policy. You join and identify with what you want to identify with. Now the thing is, do we have Nigerians, especially the youth, try to identify with political parties? That's the question. Do we have people who are interested
Nigerian
in
youths are,
politics
yes.
Apart from those people whose fathers or who have their family members occupying one position or another and hoping and believing that it's going to be sent down to them more like a birthright, do we see Nigerian youth get involved in politics? And we see majority of them trying to chase clout on social media rather than identifying with what should be the goal or the main aim, which is deciding their future and also helping to find a way to make sure that a champion the goal of the next generation.
Nigerian youths are actually getting involved in politics, but it's just that the establishment had defined the role that the youth will be playing. They've defined the role of the youth to be campaigners, to be street urchins, to militate against opposition, to use them as hoodlums at election. But the idea now is the youths are getting involved. But do not forget that we have intimidation. Any opposition party elected by anybody whose father had never been anything in Nigeria, they will ask you, who is your father? The only thing they want now in all local governments is to make the sons of the father to make them the chairman. And whoever wants to be the counselor amidst the youth will also be someone that will obey the godfather or the power that be. So Nigerian youths are getting involved, but for fear, intimidation, people are afraid to die. Even for some of us that are speaking forth, people are afraid for us. Nigerian system had got deteriorated to the level that we cannot even, we're just pulling it.
Talking about the system now, maybe we have a certain fiscal responsibility act in Nigeria where before any borrowing or any budget to start with should be presented, the breakdown of how the previous one is used must be made available. But we got this information from Budget. Budget now is speaking about how the presentation of the 2026 budget without the report of how the spending of the 2025 budget was run now is false. Recall that the 2026 budget is pegged at 54.4 trillion naira, but we've not seen any information, any report on what's happened to the 2025 budget. Even when we have some things that has to do, or rather some unfinished business within the 2024 budget still being carried wholesomely into the 2025. It's running till this December. What do you have to say about this and the fact that not just this administration, we did not really see any breakdown of the usage of Nigeria's money during the last administration. I think Goodluck Ebele Jonathan gave only for 3 months or thereabout. I can't remember off the top of my head how many times he did that, but what is really happening? Why do we have leaders who go all out not to keep to what the Fiscal Responsibility Act dictates?
Sometimes when I think about this, it is because I only want to say that it is because Nigerians are yet to take up their own lives in their hands to determine what happens to them. Nigerians are yet to see the political class as servants of the people that needs to give reckoning, give account of whatever happens in the public office. So our politicians will do more of this. They will tell you they are spending 50 points also trillion for a particular year, and they will not spend 2 trillion. Yet they will come another year, they will tell you we are borrowing, we are this, and they will not give account of the previous expenses and what they are carrying over into the new year. It shows how backward Nigerian populace can be.
Is it being backward now, or I just don't get it? Because we also learned from budgets that MDAs, ministries, and also agencies decide to roll over unimplemented capital budgets into the 2026. These are budgets that were capital-based. We've already allocated money to them. So why are we having this back and forth? And why is the National Assembly still pending or still, accepting or even signing or passing the budgets anytime it gets to their table without us discussion or raising of concerns?
A business center is a personal enterprise for people in power. And where those in the MDAs, if they still want to retain their office, if I am a director in one of the offices, if I really want to maintain my office, I will need to obey the political class because power is in their hands. You need to understand that. So it is what they want that the directors of ministries, ministers, that's what they will follow. For the period of the year they will be in government. Backward is because we are yet to understand that the people are the government. At this moment, Nigerians cannot call Obasanjo a government again. He's away. He has run our life. He has gone. Those that are there will be away in number of years. We that are outside determining our leaders, we are the one that would suffer or enjoy whatever they have given to us. That's why I said that we are still backward.
All right, thank you so much.
I would have loved
to continue with this analysis, but we're pressed for time. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayemi.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Being part of today's Media News. You're watching the Media News on Voice of the People Television. We're going to a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the Media News continues. Welcome back. It's still the media news and Voice of the People television. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Kaduna State Command, has deployed over 2,100 personnel to boost security across the state's 23 local government areas during the Utah season. Public Relations Officer SC Habib Badamasi said the deployment follows an order from State Commandant Panam Buba to ensure public safety, assuring residents that they can carry on with their regular activities safely. Buba also warned criminals to reconsider their actions, noting that NSCDC personnel and other security agencies would be strategically stationed to deter crimes throughout the festive period. Here in Lagos, the State Police Command has arrested 5 suspects over a state kidnapping that sparked public outrage after a viral video showed a schoolboy pleading for mercy. The suspects were arrested by the Anti-Kidnapping Tactical Squad on December 17 and 18, following intelligence-led investigation. The video initially caused widespread concern. Commissioner of Police CP Olundarajimo warned criminals to desist from unlawful acts and assured residents that the command remains committed to protecting lives and property. Police also clarified that the incident was not a genuine kidnapping and urged the public to remain calm and carry on with their activities. In another development, the Lagos state government has announced temporary road closure on the island ahead of the 7th road edition of the Lagos Auto Fest 2025 race scheduled for Sunday, December 21. According to a traffic advisory released by the Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Osiemi, vehicular movement around Inner Marina Road and Kakwa Street will be restricted between 12 noon and 7 p.m. on Sunday. Osiemi said the race route will run from Marina Road to Kakwa Street, Balabina Street, Broad Street, Isa Williams Street, and back to Inner Marina, which will serve as the race endpoint. He added that all junction and intersections along this corridor will be cordoned with road barriers to ensure safety. Meanwhile, residents in part of Lagos are protesting in demolition of homes, schools and businesses, alleging the exercise is being carried out without prior notice. Some affected property owners say they hold valid documents and are now calling on the state government to intervene.
Government demolition exercise has leveled schools, hospitals and homes, leaving hundreds of residents stranded on the streets. But this isn't just about urban renewal. Property owners are brandishing valid certificates of occupancy and building permits, claiming they were given no warnings before the bulldozers arrived. From a hospital where patients fled mid-treatment to a school principal watching his life's work crumble, we hear the voices of those caught in the path of the task force. The sound of progress for some, but the sound of a nightmare for Omani Simio. He's a provider, an educator, and today he is homeless within hours. His primary school, his secondary school, and his residents were reduced to twisted metal and broken bricks.
About 2 days ago, we just saw people, they said that they are demolishing their building. So even one of my staff went out. When he got out, we now discovered that they were demolishing some buildings, not knowing that the thing will surely affect us. It's a pity that I have primary school, I have secondary school, and my building is there, where I live. So, and the secondary school has a C4. Is one that they are pulling down. I have a C4 for the college. Then the other one, I have conveyance for the one I'm living. For primary school, only the survey. I normally pay tax. I also pay for my staff as well. If you see it now, you see that my chairs are there. The student chairs are there as well. The computers are there. Many things are there.
Simeon isn't alone. Along this stretch, the stories are identical. Documents provided, taxes paid, but no notice served. Property owners say they were blindsided.
Like my house now, I've done my survey plan. I've applied for my brooding plan. I paid Lagos State government. I have a photocopy of the check that I paid to Lagos State government. I have given a provisional approval with a number. That number indicates that I have given an approval. But they are not asking for anything from us. What they are just doing that they are doing their own work. We don't even know exactly what is the problem. Nobody is telling us this is exactly the problem. So you can see now, the whole houses, they are breaking houses, they don't even allow, there was no notice. At least if at all something was wrong, they ought to give us a notice. After 3 months notice, 7 months notice, then 3 days notice, there is no notice. No government official can produce any notice. There is no notice. The government want to drive people away from Lagos. This has been the habit of the governor of Lagos State. He has done it to other people and he's doing it to us.
The chaos didn't stop at the school gates. At a nearby hospital, the scene was even more frantic. Administrators claimed the task force arrived while patients were still in their beds.
We just see some task force started demolishing our property, our houses, without any notification. And we don't know, even though we went to Lagos State House of Assembly to consult our honorable site, of which he too was not aware before. Then on consulting him now, then he came down with us yesterday to tell them to stop their action, but they continue doing it. We have more than 5 patients in the hospital yesterday. There was no any pregnant women at the time they came yesterday, but at least even though there was some patients that have been surgery for surgery, they have to run. Everybody has to run. I don't have any other property now. Look at it. They are going, okay, we just want to go and hide this in France and all this. How do you think we can, all our property can be complete? Okay, now what do I do? Some patients are on injection and all this and that. Look at what we are facing.
Even a political intervention failed. Victims claim a member of the House of Assembly arrived to halt the destruction, but the machines kept moving. While the government cites urban development and LASCA regulations, the victims see something else, a lack of justice and a total breakdown of communication. As night falls, the Center of Excellence looks like a war zone for these families. With their documents buried in the debris, they have only one question for the government: where do we go from here? From the demolition site of my 12th area of Lagos, I am Onika Rukolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so much, Onyeka Ogolo, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that report, now to some business stories. The Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation has ordered a suspension of all enforcement actions on the proposed sachet alcohol ban. The directive follows a letter from the House of Representatives Committee on Food and Drug regarding the planned enforcement by NAFDAC. According to Terence Kaunu, Special Advisor on Public Affairs, the office is reviewing the matter in line with its coordinating role as chairman of the Cabinet Secretariat. He added that any action by NAFDAC or other agencies without clearance from the office is null and should be disregarded by the public until a final decision is announced. In sports, the Super Eagles will hold their fourth training session in Fez today as preparation began for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Team media officer Promise Efoge says the session will move to Friday due to the team's late arrival on Thursday. Players and officials arrived in Fez from Cairo, where the Super Eagles lost 2-1 to Egypt in a turn-up friendly. Nigeria last won the African Cup of Nations in 2013 in South Africa. In entertainment, the National Film and Video Censor Board says it is in talks with the producers of A Very Dirty Christmas over a possible change to the film's title. This follows criticism from the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, which described the title as offensive to the Christian faith. The film, produced by actress Edo, has drawn significant public reaction. In a statement, NFVCB Director Shoaibu Husseini said the board is guided by principles of religious sensitivity, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. While noting that no formal complaint has been received from CAN, the board said it is taking public concerns seriously. That is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV. And across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agomanu. I am Fina Okechukwu. Good afternoon. Thanks for watching.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please, the sport.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? And yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today I'm not alone. I'm with a special person, but I'm introducing him as a special person today because it be like say he do small changes, and I'm really proud of him. All right, he's here with us. Let him introduce himself.
I don't understand. Which one is he did a little changes? Which one be the change?
No, the last time when you were on my show, there are some things that happened, but then You know, we always.
So you don't like me or you don't like me, Cam? What do you want exactly? All right, welcome on board. It is the Spotlight. My name is Savior. Okay, the very calm Savior.
Well, well, today is calm. Let me just, dance around. Just follow him like that.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Yes, enjoy it while it lasts.
This one is the enjoy it while it lasts.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
There's problem, okay. So yes, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of jests. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. But before we start, so Savior, how's your week been for you? This is Monday, and today you just came to work and you are just all calm, all gentle. There must be something that is wrong because I even asked myself that question.
If I am permitted to actually sing it in Fela's tone, he said, already, meaning that you don't want to say anything, you don't want to give reply, you understand? But sincerely, my weekend was great. My weekend was, great. I didn't really work.
Yes.
With
how
family.
will you work? How is your leg?
Just with family. No, you have said it now. Of course, no problem. Let's just say it out. Not until when I had the sprain, but of course, my knee is fine.
You're sure it's sprain? It's well, he said it's sprain. Okay.
He's trying to actually call what is not. I don't understand. Were you with me at home? If I mention what Precious is actually saying. But I won't say
evidence clear now. Like there's evidence. So why you?
I love this fact that the young shall grow.
The young shall grow.
Precious is actually coming at me today. Today I decided to be very nice to you on the show, but it's fine. But I'm okay. Thank you for asking.
I actually care. That's what I'm asking.
You cared. But because
I care, that's what I'm asking. Because if I don't care, I won't, I won't pay much attention on it.
Know what's going on. No problem. You've actually put it out there. It's fine. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Of course, you'll be fine. Why won't you be fine?
How was your weekend?
It was good. Great.
It was great.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. I have more to say, but it's not for the TV.
Please, we have a lot of gist, so please stay with us. Don't mind Savior. He's actually, being so funny this morning, but it's good. So yes. First up, we are talking about Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has ignited widespread controversy, following a series of allegations against Lagos-based cleric, Pastor Chris Okafor, founder of Grace Nation Church. In viral social media post, the actress claimed she was involved in a long-term secret romantic relationship with the pastor, alleging that he promised her marriage before alleging abandoning her to engage another woman. So Ogala accused the cleric of causing her deep emotional distress, claiming the relation negatively affected her mental health, family life, and career, and reportedly led to a suicide attempt that has since drawn public concern. So the allegation has continued to dominate online discussions, with actress sharing screenshots and videos she claims supports her account. So Pastor Chris Okafor has reportedly denied the claims, describing them as false and misleading. Though no legal action has been publicly confirmed by either party, the situation has divided public opinion, with many calling for caution, empathy, and due process, as the matter remains based on allegations and counterclaims, yet to be independently verified. So yes, let's hear what she has come out to say.
What should I thank you so much for that? You will not marry you, not lie you. Are you leaving me for? No, forget about saying clouds or no cloud. I've not slept since yesterday. That I had to deactivate myself to think this thing through. What are you leaving me for now? Okay, shame here. You people can insult me for all you care. Only me know what is going on with my life. See this man fucked me. My life has got me this. I lost my younger brother. Yeah, I lost my younger brother now. Chris, no, this marriage will not work. Who are you leaving me for? After sharing my naked video, turning your own miscarriage, the miscarriage I had for you, turning into abortion. What do you think you want to leave me for, Chris? No, Chris Okafor, it will not work. Oh. No, you will keep me fed before you make this marriage work. After destroying my life, what do you want to leave me for? You, Chris, no, it's not possible, Chris. Chris, it's not possible. I've not recovered since. Yesterday, I almost committed suicide now. People don't know what I'm going to do. I behave normal to you people.
This is it's quite a lot. Yeah? So what I would say is women nowadays are, going into something that's really scary. I can't imagine a lady, want to kill yourself because of a man. Eh? You go they trust man. God, I beg you. You go they trust man. It's actually funny, You're not crying and yes, you're coming. I won't even blame him. If he actually did that, I won't blame him. I'm serious. Because it's a lot. You're supposed to, as a lady, you're supposed to have this how will I put it? This prestige for yourself. So it's actually funny seeing you, doing this crying and everything because for you. And the funny enough, with even the story where I just hear, you say you leave your husband where you married before. He tell you may you leave her, you can't leave and can't go there with her. Wow, very interesting. It's actually interesting. So why are you quiet? You're not.
I have to allow my madam ask me to say something.
It's funny because I don't know why I'm not angry. Yeah, yes, because when I saw that, I'm like, wow. And you even no shame at all. You come out to say all those things, and it's
okay. So
I'm not pitying him. I'm sorry, but
let me come in from this standpoint. First, we have a random conversation now that is going on.
Yeah.
That some women are confused, and I will buttress the point.
Yeah.
Some women get to leave their man because their man cheated. They divorced. Now, they start dating another married man, becoming a side chick to another married person that they actually left. You left your own husband because your husband cheated. Now, the person who is available for you to be in a relationship with is another married person. It shows how confused some people can be. Now, you going into marriage, and nobody's perfect. Sincerely, different marriages are going through a lot, but you should be able to be with somebody that no matter what, no matter the quarrel, no matter the issue, you just know that I still have to put up with this person. I want to do life with this person. Yeah. You just said it, openly, and I'm talking to you, Ogala, if you're listening to me, that he asked you to leave your husband. First, I'm going to come in from different standpoints today.
Yeah.
This is the reason why so many people don't believe in church anymore.
Thank you.
And this is the reason why so many people don't believe in mosques.
That's true.
Because we have so many things that the clerics are doing, of late. Yes. And he told you to leave your husband, and you did. Of course, maybe he's richer than your husband. Okay? And the fact that, I don't understand, maybe because is he spiritual? You left your husband, you followed him. The person you left your husband for, usually what I say is, any relationship that you are in, and you cannot let people know what you're doing with the person, then it's out.
Yes.
So for how long were you with him in the relationship?
2017.
Since 2017, you've been in and out, having gymnastics, doing different exercises, and nobody knows about the relationship. First, because you know that what you are doing
is wrong,
and what you did to your husband. Of course, I don't know if you guys got a proper divorce before you started it, because if you were still married to your husband and you did that particular one, you are also still guilty of another crime on its own. That's bigamy. That's on one side. Now, you joined another person in a love affair, enjoying yourself. And since 2017, nobody knew anything. He didn't marry you. The person that told you to leave your husband. If you were really good, if you're really wonderful, if you were the best woman so far for a man to be with, why didn't he marry you immediately? Okay, upon completion of your divorce processes, why didn't he marry you?
And she's coming online to cry.
And you talked about that. You left that. One. Secondly, you talked about your brother. That's a very, very serious allegation.
Yes, a very strong allegation.
So, that is to say that you are also an accomplice. In the law, I'm not a learned. I am only lettered to write, right? So, as a broadcast journalist. But for you to say you know about a crime, you didn't report to the right authorities. What does that say? There's law for it. You said he killed your brother, and you didn't say it because you're in love with him. That's another case. Either you answer Okafor, if Okafor is innocent, to take it up, or you were also meant to answer the Nigerian government. And if your family has the whereabouts of your brother. Now, that being said, you said you did, you had miscarriage or you did whatever, and all of that, and you're coming out. You're coming out to talk about it today because, he posted that he wants to get married. My dear,
so you
have been in a relationship, he didn't propose. There was no proper definition of what you guys are doing.
Yes.
And today you are crying that, I am a man. I'm totally against what he has done. But guess what? I am more against all of the frivolities you've actually indulged yourself with. It shows that other women should be ashamed.
Very ashamed, actually.
Because you are not making this gender look very, very, important or that respected. You are only watering down your gender. But by now making it look so desperate, like you're making it look like breakup. I know breakup. I'm going to talk about the other parts.
Yeah.
She's traumatized. I get it.
We get it.
But you're making it look like, after breakup, you just have to die. You have to kill yourself. Someone ran in, to save the day. I think that's the video that is being shown on air.
Yes.
Because I think she tried cutting her wrist or something, to cut the vein off and all of that. Do you really need all of that? Now, let me leave Ogala. Let me face our revered man of God. Everything is still allegedly from us here, from Spotlight, okay? Because we've not seen every evidence.
Yeah.
But she is not using the word allegedly because she said she slept with you. So sorry, she said she slept with you. I remember Pastor Adeboye said something. He said, if any woman accuses you of anything, it's very difficult for you to wash yourself clean of it. So, sorry, she said she slept with you. That means you slept with her. Allegedly. Thank God I added it. But what would you say, to every unbeliever that actually feels this is how the religion is?
The religion, yes.
Now, I took my time to follow this case. She dropped receipts of chats. Now, there was one particular one that caught my attention. I don't know if we have that chat.
The chat. I think we have the chat.
Okay, so there was a particular place where I read, and he said, I would get back to you after the leadership meeting. So,
God,
so Baba first, let me speak pidgin if I'm allowed. Baba, you first, follow babe talk. Then you can't say, attend to leadership meeting, church meeting first. You chill first. I saw a particular one, he sent about 700K or something. Was it 700,000?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, around that particular figure. So there has been this in and out where this one call you my love, this one say my love.
You know that kind of thing.
I breathe.
Wow.
He said the one that completes me. Like there was no first name I've not heard before. Let me even say it. Name that I don't think Precious can call somebody. Yes. Not because she went far. She went too far.
Oh my God.
Name that they have not called me. So I don't even know how to pity you.
I'm even pained because for the fact that you've been with this person since 2017. Till 2020. Like, hey.
Okay, Precious, you know what? let's come in from this angle. Let's come in from the first. Let's call it a spade. I usually tell ladies.
Yes.
Except you want to have a fling, which I'm not promoting that on national TV. Please, you should be in a more defined relationship.
Thank you.
And let me tell you something, in case you don't know. Any man that asks you out now,
yeah,
he knows if he is going to marry you or not. Of course. Any man that you're in a relationship with, I am telling you clearly, he knows if he's going to marry you or not.
Because men know what they want when they see.
We know what we want.
Jeez, they know what they want.
If we want to have fun, we know. If we want to settle down with you, we know. So even if the man gives you a little hope by turning you to Lord of the Rings, by giving you, ring to hold.
He not still give you...
My dear, the commitment is for you to keep believing that you're on the same page. No. So until you have a defining relationship, forget it. My sports guys will say you have played penalty to throw in. I'm telling you clearly. And now, let us talk generally now. Relationship is not a do or die affair.
Thank you.
If it doesn't work, you walk away.
Yes.
You understand? Breakfast was meant to be eaten. We have ate our own. And we glad.
So you ate?
Oh, before I met
wow.
my wife, yes. And we have served. Yes.
Oh, you have also served?
No. See, it's a general commodity.
Wow.
No, see. Anything
Same,
you want to say. See, my dear. Now, let me explain something.
Yes.
Nobody's a saint.
Okay.
We have served, we have eaten. Okay. You have served, you have eaten.
No,
don't worry.
You will talk for yourself.
I will talk for you.
No, you cannot. I don't understand. Why will you talk for me?
Because I know you see. It's easy for Precious to serve you. Especially when Precious look at you and say, okay, you don't offend me, don't
save your ways. You're missing the point.
I see. In short, I am with the point right now. Okwaya? So my God. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, if you have been served, eat the meal, take water, and move on. Why you to get to where you can serve? But let me say this on a clear tone now. I understand that you're really feeling bad that, so it led you on.
Yes.
I
think that is where...
For how many years?
Yes.
And of course, between 2017, I don't know the age you started the relationship until, 2022, 2023, 24, and 25 now that you're getting the bombshell. It led you on for many years of your life. You've actually invested emotions. Of course, you didn't invest any finance. He was the one that invested finance. You've invested your body, mentally, and, what have you. I get it, but please, it is not worth dying for, Ogala. Please get yourself together and move. And I am totally against that statement you mentioned by saying that who are you leaving me for? No, I am telling you, my dear, baby girl, look at me. Any man that sees you will still appreciate you.
Of course.
In short, you only disappointed me by coming out.
Yes, crying.
You only disappointed me by
coming out. You're going to cry for man. Why?
By even uploading yourself. Of course, some would tilt back a little, but of course, I am assuring you that you still have 1,001 man there that will say, that was your past, I am your present, let's move on. It's as simple as that. But of course, you are not young, neither are you old, but you should be in a more, intentional relationship, knowing fully well that you want to settle down, you want to have your kids. This is where I would come in from. But Pastor Chris, either they say you did it or you didn't do it. As far as woman say you did it and she uploaded receipts, we want you to debunk it by coming out with what is original. That is the only thing. But from us here, we are using the word so that I don't come to spotlight and say, you people said I did it. Hello, allegedly is what we have put here before we put our full stop. But don't come to us. Go to the person that is calling you out that has receipts.
Yes.
That's the person we're expecting. But Precious, how do you handle breakup? I need to ask you. As a woman.
When you talked about...
No, as a lady, you have to teach.
You will speak for me.
No, you have to.
You've already said you are going to speak for me that I used to serve people breakfast.
No, notwithstanding, we can still educate, so I want you to, teach us. How do you, as a lady, how should a lady handle
the first things first, always pray to God for one thing.
Okay.
Lord, may I meet intentional people. Okay. Intentional men that will love you, that will cherish you, and that would want you. Not people that would come and want to just, because they want to
while
just
away
time and waste your time. That is the first
emphasis, waste your time.
Waste your time. Yes, waste your time.
Because
it's crazy.
What you said now, 2017 to 2025. That's serious waste of time.
Yes, waste your time because they will just tell you, because men, I get sweet mouth.
No, don't generalize now.
No, I don't.
I don't have sweet mouth. I'm a very calm person.
Jesus. Let me not say anything. Allow me to just finish. Let me land.
Educators. Yes, mommy.
Men, I'm talking to my ladies now. Even if you are dating a man, you need to use your head. It's very important. You got to trust man.
Adam.
Man go tell you say you stand here. I'm around.
No, not everything.
Wait,
don't generalize.
What are you saying?
No, Precious, don't generalize.
I'm serious.
I told
you have to check it.
I told you to sit here. You sat now. We've been doing show love.
You have to check it. If a man tells you to stand, know the reason why he told you to stand. No.
Someone said that a particular lady said, if man tell you good morning, go and check outside to confirm. to confirm.
Because it's scary.
No, now it's just based on your
If
experience.
allegedly a pastor can do this.
So how much more to a floor member?
How
much more to a floor member?
Because a lot of things are happening now. I'm even scared. Hey.
No, don't be scared. Nothing will happen to you. You that are protecting, I cover you. I cover you. In short, we are the one that will collect the best price. So, but now you've actually talked. But I really want to know how best a lady should handle breakup first, and secondly, what is the best way to end the relationship?
Peacefully.
What's the peacefully? Let me tell you something.
First of all, you need the Holy Spirit to help you.
Guess what?
You cannot do this with your physical eye.
Precious,
I'm telling you the truth.
I'm in support of that statement. I'm in support of you saying that you can't end it with a clear eye. You know why? There are some people that understand their partner.
Yeah.
They know that if they call that partner either to a lounge, to their house, or to somewhere, and they want to have a proper, decent conversation to give the partner reasons why they can't move ahead, why they have to go their separate ways, they know that partner is violent. They know that, have you not seen on social media that partner will say, it's me you want to break up with? And the lady will scatter the whole TV, scatter different things, and all of that, break things off.
Some men are like that.
And guess what? A man that you just said, I want to break up with, before you say with you, break up alone, the man say, yeah, okay, bring the wig.
There was a video I saw.
Give me the phone. Next thing, the man will go to the house and he said, "Let me buy the microwave. Let me buy
the bed you are sleeping on. Oga, carry him." I saw a video of a guy coming to me say, "Shebi you say you don't want relationship again? No problem." The lady opened door now, so the guy they carry home.
You know the one that even shocked me.
He said you don't want again.
The one that even shocked me. The guy remove everything, carry bed, carry rug. The guy still went to the door. He said, "This is my church sticker."
Oh my God.
He removed the sticker. He said, "You know, I need to go to church, not me. Come on, sticker. Say anything that has to do with me must not be."
But that is crazy.
So please, on a more serious note, I sincerely want to know, but for me, I would say that you can undo breakups by trying to, first absorb it that this is your reality. Don't live in fool's paradise. Understand that this has happened, and you have to move on. The best way to move on is to get yourself up and doing as regards to, okay, what is the next thing for my life?
Yeah.
What else can I do for myself? How best can I actually, move from this particular place at which I am into the best phase, instead of, anytime you want to, the best thing you can do for yourself, anytime you want to remember that relationship, don't remember all of the hurts. Don't remember how you broke up. Remember the good times and said it was worth while. And that's it.
But Savior,
yeah.
I still want to let them know that not be everybody will deal with you now go marry you.
No, that is a clear term. Until you understand that particular one.
You might be with somebody and you guys are all lovey-dovey and the rest of them
and dates don't they when I go end. Some relationships have expiring dates.
Doesn't mean the person will get married to you.
That's the thing.
So you wait a date,
you have to
or you're in
understand the
courtship
facts.
with a particular guy or a lady. Be wise. I'm sorry, but that is the truth. You supposed to know when person won't chop you.
No, it's just like you said, the relationship might even be going well, but one way or the other, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Or something happens. Just move on. And for the other question I asked, for me, I feel there is no sweet or any other better way to end a relationship. Just know what works for your partner. If you know your partner is quite violent, please don't do one-on-one breakup. There are some people that you have to even reach out to their parents to tell them that, please help me to help me to tell your son or your daughter that I know they do again. I don't do again. But guess what? Some gets to relocate from where they are staying first, then send you a message on WhatsApp and block immediately. You understand? So that before you want to go to that house, there are no more there. Because they know some partners. But if you know your partner is quite mature, that your partner can do
actually want to confess or something.
That's not, we are there now.
When you said you have to stay one place and tell the person, leave the particular place. So when you said you serve people breakfast, I did not serve, but I had to state my reasons. Wait.
I don't understand what
wait
you're saying.
now.
No.
Wait.
Okay,
wait.
finish your reason.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
There's a
Thank you. No, the Lord has done it
I don't
finally.
know why you're dancing. Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. So what I did was, there was this particular guy I was dating at that time. And I knew that I wasn't going to be with this person.
Okay.
And he also knew that we were not going to be together. So we already started talking about it. You know, all those little signs you'll be saying. He'll bring his own sign, I'll bring my own sign. Both of us don't know, say, we no good day. But maybe strong head, no green maker, you understand, to say, oh,
I'm sincerely grateful that you are actually saying this thing that I could have said and you would debunk that. No, I'm not like that, but I'm like,
wait,
yeah, like it's official now that you have strong head.
It had to get to a point where I had to say, what am I even doing? I need to, you know, tell this person this, because if I keep going like this, you'll just be whiling away your time. And definitely when you won't come settle down or reach, you go just you feel that everybody's like that. You get so I had to say, I don't think this is right. I'm not interested anymore. I want to break out. You already know that we are not.
So what did you say?
Weeks on weeks, we don't call each other. We don't, because one thing about me is if we're dating, we have to be communicating. So when there is no communication there, Otilo, it's finished.
So what did he now say?
Oh, calm down now.
I know, I'm waiting for the end point. You see that? It's just that final line. Yes.
So when I told him, he was like, no, how will I break up with him? Why will I do that? I said, Oga, you already know.
I like the fact that he said, Oga, please go ahead.
This thing is not working.
Okay.
You're forcing yourself. You won't start acting all weird up and, you know, try to, I say, okay, just calm down. We'll talk about this. Just give me some time to, you know, pray about it, and we should come to a conclusion of what we have discussed so far. Thank God for God. As I got to my house, I drafted a sweet note. I didn't call him. I drafted a sweet note. Please, I am no longer interested. And if anything should happen to me, it's on you. Stay away from me.
Did you pack?
Eh?
Did you pack from the house?
No, not there.
You didn't relocate, but you sent the notes.
Yes.
Okay. So
but at that time, I was this thing was in a restaurant, yeah.
Because if you had said it there,
hey,
you know, we have cutleries on the table.
Wait, calm down. Things might have basically not the cutleries, but everybody. And you know when you try to
Drama King. Oh, so you have actually been with drama. Now I know where the drama is coming from.
Now.
Notwithstanding, Precious, either you broke up amicably, either you broke up peacefully. As far as you are the one that... Hold on.
I did not serve breakfast.
As far as you were the one that actually...
breakfast. Nobody cried.
That's what I'm saying. As far as you were the one that said, I am done, my dear, you have... In short, you own a restaurant of breakfast. You have dished it, and a man is sitting it. My brother, I'm sorry on behalf of Precious. I know. I don't understand. I know it's been a while now. She's doing fine. I believe you're also doing fine. You know, and please don't try thinking of coming back, because I've actually put a boundary on her. The bride price is quite high, and we're going to take it from VOP first. So thank you very much. I think with this few points of mine.
Oh Jesus, Jesus! The person you're even telling is married now.
Oh no! Congratulations, my man.
I've not seen.
And I said I want to be calm today. I said I want to be calm today.
But you see, the true character is actually coming out.
But sincerely, let's understand that she's going through a lot, you know, as regards to Ogala.
We know actually.
And the man didn't try to actually look for a way. See, I think the more amplified, you know, or transformed manner of a proper breakup after a very long time now is for you to settle the woman. Or settle the man. No, not man, but woman,
settle
basically.
Them, like
now, let me come.
Financially,
set up the person. Yes.
Really?
My dear, do you know that if this...
I'm sorry, if not, I know take the money.
I'm coming. If this particular situation actually happened in other climes, you know, maybe the US, the UK, Canada, Europe, I'm telling you that she has the right to sue him. If she has all her evidence facts and everything, she has the right to sue him, and I tell you, Precious, he will pay. Are you aware that even to our footballers that are only in relationship, not married yet, if they are to break up, the ladies get to say, for my time I've spent. Do you know what other clients are doing? It's because it just looks like, oh, Nigerian law is quite lenient to an extent. So you shouldn't be compelled to do all of that. Oh, you call her, see, you know we've been coming a long way, and it's looking like this thing is not going to work. Or if I try marrying you, the controversy and all of that, blah, 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 blah. You know what I want to do for you? Which country do you want to stay? Okafor is rich, oh. Let's leave pastor one side. He's rich, oh.
So if you're
Now,
saying this thing like this now, that means you're trying to support what he's doing.
I'm not supporting. I'm only talking based on mental health now. That if this was talked,
Sorry, there are some people that won't accept any financial.
Okay, they just want the man.
She has already said
okay,
it.
Ogala. I don't know.
He say Ingo scattered. You know the year say she says Inogo that he cannot get married to that lady.
Do you know where he will do the wedding?
What?
Let me tell you something. Recently, your Nollywood actor did wedding on a moving train. Men have taken this thing to the higher bar now. The ones that I'm hearing that guys want to do, they want to board flights, all their family member. They will join the wedding mid-air, airborne. Why the flight is going on? When the pastor has said, if there is anybody that does not want these two people to join, raise up your hand, signify, or be silent forever. And guess what? When they marry them, they join them, they land back. But peradventure, you are smuggled on air, and you join them, and you say, I don't want it, my dear, they go open. You know what that means. When they open the emergency door, they fling you. Parachute not to they work like that for Nigeria.
All right. It's well. We're going to take a short break. Please don't go anywhere because we have a lot of gist to talk about. Trust me. Don't touch that down. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi, everyone. It's your girl, Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your beautiful lady, Precious Akimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know that I am not alone today in the building. I'm still with my special person. Why are you calling me breakfast server?
Oh, let me call you
God, I beg.
Chef. I'll just say chef. So people will not really know what the chef is, but it's for breakfast. This one that you did for me, this one that God did for me, that you helped us to mention how you serve. Did you know you serve the person twice?
See,
so that's beyond that's breakfast and lunch. You told him one-on-one.
It's not. I didn't.
You told him one-on-one. When you look at the body temperature, you look at the body temperature. You say, no, this one we call with the spirit of violence. Let me leave. When you got home, you now took your time. We call it carefully mixing a breakfast message. You now sent it to the young man. And you now told him.
So are you trying to say I should not send the message?
You didn't even stop at the breakup. You now still did what we call indirect, what do we call that particular thing at the station? That if anything happens to me.
So you want me to be carrying one leg or one hand?
No, you're a breakfast server. Yes, that's what we'll call you.
Well, yes. No problem. I don't hear what they talk about. I shall not correct to say no be breakfast I serve.
She has agreed. I'm grateful to God.
He's well with you. So we'll be talking about heartbreak. I don't know if today is about everybody will be giving their mates basketballs. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, which happens to be popular Nigerian TikTok streamer Habib Pella Hamzat. was fully involved in a disturbing incident that sparked concern online after a highly emotional live stream and a subsequent car crash in Lagos. Viral clips showed him crying during a live session and threatening to end it all. Scary. So before footage surfaced of his Mercedes-Benz being damaged in what may online users believe was a crash that followed a public breakup with his girlfriend, fellow influencer Jarvis, the unsettling live stream and vehicle incident have generated wide reactions from fans, both worried and critical, with many debating whether his actions were genuine cries for help or attention-seeking stunts. So while Jarvis reportedly addressed the situation in response post on her social media, the exact nature of their relationship issues remains rooted in ongoing personal disputes that have played out publicly for months. So prior coverage of Pella and Jarvis has shown a history of ups and downs, including earlier arguments and disagreements shared online. So though non-officially confirmed by either party's representatives in formal statements. So I feel that I would have to say something before we see this video, because come to think of it, Pella and Jarvis they have been together. Actually, they are the TikTok sensation. Everybody they look at them. You understand? So, but then this quarrel is quite it's quite shaky. Everybody not killing themselves. I'm gonna die if you leave me. I don't know what's going on because it's crazy.
So
why would you leave yourself because of
the one you left? Somebody has married him.
I don't understand.
I understand.
Because you're dating somebody doesn't mean that you're going to get married to the person. Please.
It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. But I don't want to say anything on this Pella's case until you are done first.
Because I know say girlfriend and boyfriend you quarrel.
Okay.
Definitely they go reconcile. But this one where Pella don't come out and say, I'm gonna kill myself. Those kind of things. It's scary.
You know what's even getting everybody annoying?
It's scary.
It's the new cow.
Can't wait on you.
Is that new Benz that you put on breakup road? Car you just bought that people are still celebrating.
Yeah.
100 million plus or whatever. I don't know how much.
Sweet Benz wait on your own.
Is that car? Let me tell you, all the people that are angry with you, is the car you want to crash first. And I love what Tunde Not said. Tunde Not posted it on his page. And he said, Pella, let me mention this to you. There is no relationship that is worth dying for.
Telling you.
If you die today, you will be a ghost watching other men.
Yes, now.
Carrying Jarvis, what's her name? I don't know.
Is it carried or marrying? Which one?
No, they first carried before they married.
Oh, okay.
Is it not this entertainment industry that all of us are in?
So
many men are already on the queue. They are just waiting for you. So, Pella, I can't even say my brother. You are like a son to me. It's as simple as that.
I remember waiting Bobrisky talk.
Yes.
Bobrisky.
Bobrisky said, for the very first time, I never expected that I would agree with Bobrisky on something. Bobrisky said, he said that, Pella, why are you saying you want to die because of a lady? I have somebody. A girl. Yes, that I think she's around 26 or something that I'll send to you and all of that. That is even more beautiful than Jarvis. But let me just tell you, Pella, I believe you've been contacted, or maybe they are waiting for you to get fined. FRSC will prosecute you. Yes, if they didn't, I am telling you, I know my program, People's Voice is not entertainment program, it's political.
Yeah.
I would have called FRSC out today. I plan doing that. But God has helped FRSC that they've actually released their statement. It is in other climes, in other countries, it is even a crime that I want to commit suicide. Yes, it's a crime. You were either meant to, be prosecuted, or you do community service. So, I love the fact that FRSC has released their statement and Pella would be prosecuted or would pay fine or whatsoever it is, but he has to be punished for that particular act. First, you endangered your life trying to take your own life. Who do you want to kill yourself for? Us? All of us to be in this country.
Who do you want to leave me for?
Okay, Pella, who do you want to leave me for in this country? In this present government, tell me, who do you want to leave me for?
Who do you want to?
We will be in this country together. If the rice is expensive, we enjoy. If it's cheap, You want to die and go where? You are not going anywhere.
Please, let's see this video because it's even the fact that he was just. You need to see the way he was crying. Oh God, see,
telling me you want to die. Die for.
Thank you. I'm going to kill myself. I swear to God, I'm not going. I'm scared. I'm scared. Well, remember me. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Hey God. Wait, he's scared. He's still crying. He won't go kill himself.
The funny part is, how old is Pella? Pella should be around 21. I think it was 19 or something.
My question is, why would
Pella
suicide
should be
be there?
21.
Why would suicide?
And is it Jarvis or Travis? I'm always
Jarvis.
confusing. I'm always, mixing up a name.
It's
And
Jarvis.
Jarvis is around 23, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, has parenting failed? I want to look at a more important part here.
Yeah.
Has parenting failed? Now, back then, while growing up in my days, and that shouldn't make me feel old, but of course I'm not Gen Z or millennial. My problem is you cannot come back home. Listen to what I want to say. With what we call kuli kuli. You see how small as that thing is?
Just see the video when he had the accident. And it's crazy.
You can't come out with something like that minute, that small thing called kuli kuli or sweet or whatever. And your parents would not ask you, where did you see money to buy it? Meaning that the beating you will receive, you won't try it again in your life. Now, children of nowadays, they come back home with gifts, with cars. Parents are not asking questions. What exactly? You know your child did not even go to university, talk less of finishing secondary school. They are coming. I'm not saying that for some people who are not in school cannot also do handwork, as an artisan to make money. But you don't even know what the child is doing in particular.
Yes.
But they come back home with money and parents are all smiling, receiving those children.
There are some parents that actually know, but they're supporting their child.
You are saying the truth. Now, it has gone to a point where a parent is seeing a child or his son, or their daughter, doing all of this on social media.
And they're so relaxed.
And you can be very relaxed. Has parenting failed?
It's a lot.
Because these children, they should be in school.
Like when I saw, when someone would just say something, we would just say, okay, maybe he's just saying that out of, maybe he's angry and he can't do that. I actually got scared when I saw the video where he really had the accident.
Of course, he crashed the car. He did, yes, he did. But guess what? These are the things that would give our Nigerian government more reasons for them to regulate social media. Because the other day, I think 2 weeks ago, I was on here. That's one of the Saturdays for Morning Buzz.
Yeah.
And one of our conversation was about Ned Nwoku trying to, pass a bill in the states at Senate, in National Assembly, that social media should be regulated because of how some people are using social media. Now, when you see situations like this, they will start saying that social media has also caused damages. And the damage is exposing children, young chaps like this, to a very high volume of amount of money.
Because why would suicide be an option?
You can't blame the social media for paying so much, as a content creator or as a streamer. But of course, that is where we need parental, guardians to make sure that no matter the dollars, no matter the naira that your children are making, they can actually utilize it well and they are still properly guarded. Because for me, I just feel that Pella is in control of himself, same thing to the girlfriend. And that's the reason why they can decide to do anything. I've not really seen their parents really coming out to say anything or do anything.
But I don't actually know what really caused this whole issue thing. between Pella and Jarvis. But if they really want to separate and they don't want to be together, it's okay. But that shouldn't be prompt you trying to kill yourself.
Okay, so I think from Jarvis' corner,
because Jarvis actually came out to say
said
things.
she doesn't like the way Pella, talks to her, handles her, and all of that, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pella is trying to be in charge. So no matter how young a male child is,
he's always a man.
There is this alpha spirit that controls us.
Pride.
Not pride, no. Some might actually in a more simple context say that it is a man's ego. But there's this alpha gene in every man.
Yeah.
No matter how young, they want to be in charge. They want to call the shots oftentimes. Like they want the shots to always come from them.
Yeah.
Okay? And guess what? If you have this room filled with just men, they won't have issues. You know why?
Why?
They would only know that this is my jurisdiction, I'm calling the shot here. Everybody will just mark their territory. The issue would only come when you have brought the other gender. And the other gender is trying to mark territory. They'll say, no, you cannot mark territory here. I still have to tell you what you need to do. So hardly for you to see men quarrel. When you see men quarrel, it's still about territory. It's still about telling me, no, you won't tell me this thing. I know this particular thing, you don't know this thing.
Yeah.
That's often the case. But guess what? A man can disagree, they can disagree now. In a few minutes, they are fine.
Yes, that's true.
Try it with women. This whole station, we know that people have problems. You understand? So
it will even link up to.
So I think from Pella's side, he just wants to be in charge. But you can't be in charge being a boy. You understand?
Yes.
For me, I would rather want them to separate. Let them go back to school. Let them, go back to family. They are still doing their streaming and all of that. If they feel that, their brand is connected, let them sign a contract. As regards to, we can still be doing our content together. These are share, capital and all of that, no problem. But let them both go back. Give themselves time, explore life, experience things about life. Let them even see in the next 5 to 10 years if they'll still want each other. Desires will change.
Of course.
Mindset. Values, exposures, everything will change.
Yes.
And guess what? They will not start seeing themselves as friends. You're not well, you're not saying you're not serious, See, so now you are even they put up with all this while. But, they are still young. And aside from the car crash, aside from the attempted, suicide, it is also normal that we allow people or young chaps go through heartbreak so that they can grow stronger faster. No, because... No. It's not only us that will go through the heartbreak now. No. People that are senior me went through it. So me, I went through my own. Some other person will also go through their own. Before you now say you settle down. You understand? Okay, for example, the guy that Precious dumped now.
Why do they use me as example?
The guy that Precious dumped now.
About your own
tomorrow now. Tomorrow, if he's sharing his story, we will like it. You know why?
I don't understand.
Because we say, there was once upon a time, I was so in love with the lady. At some point, she now called me to a restaurant. She said she's not doing it again. And later, I said, no, why now? She said, no, we'll continue. Afterwards, she now sent me a long epistle and she broke up. I cried. I did this. But of course, I didn't have car that time, so I couldn't crash any car.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So I went there, I went back home. I was, depressed, but I started eating. My depression came with eating of food and all of that, but I'm fine now. All glory to God, I'm now married. Story like that would be nice.
Jelulu, just continue. Continue in your mind. Is that just obviously your head?
Bella, I will not tell you sorry. What I will tell you is find better isyewu.
With chilled.
Eat, yo. See, chop first. Big belly better pass ulcer.
I'm telling you.
Chop first. Now who they alive?
All those when they shout, you broke up with me, I will not eat again.
Eat first. If anybody break up with you, first eat first. You understand? You can cry later, eat first.
Cry later,
and now eat first now. Me, I'll first look for food though. Actually, but that's my own that's my coping mechanism. break up.
Wow,
of course, now I'm married.
interesting.
Yeah? But I'm talking about the past. My wife, babe. That's my past. so as at then, I break up with me. I will eat too. I will eat. That's when I even eat more. What are you telling? I'll collect extra. No. You say you are not doing, but food is not say it's not doing. I think with this viewpoint of mine, I've been able to say that this week started with breakups. And please, I want from Tuesday to Friday to be nice. That's it.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. And please remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmano. And I didn't do this alone. I was here with the special savior. All right, this has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Strip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2025 Future Makers Women in Tech graduation and award ceremony emphasized not just training, but community and collaboration. Graduating founders shared how detailed facilitation, Dedicated mentorship and access to partners helped shape their personal and business growth.
What we're celebrating today is the graduation of the 6th cohort of Women in Tech Enabled Business Incubator, sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. This cohort, we have women that are running businesses, providing solutions in health, providing solutions in speech therapy, in agribiz. We also have women that are, using tech to solve financial inclusion challenges. Also had mentoring and coaching sessions. And what we're doing today is celebrating the top 5. And these top 5 have been awarded $10,000 for their businesses. The first thing that they get coming on this program is a networking and finding that they're not alone. The second thing is that their confidence is built, and then they now realize that they have agency and they can use their voice for good. And lastly, what happens is that when they're empowered, what we see is that these women, having been empowered, they go ahead to empower others and hold a hand. So as they're rising with other women.
During the fireside chats, speakers highlighted the need for stronger female networks, urging women in tech to seek clarity of purpose, be visible, share their stories, and collaborate intentionally. They summarized this mindset in the acronym CROSS: contribute to the ecosystem, rise with others, remain open-minded, embrace storytelling, and build strong bridges. The ceremony concluded with the announcement of the top 5 outstanding participants recognized for their innovation and resilience.
I would say the women are getting their voices heard. Over the years, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've seen a growing number of female techpreneurs, as we like to call them, who are making not just their mark, but they're a name for themselves in the industry. And we're seeing that it's not just tech, but they're focusing on different aspects of tech. There's agri-tech, there's health tech. And we're so excited about this, which is why as a bank, it made sense to us to support this, but not just support it for the sake of it, but sustainably so. Since 2019, we've successfully supported well over 55 women directly, but thousands through the sessions we've had in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center.
Personally, I believe this is one very detailed accelerator program I've been on. They're focused on you as an individual, they're focused on your business. It's been very enlightening from the first day to the last session.
It's been an inspiring moment here as the 2025 Women in Tech Graduation and Awards Ceremony, a space where ideas, innovation, and impact continues to unfold. As these women take a step forward to make a solution today and tomorrow, we are rest assured that the future ecosystem of Nigeria in tech is going to make a big difference and certainly become brighter. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina. Okay, Chico, before we begin, kindly visit the website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin today's African news from South Africa, where the United States has condemned South Africa for detaining U.S. officials who were providing support to the Afrikaner minority. 2 U.S. refugee officers were briefly detained and released on Tuesday. On Wednesday, South African authorities say they arrested 7 Kenyan nationals working illegally on processing U.S. refugee applications. The United States Department said it condemns the strongest term South Africa's action, calling the detained officials work humanitarian support for Afrikaners. The Trump administration has pushed to bring thousands of white South Africans to the U.S., claiming they face racial persecution, a claim South Africa denies. Trump has also cut aids and excluded South Africa from G20 meetings, citing alleged mistreatment of its white minority. Meanwhile, the United States has confirmed Leo Brent Bozell III as ambassador to South Africa. His controversial priority list now moves from campaign policy to official U.S. envoy mandate. The 54-43 party line at the vote comes at what diplomats call the most dangerous point in bilateral relations since 1994. Still in the news, the U.S. has sanctioned 29 ships and their management companies for allegedly transporting Iranian oil products worth hundreds of millions of dollars. U.S. Treasury says the latest measure also targeted an Egyptian businessman, Hatim Sark, whose companies were said to be connected to 7 of the ships. Meanwhile, this report says that the U.S. mission in Nigeria has hosted a welcome reception in Lagos for 54 young Nigerian professionals who completed the 2025 Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders at top U.S. colleges and universities. Selected from more than 7,400 applicants, the fellows represent some Nigerians best in business and entrepreneurship, civic leadership, and public management. Speaking at the event, U.S. Consul General Rick Swart welcomed the fellows into the 14,000 members U.S. government exchange alumni network. He urged them to uphold high leadership standards as they apply their U.S. experience to strengthen both Nigeria and the United States. Elsewhere, Benin's President Patrice Talon says most of the army did not support a recent forward coup attempt. The attempt, which targeted the government and led to several deaths, was stopped within hours with quick support from Nigeria. Speaking in Cotonou, President Talon described the plotters as thugs and small-scale terrorists encouraged by marginal political actors. Ghana's parliament has approved amendments to the Bank of Ghana Act to limit central bank financing of the government and safeguard its independence. The Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 bars the central bank from buying government securities on the primary market and tightens emergency lending rules, now limited to natural disasters, presidential crises, or public health emergencies. The reform comes after criticism over heavy central bank support during the COVID-19 pandemic, which contributed to inflation, negative equity at the Bank of Ghana, and limited access to international capital markets. Under the new law, all direct or indirect government loans are banned, except in exceptional, clearly defined circumstances with repayment terms capped and parliamentary approval required. The legislation also strengthened board eligibility rules and audit oversight, aligning with the IMF program to stabilize inflation and restore investor confidence. Finance Minister Kassel Ato Forson said the reforms will strengthen the central bank while maintaining its autonomy. Still in West Africa, Togo has approved the National Social Protection Policy to strengthen the fight against poverty and reduce vulnerability. The policy aims to support the most vulnerable, including those affected by illness, unemployment or old age or natural disaster, by providing income security and better access to essential services. It will consolidate, existing programs, improve coordination across public initiatives, and guide actions into key areas like health, education, nutrition, and child protection. The policy also seeks to extend coverage to groups often excluded from formal social security, such as informal workers, women, and young people. Moving away from stories in West Africa, a local security sources says M23 rebels remain active in Uvira despite announcing a withdrawal. After capturing Goma and Bukavu earlier this year, M23 took Uvira near the Burundi border on December 10, days after the DR Congo and Rwanda signed a U.S. brokered peace deal. The offensive drew strong U.S. condemnation for violating the accord. On Wednesday, M23 said it had begun pulling out and urged mediators to protect the city from violence. But Thursday reports indicate plain-clothed M23 agents were still seen on the street and at strategic point. South Kivu provincial authorities said M23 forces were 9 kilometers from Uvira with artillery, adding they had no intention of returning. In another development, Egyptian Prime Minister Mustafa Madoubi met his Lebanese counterpart, Naufal Salam, in Beirut to discuss strengthening bilateral ties focusing on economic cooperation. The official reception at the Grand Sierra included national anthems and full honors. The leaders reviewed cooperation in the economy, energy, industry, and transport. Madoubi, who arrived Thursday for a two-day visit, is also expected to meet President Joseph Aoun and Parliament Speaker Nabi Berri. His visit comes amid international and Arab effort to ease tensions in southern Lebanon and prevent a wider confrontation with Israel. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People TV, and with us in the studio to help analyze the stories that you've listened to thus far is Dr. Peter Anosike. He's an erudite scholar, also a political and political affairs commentator, as well as an author. Good afternoon, Dr. Peter Anosike.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you join today's African News. Let's start off from the revelation we got that Egyptian Prime Minister Mustafa Madoubi is in Lebanon to meet with the Lebanese counterpart, Naufal Salam, in Beirut to discuss how to strengthen the bilateral ties, focusing on economic and also cooperation. What do you make of this over the fact that some parts of Lebanon at this point is facing some challenges, saying that they are trying to prevent Israeli confrontation in those axes. What do you have to say about this? And how long do you think that this cooperation is going to last without an offensive?
Egypt is now playing a big brother role in the Arab world because one, there have been stability in Egypt for some time now, and their economy is also doing very, very well. So, and because of that, insecurity, instability may also affect them because they have boundaries with all these countries. So what they are doing is 10 times cheaper to prevent than to cure. So I feel that's why he decided that to go to there and make sure that because as Palestinian has their own Hamas. Lebanon also has Hezbollah. So it's good that these people are rending. If they are rending and their stability that's in the Middle East, understand, it's going to benefit Israel and also the other nations.
But do you think that this, this meeting and this cooperation in any way is going to ease the tension already perceived within the the Middle East, where we have the Arab and also even international organization or international bloc now looking at it already, because you made mention of Hezbollah, and you know that sometimes they can carry out some offensive, just like we saw play out in Palestine when Hamas decided to encroach on Israeli soil and also kill. And when Israel decided to reciprocate, I use the word loosely, reciprocate, you know, some persons come up to say, no, they are committing war crime, they are committing genocide, they are doing this and all that. Will this meeting, this particular meeting now in any way, is there already perceived tension? Are we going to see a party that joined this cooperation today, you know, more like breach whatever agreement?
It will help. Right now, the economy of Iran is down, and Iran is the one that is financing most of the terrorist organizations in the Arab world. They are financing Hezbollah, or they are financing Hamas, ISIS, and so on and so forth. Even right now, they cannot even find water to bathe. And there's going to be a revolution in Iran which will topple the government. So Hezbollah and Hamas cannot do anything because their source of funding is drying up.
Why do we still have, you know, this tension in the Middle East? And what does, will I say, most of the Arab nations now have against Israel? Recall after the 1940s Arab-Israeli war,
1947.
we were hoping and believing that maybe peace, because there was recognition of the Israeli nation. We're hoping that peace at this point would have been restored. We're still getting it back and forth.
What was recognized then was a two-state two states.
Yeah.
That was when Arafat was still strong. But now Israel don't really want that two-state solution because it's not safe having your enemy at your window, which is exactly what. And these guys have not been tolerating enough. I mean, the Palestinian, or they are not happy that Israel was granted independence. So since then, this war has been on, but thank God to America, they have been doing enough to make sure that Israel is not extinguished, because this is what is in the mind of the Arab world.
When you say Israel will not be extinguished, do you think with the military might that they have now, the strength that it must have accumulated over the years, and we also saw the bombardment of Palestine to the point that there were talks and permutation about moving them to South Sudan? You know, are we still seeing, you know, Israel now living in fear, or maybe residing within the Arab nations now, you know, in fear of minority and all that? Recall, they gained their independence as a sovereign nation, though living under the policy of a two recognized nation and all that. So are we still seeing Israel now as, you know, a country striving to survive within the Arab Peninsula?
No, one, Israel is now a superpower. It has advanced both financially, militarily, and even in the media. Understand? So, and their secret agents, understand, Mossad, are everywhere in the world gathering information on what might affect them. So, to kill them as I wanted to do in 1979 or so wouldn't be so easy. Understand? They are now the one deciding who gets what in the Middle East. And they have also ensured that Iran and Saudi Arabia are not at peace, because these are the other two strong nations there. So when you put your enemies in disarray, you have freedom. So, and this is what Israel has succeeded in doing.
All right, we pray. For once, I pray for peace and, you know, calm to be restored within that region. I so much love the Middle East. But let's move away from that to another interesting story. Let's go to Congo now, where we learned that even after the U.S. helped in peace, accord in peace to be brokered between the M23 rebel group and the military group of DR Congo, we learned that the Uvira district is still, we see, according to report, that some members of the M23 rebels still are present within this district. And we could also recall that, within even after they captured Goma and Bukavu earlier this year, they took over the Uvira near the Burundi border. And, with this peace, they broke out, and yet their persistent presence in that region. Are we going to see another eruption of war in DR Congo?
What we should know is that this is not automatic. It's going to take a gradual process. The M23 has said that they are moving. Understand? So I shouldn't you shouldn't expect them to move under 24 hours.
But now let's look at it this way. On 10th of December, after this peace were brokered by the DR Congo and Rwanda, they signed it. US was there too. They have a peace deal and everything. So why would they still go on to violate that peace accord? Because that's what some people, especially those within that area, they are complaining about. That as of 10 kilometers away from Uvira, they can still see the heavy presence of the members of the M23 rebel. How long do they need for them to evacuate, or for them to vacate, I beg your pardon, vacate the region now and, go back to Rwanda or any other place that they belong to? Why would they still be there? We have not seen them also, because when they left Goma and Bukavu, they were hoping that they will also leave this district of Uvira, but they are still there.
One, going to Rwanda may not be an option because Kagame has never accepted that those guys are from his country. Understand? So you can, and if they go back to Rwanda and they are accepted, then it means that he is the one funding
them. But he
them.
was the one that signed the peace accord with DR Congo. When the US broke out the peace, it was signed between DR Congo and Rwanda. But Kagame went for that. So doesn't that mean that he is already...
He had not taken responsibility of the M23.
But he went to broker peace.
Sure, because DR Congo had been accusing M23 of Rwanda of supporting them.
Exactly.
So the issue is peace accord it's not automatic, it's a gradual process. And even after the ceasefire between Hamas and IDF, understand, there we are still bombs fighting until after a time it came to an end.
Are we going to see a Cold War break out in DR Congo? Because, even as of 2 days ago, the M23 rebel were asking the mediators to please help protect, the city from violence. More like they have a very important thing within the city of Uvira at this point, and other places that they have their own girl.
What normally happens is anywhere there is a conflict and there's a peace accord.
Yeah.
When they leave, peacekeepers always come down to fill this vacuum, to make sure that nobody is hurt. Understand me? But I don't think if they think along this line, we are supposed to have a standing force in Africa and also in West Africa.
Okay.
It's important. A standing army.
ECOWAS say they have. When they move into Burkina Faso, I beg your pardon, they move into Benin Republic. They say they have a standing military already.
Based that way.
They have already deployed them. I think I had a conversation with you because they said they've deployed their standing force into Benin Republic.
Where are they based? Where are they based?
Do we need any base for
we know not to have a base. Where is ECOWAS? So for me, ECOMOG existed some years ago. It's not there anymore.
It's not there anymore, you say. Thank you so much. Let's move slightly away from let's move away from Congo and get us into what is playing out in Togo. Yesterday, when I saw this news, I read it out, and someone beside me said, "Hi, I wish I'm from Togo." And then I asked, why will you say that? And the person was of the opinion that imagine a nation as Togo approving a national social protection policy to strengthen everybody in that country, the poor, the vulnerable, the aged, and, even women and every other thing. What do you make of this new policy that is being rolled out now that is aimed to support the most vulnerable, including those affected by illness, by unemployment, and also those affected by natural disaster, providing perpetual income and better access to essential services to these people?
Well, for me, Bob Marley sang a song that every man thinks that his burden is the heaviest. I read a story on social media of a lady from Namibia who got a visa to Nigeria and was celebrating. Understand? And was celebrating that he got a visa to Nigeria. To us here, it might sound crazy. Understand? So, for me, I pray they put it to work. Understand? I pray that they put it that work because making speeches is different from taking action. And the only way you can stop military intervention is by coming up with programs like this and implementing them. Because soldiers have their role. It is bad governance that makes them intervene in government. So it is policies like this, it is programs like this that can keep soldiers at bay. But once governance continues to fail, once people continue to make noise, soldiers must
Looking
come.
at the economic strength of Congo, do you think that they can, carry out this policy, champion all these programs, and coordination across their public initiative, and even, like the education, the nutrition, and even child protection without tilting towards more fund borrowing? Can they sustain it? Is it sustainable?
Their population is not much.
Can Nigeria, take a cue from what is playing out in Togo now, and
Nigeria has the resources to do all that and even more. Nigeria has the resources to do that and even more, but we don't have leaders with compassion in Nigeria.
Africa have been a country, a continent where people are talking about not having a comprehensive data. So how do you think they'll be able to carry out this when we don't even, for example, in Nigeria, we don't even know the numbers of vulnerable people that we have, or aged persons, or out of school, children that needed help, and women and all that. We don't really have a comprehensive data. And, that can also be said for some other African countries. So how would they be able to carry out this policy in Togo?
I don't really know much about them because Togo is among the African countries that doesn't do self-promotion. They're not always in the news. So I don't know how they're about that to do this. But in Nigeria, this lack of data is helping those in government by way of corruption. It is helping them. It is deliberate. They don't want to know how many we are in the country. After all, the last census that was conducted in Nigeria was in 2006 under Obasanjo. While census is supposed to be conducted every 10 years. There was none in 2016, and this is 2025. What Tinubu is talking about now is next election. So we don't know who we are, but it is deliberate. It is helping them in manipulating figures, rigging the election, and also stealing public funds.
All right. Let's take this conversation to Ghana, still in West Africa, where we learned that Ghana's parliament approved the amendment to the Bank of Ghana Act, where they have decided to limit central bank financing of government and also safeguard its independence. The reason for this is the fact that they found out that after they sponsored the government or aided the government to ameliorate the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, they have spike in inflation, negative equity happen in the bank. And they decided to resort to this, making sure that they will find a way to bounce back without borrowing more funds and also revitalize their capital market and make sure that they have access to international market too. What do you have to say about this, having a benchmark on how much the government can take, both directly and indirectly? In Nigeria, we have such. We have a certain percentage the central bank can actually give to the government. But, you know, through MFLA, we had what played out and all that.
That's on paper. That's on paper. The current president of Ghana is really doing a lot, understand, in promoting accountability and so on and so forth, because what he's trying to do is what we have in America. In America, they call it the Feds. That's the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve is not under the control of the United States president. It is totally independent. It operates on its own. And that's what this Ghanaian Act, Central Bank Act, is trying that to replicate. That to create a central bank that will be independent of government. And that is the only way it can work. Because in Nigeria, our CBN governor is under the beck and call of the president. Understand? So, and that's why even government find this difficult that to pay CBN or the money that it borrowed from it.
But now, if this move, according to the Ghanaian authority or the Central Bank of Ghana, if this move, have this alignment with IMF, International Monetary Fund programs on how to stabilize inflation and restore investor confidence, why is it that Nigeria is not really looking into that direction? You just say something about us having such, but just that some persons will go all out to, to flout it, to pick more money and, get more loan. But Ghana understood that with this restriction, they will be able to, bring back the economy the way it should be and also have more confidence from foreign direct investors that will come into the country. So why is Nigeria looking into that direction?
Why the current president was re-elected was because he did well in his first term in the area of economy. So he is now coming to continue from where he stopped. And he is also bringing that innovations. For instance, when he was sworn in, he dissolved 7 ministries, just as a way of running what is now today small government idea, understanding, which is what is in vogue everywhere, small government. That was why Donald Trump came up with a Doge on the government of that's an efficient government, which is headed by Elon Musk. The same thing happened in Argentina, it's happening in Mexico. Bogus government doesn't reign anymore, but in Nigeria, we are still operating a bogus government. Our money being spent on payment of salaries and taking care of the needs. An instance, our constitution says 36 ministers, one from each of the states, but Tinubu is operating 48 ministers. For what? Understand? So the Ghanaian president dissolved 7 ministries, which is 7 ministers gone. And the money will be channeled into rebuilding of their economy, which is the way to go. For me, Ghana is going back to the days of Kwame and Nkrumah. Understand? When they have respect. Because at that time, Nigeria was even called Nigeria Ghana. Because Ghana has more respect, was even more known than Nigeria. So they are going back to their old days, while we are still making one step forward, 5 steps backward.
Now, when you say we're making 5 steps backwards, we're told some time ago that before the general election in Ghana, they came into Nigeria to learn some of the works or the things that were put in place for our election. And then Nigerians were of the opinion, or some questions actually were raised during that period. What is there to learn from The use of the beavers that we couldn't see function, IREV that couldn't, give the report results electronically and all that. So instead of moving one step forward, 7 backwards, why should we have the likes of Ghana that think they have everything under control come into the country to learn from us, especially our electoral
There's nothing wrong in copying and improving. Understand me?
You think they come in to copy and go home to improve?
To improve, because they had a better election where an incumbent was defeated. That shows you that it's a credible election.
Can we say that of the 2015 election also that happened in 2015 election that happened in Nigeria?
It was manipulation of Barack Obama.
Incumbent was defeated.
But it was manipulation. He has outside the manipulation. Barack Obama manipulated the
When are we going
election.
to stop apportioning blames or pointing fingers to people over things that we couldn't get right?
Until we stop those people from interfering.
How can you say people are the ones interfering in your business or your affairs and your internal affairs without you inviting them? Is it really possible? Just like saying you're in your house and someone invaded it without your invitation. Not invasion now, someone just encroach and take over your home without inviting the person.
Obama invaded.
How? How possible is it? Is
Then
Obama the one in charge of your INEC?
Go back and listen to the tape of John Kerry, who was the Secretary of State then.
I think if
with
everything...
the 19 governors.
Dr. Peter Anosike, Nigerians in 2015 come out en masse to cast their vote, hoping that the All Progressives Congress will give them the hope, which they believe was their mantra then, change that they need. PDP was in office for 16 years, and they said they're going to extend it for over 60 years. And then that was the first time an incumbent was defeated in Nigeria. And, the rest, they say, is story.
It wasn't
so
free and fair.
When you say...
It wasn't free and fair. It wasn't free and fair.
When you say it wasn't free and fair, will you also say that the 2009 election that brought in Olusegun Obasanjo in Nigeria was free and fair?
2000 and what?
2009 election.
No, Obasanjo was left office to 2007.
2007 was when Obasanjo left, exactly. Will you say that the election that brought him into office was also free and fair?
That time, there were only 2 Yorubas that contested.
Can you say that of the same thing of late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua?
Umaru Musa Yar'Adua complained that the nation that brought him into office wasn't all that
so that
credible.
shows we've been having elections.
But 2025 was that was bad, but 2023 is the worst ever in Nigeria history.
So why should we keep on blaming or pointing fingers also to people? Can you say that the 2023 election also have Barack's hands in it that made the election not to work well? We're looking at why we keep on pointing fingers and apportioning blames.
No, the 2023 election was stolen. Everybody knowing.
Stolen by who?
By the party,
so
by the
are
APC.
we doing ourselves good? Why we'll keep on pointing fingers to say these people do us wrong, the West are the ones to be blamed? I could recall a book written by Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. But an African have also come up to write another book, How Africa is underdeveloping Africa up until today.
Because
so when are we going to get it right?
That's leadership problem. We've not gotten the right people that's at the helm of Africa.
Can we say that of the people that were in Africa before now, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, and then so many of them, Nelson Mandela of South Africa.
They were not material conscious.
So what happened? Why do we have it wrong at this point?
The society is degenerating.
Is it a society?
The society is degenerating, understand? Everybody is a product of his or her environment. Understand? The society is degenerating. Human beings are getting worse.
Society is degenerating. Human beings are getting worse. And that is what we see playing out now in Africa.
Exactly.
And it's not playing out in every other, the Western world, in the Far East. It's not playing out there. It's just in Africa that we're making that same excuse.
It's just in Africa. And some time ago, the economic minister of South Africa said that black man cannot rule himself, and that's still what's happening now.
Black man cannot, but you just pointed black men who rule themselves. Nelson Mandela did it, it worked for him. Julius Nyerere did it, it worked. And we also have all the Kwame Nkrumah did it, and so many other persons. Jomo Kenyatta, I think, also played a good role.
That's what I said.
So when you say Africans cannot rule themselves, then what magic do those men perform while they were there?
those ones were with the white people, understand me? Then how they were doing things. Mind you, or the progress that Nigeria made from 1960 to 1966, they have not made that progress for over 50 years now. Nigeria just moved forward from 1962 to 1966. Understand me? So it means that that human beings are on a decline.
In what year again do we have a dollar equivalent to naira, 1 naira in Nigeria?
Mind you, go one as the head of state said that our problem is not money but how to spend
Was it in was it between 1960 to 1966?
Even as
we're looking at economic progress.
As 82, we still have naira being equal to a.
So do we have
dollar.
white men then in 1982 in Nigeria?
Shagari was there with the white men.
As of 1980s, we still have the white men.
1982, Shagari as the head of state.
That was after the Nigeria-Biafra war. We still have white men in Nigeria.
No, I'm telling you the mentality.
Okay, the mentality of not
Shagari worked with the white people. 1981, they approved the 50,000 naira for Shagari as the president, 30,000 naira for Ekweme as the vice. Shagari will say it's too much. Can any of them say that thing now? Understand me? So these people worked with the white men, understand? Then from them.
And the legacies that they learned from them or picked from them, they couldn't send it or, let it trickle down to what we're having now. Even when we have direct contact now with the white. Recall that for any election to happen, for example, in Nigeria, there must be a visa to Chatham House where they are allowed to drop their manifestos and all that. So what is there that they couldn't learn from them?
Are you aware that in one school in Anambra State, I don't know if you saw that story, primary school, to contest for the prefect, you pay 5,000.
Talking about that, I wouldn't want us to deviate.
Just imagine children growing with such a mentality. Understand? You have started paying money
but nothing
to contest.
Nothing is free. Nothing is free to start with.
That's where it
people
starts.
People believe have it free.
That is where it starts.
Let's before we move over to Benin Republic, where we learned that President Patrice Talon is more like making case for the military that wanted to overturn the government by saying that it's not all the military that joined hands in that forward.
When they say that Nigeria intervened, France also intervened. Understand me?
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be removing France from the picture. They also intervene in stopping the coup.
But he was holding brief for the military now, telling Nigerians that it's not everyone that took part in that. That some persons, according to him, they call some of the coup plotters thugs and small-scale terrorists. They were being encouraged by marginal political actors. What do you have to say about this? Because we're looking at the politics and how it's being played. Let's also bring in the fact that today, the Green Chamber, House of Representatives in Nigeria, have decided to upscale the peg of the campaign monies that will be spent or is expected to be spent by the president, governors, senators, House of Rep members. I think the president will now enjoy 10 billion instead of 5 billion naira
Those people
campaign
are
fee.
idle. Those people are idle.
And every other. So what role do you think political actors are playing in shaping of Africa? Both the coups that we're having, I think over how many of them now? 7 countries now.
7
already.
This Benin should have been 8.
8, and So what role do you think political actors are playing in reshaping of Africa?
For me, the Benin president should thank his stars, understand? Because a lot of people in Benin was not happy with his government, understand me? And when that coup happened, there were celebrations in Cotonou and other parts of the country. So that what saved him was the foreign intervention. Otherwise, he's already out. So he should now, his second missionary journey now, he should try to be putting other people first. And that's the only way to avoid coming back again.
Putting the people forced to take us to South Africa, where the United States condemned the South African government for detaining U.S. officers who, according to them, were providing support to Afrikaner minority. Recall that this is not the first time that the Donald Trump administration is vocal about the activities or how the white minority in South Africa is being maltreated by the blacks, And now we're getting this information. He, first of all, said he's not going to invite South Africa for the G20 summit. And now we're getting another information that some U.S. officials in South Africa, according to him, providing aids to white minority were being detained, though they've been freed and they've been released. But Kenyans who are helping them, who are helping these U.S. officials now were also arrested. Trump is saying that he wants to take out the white minority from South Africa.
About 70,000.
So where is he taking them to? When he on his own is trying to force on Africans, the people whom their country of origins have rejected, ex-convicts. He's trying to find a way to bring them to Africa. Have a Swatini receive a certain amount of money to bring some people there. And, that is also what some people have alleged or alleged to be what is causing the rift between U.S. president and the Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa. Also in Nigeria, so that played out where they wanted to send some persons to us from the prison to Nigeria. And rejecting or refusing this is what some have said is what is leading to all this backlash.
Well, the issue is the xenophobia has been in South Africa for some time, understand me?
When you talk about xenophobia, you really know the appetite, which also lasted for so many years in South Africa by the white minority suppressing the black majority in South Africa.
But xenophobia is in Africans killing Africans.
But we're looking at that because the Boers say they are now Africans. They are now Africans, even though they added Afrikaner to their name. To say they are now Africans. They don't have any other thing to do rather than just to be with Africa. And we know that from the look of things, they are still occupying majority of the economic hands of South Africa up until today, even after the apartheid and also the emergence of Nelson Mandela as the president of South Africa then.
Well, the truth is that I interviewed Cyril Ramaphosa in 2000 when he was the president of ANC, understand? When he was the president of ANC, understand? And the issue is this, what Mandela, that's Nelson gave to South Africa is political independence. The economy of South Africa is still in the hands of the whites.
So on what ground then is it that Trump is making the trouble, or rather talking about how the white minorities are being, marginalized? When you're just making, you just made reference to that again, that a whole lot, especially the economic strength of South Africa, still rely heavily.
It's still in the hands of the whites. But the issue is this: Mandela and Ramaphosa don't have they don't belong to the same school of thought. Understand? They don't belong to the same school of thought. Ramaphosa is like a student of Robert Mugabe, Africa for Africa. Understand? So what he's not trying to do is that we have to nationalize everything in our country. This is what is causing this problem. We want to take over our lands because it is the whites, the Indians, that are doing the farming, mechanized farming in South Africa. Understand? So, but the truth is that South Africans themselves are not hardworking. South Africans are not hardworking. A typical Indian will want to hire a Nigerian, understand, or a Zimbabwean than somebody from South Africa because they have this entitlement mentality.
Interesting.
That's really what is happening there.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being part of today's African News. I would have loved us to, continue with the analysis, but we're pressed for time, and this is how far we can go. Dr. Peter Anosike is an erudite scholar and also an author, as well as a political and public affairs commentator. Thank you for being part of today's African News.
Thank you for having me.
All right, to go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the African News continues. So to stay with us. Glad to have you back as you, the African News and Voice of the People television. Zambia's President Hakainde Hichilema has signed constitutional changes that expand parliament, a move critics say could favor his party ahead of the next year's elections. The changes increase MPs from 167 to around 280, creating new constituency, reserving 40 seats for women, youth, and people with disabilities, and allowing the president to appoint 11 members instead of 8. Critics, including the local Catholic Church, says the changes were rushed and may benefit Hichilema's party in the August 2026 presidential and parliamentary elections. Hichilema, ruling for a second term, says the reforms were made in good faith after consultation, arguing some constituencies were too large for effective service delivery and needed splitting. Moving on, King Charles of the United Kingdom sent condolences to Kenya 2 months after former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's death. The message was received by President William Ruto at Nairobi State House. The king praised Raila as a steadfast leader who championed the interests of ordinary Kenyans and strengthened the country's democratic space. The message was delivered by UK Embassy Church-to-Fur Ed Bennett. Raleigh passed away on October 15 while receiving treatment in southern India. Still in the news, Tanzanian government is stepping up effort to tackle Dar es Salaam's persistent water shortages. Minister for Water Juma Aweso outlined plans to ensure residents have reliable access to clean water. This week, Aweso met with the Dar es Salaam Water and Sewerage Authority, directing them to prioritize uninterrupted water supply across all city zones. The city has faced weeks of scarcity driven by rapid urbanization, aging infrastructure, and unpredictable rainfall. Aweso also highlighted ongoing government investment in major water projects to expand supply and improve distribution. Moving on to the business segment of the African News, Morocco's annual inflation rose to 0.3% in September, up from 0.1% in August, according to the country's statistics agency. Food prices, the main driver of inflation, dropped 1.2% year-on-year, while non-food prices rose 0.4%. Core inflation, which excludes volatile items, fell 0.9% from a year earlier and 0.4% month-on-month. The Moroccan Central Bank says inflation is expected to average 0.8% in 2025, rising to 1.3% in 2026 and 1.9% in 2027. Still in business, Guinea's Simandou mining project is laying off thousands just as it begins exporting iron ore decades after delays and corruption scandals. The project, hailed by the military government as a symbol of economic transformation, was officially launched in November with pomp and a public holiday ahead of elections on December 28, the fourth since the 2021 coup that brought Mamadi Doumbouya to power. Even without Simandou, Guinea is the world's largest bauxite exporter, but its mining wealth has done little to improve the lives of most citizens. World Bank data from 2025 shows more than half of the population still lives in poverty. From the sports segment of the African News, Nigeria's music superstar Davido will perform at the official kick-off concert of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. He will headline the concert alongside French Montana, Dola Layoui, Seizi, and Latiste. The event is set for the Soisi fan zone in Rabat on Saturday. Meanwhile, Morocco is showing it is ready to host the rest of Africa as the tournament approaches. At Mohammed V International Airport in Casablanca, banners for the 2025 AFCON lines to terminals and a giant trophy display has fans taking pictures. Heading into Casablanca city center, more AFCON 2025 banners mark the streets, signal the country's excitement for the event. The tournament kick off on Sunday with host Morocco facing Comoros at the Stade Prince Bole Abdullah in Rabat. And that is it on the African News and Voice of the People television. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-405. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Fina Okechukwu. Good afternoon and thanks for watching.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please discuss.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another enlightening edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being right here on Voice of the People television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to bring you fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health concerns in ways that are real, relevant, and of course, empowering. Now remember, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOPTV Live. And today we're focusing on something really, really interesting, something very crucial, something very important, and very relatable, of course. Gut health and immunity. So we're going to be exploring why a healthy digestive system is crucial for overall well-being, how it impacts immunity, and what we can basically do to protect it. So, in case you do not know, our gut is more than just a stomach. It actually includes the intestines, the hosts, the trillions of bacteria and microbes known as the gut microbiome. And it plays a central role in digestion, nutrient absorption, and even immunity. So, I don't know, but do you know that about 70% of our immune system resides in the gut? That's how vital it is to maintain a very healthy digestive system, of course. So to help us understand this better, we're joined today by a highly experienced and respected guest, in person of Dr. Onileowo Damilola, a medical practitioner with over 10 years of experience and a wellness practitioner for 7 years, dedicated to preventive health and lifestyle improvements. You're very welcome, Doctor.
Oh, thank you very much.
Welcome to Health Check. It's good to have you on the show.
Same here.
All right. So, Doctor, how have you been? How's your week been? How's everything? And how's the profession going?
It's been good so far. We've been good.
All right. So, I'd like to just ask this very quickly.
Yes.
What's one thing that you really, really practice as a doctor that you know is very important to every individual out there that they should practice as well?
Well, eating well, primarily.
Eating well,
yes.
balanced diet, or eating well is wide.
Yeah, true.
You can say eating well like eating good food,
True.
or eating well like eating to your satisfaction, or eating people like me now that do junk. Meat pie. I love all those things. So specify what type of eating well.
So eating good food, that's one, and then eating at the appropriate time. So those two things.
So we midnight foodies. What do you say to us?
Not appropriate.
All right. So we're even going to be talking about the gut, digestion, and all of that. So let's start with the basics real quick. So what exactly is the gut? And why is it so important for our overall health?
Okay, so the gut is a hollow passageway that runs from the mouth down to the anus, passing through the esophagus and the neck, down to the stomach, and to the intestines. So it passes all through the intestines and then comes out as waste. So primarily it's used for nutrients and for waste evacuation from the system.
Oh.
Yeah, so absorbing of nutrients and then waste evacuation from the system.
All right. So how does the gut really influence our immune system and help fight the body infections and all of that?
Oh, yeah. So there are a lot of pathways, especially in the intestines, where these nutrients get absorbed and they help fight any immune body system that the body can have. It also has a lot of bacteria, viruses that help fighting off infections. That also helps with fighting off against any outside invaders. So they fight against invaders, protecting their own space. So it helps overall. And weirdly enough, it also helps with the moods. So if you're feeling, yes.
Really? How?
Yeah. So, 90% of serotonin, the thing that controls every human being's mood, is produced in the gut. So, yeah, if you're feeling sad or you feel something
we don't hear this word enough. I used to think that the parts of the body inside is just the stomach and all those. I never knew that the gut was this important.
Oh, it is quite important. And it's quite fun too. That's one of the reasons why people that work on the gut primarily, they have a lot of cases where they help out patients.
All right, so can you explain precisely the role of the gut microbiome in keeping us healthy?
Okay, so like I said, the fight off foreign bodies, they also help process any foods that enter the stomach at any point in time. So the processing starts from the mouth all the way down to your large intestine. Then it comes out through the rectal region. The main part that does almost all the nutrients production is the small intestine. That's the main factory of all the absorption of most of the nutrients. So by the time it's getting into the large intestine, it's just being processed as waste a lot of the times. But a majority of the absorption is done there. And so that's the primary place for the immune system. That if that place gets messed up, you can have a lot of chronic diseases.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the best place for...
Okay, talking about getting messed up, what are the things that could make the gut messed up?
Okay, so it depends on what you eat and how much you eat. And the timing, like I said, the timing too also works. So if you eat, like, let's say junk that you're saying, for instance, now, like, let's say you eat smoked food, the body, once it enters the body processes things that goes to fight against those kind of meals. And it's like, oh, this is a foreign body, it tries to attack. So people that eat a lot of it just do a lot of damage to...
Is it eating a lot of it or eating it at all?
So, eating it at all, the body can still fight it off quite quickly.
But eating it
consistently causes long-term damage. So it's like a damage that doesn't repair fully, that just keeps damaging and damaging and damaging.
Wow. Okay, the body tends to repair itself?
Yes.
Wow.
So God is a very, very good designer.
All right,
Yeah.
I understand. But can you be more specific on the kind of foods that could damage the guts? You know, you talked about smoked foods. I don't know. Just can you put more light on this so we'll know what to avoid and what to keep taking?
Okay, so high sugar foods doesn't help. Foods high in fats also doesn't help. Then junk foods in general, carbonated drinks, things like extremely fried foods. Those things don't help overall long term. But I know it's very, very delicious, but
exactly.
Yeah,
Are we
it
supposed
doesn't
to?
help.
How do we now do away with what we like?
So I tell people just eat as little as possible and eat more of the good food. If you eat more of the good food and eat those things maybe 2-3 times in a week, it's not going to do as much damage as if you eat it every single day of the week and then...
Okay, talking about timing, what's the most appropriate time to eat?
Okay, so breakfast...
Some people take their breakfast at 7 p.m.
No.
And I know some of them.
Yeah.
Some people take their breakfast in the afternoon, while some fast, but we really want to know what's healthy, you know.
Okay, so...
And some people take their dinner at midnight, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm...
I see a lot of people that do that too. So, but breakfast generally should be around 7 to 8 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so something light, like maybe something with low cereal, little milk. Another thing again, people tend to take a lot of milk every day, and I'm like, no, it's meant to be something that...
Oh, so excess usage of milk is not
it's
so
not
great.
so good, especially for we blacks. We are mostly lactose intolerant, from what they're saying. I don't know how accurate it is, but they're saying lactose intolerance is more in the black community than in the foreigner. So you tend to see a lot of milk, and you're like, why are you drinking this much milk? It's good for the body. But no,
And most of us take it every morning.
Yeah.
Milk, tea, those
So
things.
then I see some taking caffeine like about 3-4 times a day. I'm like, why are you doing this much punishment? It's not good. But I try to advise as much as possible. Take all those things very seldom. Eat something light in the morning, maybe fruits. That's good as well. If you take fruits in the morning, then you can do lunch something heavy, like let's say around 2-3. That's not so bad. Then dinner by 7-8 max. You should have taken dinner, and so that you can walk it off before you go to sleep by 9-10. So you can do a light exercise right before you sleep. Maybe just walk around.
But you know, I've once heard that eating late is not so bad if you're not going to sleep immediately. How true is that? Because some people tend to be nocturnal,
Yeah.
and they work overnight, read overnight, or stuff like that.
But they don't
and at
they
some
don't
point,
move
they might
around
get
overnight.
hungry.
So that's the thing. They don't move around overnight. You walk, maybe you're doing something on your laptop. You're not really process. Okay, so the thing with the way the body works, you eat. Let's say your body's telling you, "I'm hungry, I'm hungry." You eat. You over like sometimes you tend to overeat. So your body has taken more than the adequate amount of fat. Then there's this hormone called insulin. It comes in, uses the one that it wants to use for energy, then sees that, okay, now I have to dump the rest. Where do I dump this to? Then it processes as fats, and the most common place where it dumps it is your abdomen, and then you start having the big tummies, and then you start saying, "Oh my God,
Okay.
why am I having big tummy?"
That explains big tummy.
Yeah, so
okay.
for people that eat at night, especially late in the night, they're the ones that develop those kind of tummy. So it's like, and that's a precursor for diabetes. So I try to tell people, don't eat too late. Just eat 7, 8, then walk, do a 30-minute walk, and you should be fine.
All right, so let's move to the signs that someone's gut is not working properly. Because the major aim of this program is to create awareness and to give the right information to the masses. So we need to know how we can detect these things early. So what are the common signs to know that, okay, this my gut, I think it's not working as
well as
good
it
as
should.
it should. So how do we know that?
So feeling of bloating. That's when your stomach feels full, even though you didn't even eat a quarter of what you usually eat. When you don't pass excretion as much as possible. So let's say typically you go once a day and you've not gone like 2-3 days. You have watery stool. You also, yes.
How often should that happen? Normally,
It needs to be like strong. If it's strong, it's not good as well. That means you need to take more liquids. And that's another thing we're going to talk about. Liquid is very, very important. Big. Just eat a small portion and drink lots of water and you still feel the same as someone that eats the whole plate in the world and then drank it water.
Okay, I'm quite interested in the bloating aspect, right?
Okay.
I know a lot of people that bloat on a normal day and it's very, very consistent. What are the seeming symptoms? Okay, not symptom. What are the seeming causes of bloating? Is it just based on this gut thing, or there is more to it?
There are some that say that it could be due to the menstrual, but it's still based on the guts at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, it comes down to your guts moving slowly than usual. So typically, your gut is meant to move at a certain pace. If it's moving too fast, causes diarrhea. If it's moving too slow, causes bloating, constipation, all those other things. So if it's moving too slow, that's when you see that you're full more than necessary, because either your tummy is filled with gas or it's filled with the food that it has not come out the proper way. So that in itself is not a good sign and can cause problems down the road.
All right, so for emphasis purposes, let's look at diet, lifestyle, all of those things. So are there particular foods that can keep our guts healthy?
Oh, yes.
And
yes.
can you precisely name them?
Vegetables, fruits, we already know a lot of them. Then less carbohydrates, more proteins. Then you do low fiber diets. You do more of onions, tomatoes in your food than celery, cabbage. Put them in your food, mix them up. Then eat lots of fruits and drink a lot of water, like I said. If you do that and you don't take all the, oh my God, I must eat all the chicken shawarma in the whole world. I must take all the suyas. I'm like, yeah, it's good when you're eating it, but it's a lot of punishment down the road.
On your body.
Yeah.
All right. So we should be more considerate about our health, not just about what is sweet to us.
Yes. So it's like someone told me once that nothing good comes without a little bit of discomfort. So I know that taking that sweet thing is very, very nice, feels good. But you think about the downside and you're like, okay, let me just avoid this. And
for your own good. All right. So you've mentioned eating late.
Yeah.
And you've mentioned
that sitting down. Now, sitting down is better than lying down, don't get me wrong. But walking about is definitely better than sitting down. It will help your body process the food into the right places. And within that first 1 hour, your body is processing more of the food than within the next 3 hours that it will empty the bowel completely. So that first 1 hour, you just do a slight walk, 30 minutes maximum. Your body is going to be like, okay, this person needs a lot more energy, so it's going to put more energy, more effort into producing energy than producing fat. And at the point in time, it will produce energy, give to your legs, produce energy, give to your hands. You'll be more active. You'll even feel better overall than if you're just sitting down. Now, sitting down, it has its advantages, don't get me wrong. Like, you can sit down and you can have fun talking to your friends, relaxing. Let's just give him a little bit of energy so that he can function and then process the rest into fats. It's not going to do much this night. So your own body is telling you that, I already know you. You're not going to do so much of a program this night. Let's just call it a night and go to sleep. But if you do these routine things, even if it's a little bit of exercise, your body is going to feel like it needs to give you more energy so that you can outperform the day. And as the years go by, that's going to be more beneficial because your insulin is always going to be as working to rest. It's not just going to be working non-stop, where it's producing more fats, and then you won't be obese, and then it won't get to a point where you have diabetes because your insulin has stopped doing the necessary things. So those overall help with the gut.
All right, so let's talk about high sugar intake.
Okay.
How does this affect the gut?
Okay, so
Because sometimes we take sugar and we do not know that we are taking sugar. For example, I read that there is a high amount of sugar in rice.
Yes.
And this is just normal food. Like, come on, who doesn't like rice?
Right.
So when we hear sugar, we tend to only think that sugar, the one you put in garri, or when you're taking it raw, or when you're taking juice, or when you're taking a very sweet or something. But we tend to forget that there are certain amounts of sugar in very normal, basic, everyday, food. So how does this affect the guts, basically?
Okay, so first, let's tackle the idea of the sugar part. Like, almost all foods contain sugar.
Exactly.
That's the first thing. Almost all. Then the level of sugar that it contains. So once you classify food as carbohydrates, it contains more sugar than almost all the other foods. And the basic thing for sugar is so that you can have energy. That's the primary role of eating those things. It's not to consume to the point where you start gaining a lot of weight. Because I see some people say, I need to gain weight. I'm like, you don't know how much side effect this is to your body. You shouldn't gain a lot of weight. You should just gain the bare minimum so that you can function into the next day. Like, you see a lot of people that if they maintain their figures going into their 40s, 50s, they are still more agile than someone that has gained an exorbitant amount of weight and can't really do much anymore. And it's like, oh, I'm always tired. I'm like, yeah, because you've put your body through a lot of things in the past. Then for foods in general about carbohydrates, so the way carbohydrates works in the stomach is it starts being processed from the mouth, breaks it down. So by the time it gets into the gut, it is producing a sugar. So there are different levels of sugar in our science. That's why whenever we say sugar, people think, oh, it's sugary stuff. No, it's just food that has been broken down into sugar in your body. So once that's broken down into sugar, the body now decides, do I use it as energy or do I convert it into fat storage? And the reason why it's converting into fat storage is so that it can break it down at a later date and use it as sugar. So overall, your body needs sugar for almost everything that it does. To think, to move, to react to things, act to things. Even for the guts to be moving, it still needs those energy storage. So that's why a human body can go like about 1 to 2 weeks without eating anything and it will still be fine. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
But it feels like if you have not eaten for the day, you're about to die.
So that's a signal from the tummy when it's empty. It's empty. It tells you, oh, it needs to be refilled.
Okay.
But that
it's not
doesn't.
like anything happen to you.
That's just a signal from God that tells you, okay, you need to refill. But in actual fact, you don't need to refill every time you're hungry. You can go hungry for a few days and you'd still be fine.
As long as you're taking water.
Exactly. You can't go without water for a day.
Okay.
But you can go hungry for a day.
All right, so are you saying we should take more protein than carbohydrates?
Yes. Overall, take more proteins and more fruits than carbohydrates. If you do that, so my idea for diet, now this has not been confirmed, but my idea for diet is eat fruits in the morning, take a heavy carbohydrate in the afternoon, and eat something light in the evening.
Fruits in the morning.
Like, let's say something like rice in the afternoon, and then at
Okay.
night, go for maybe fruits, something, anything light that you can think is light, and it's not going to just accumulate in your system. And you would even feel lighter overall moving.
All right. So let's talk about probiotics now.
Okay.
So what role does probiotics play in gut health? And fermented food like yogurt, I heard that you're really good.
Yes.
So can you put more light on that?
Okay, so probiotics, what they help is they help stabilize the normal flora. That's the normal bacteria and viruses in the gut. So if you have more probiotics, if you take it to help build more, and then your body develops immune system against any foreign invaders. The thing with some people I've seen is sometimes they take a little bit too much, and the thing overgrows and causes more problems. So typically, your normal flora should develop to a certain level. It should not grow too much. It should not grow too little. Growing too much can cause, especially for women, it can cause UTIs and other diseases. And then growing too little, it will cause a lot of infections, chronic diseases, sometimes cancer as well.
Okay, but for the sake of the viewers that do not really know what probiotics mean, can you break down what it means on examples? Is it just yogurt and all of that?
Okay, so probiotics are foods that support the growth of bacteria in the gut. So milk is one of them, yogurt is one of them, cheese, I think, is also another one. I'm not 100% sure, but there's this thing that they call fura. I'm not sure if you know what it is, but I don't know what it is in English, but that's another version of it. So things like that are overall good for the guts. Like if you take once in a while, like let's say it once or twice in a week. Most habits don't really affect the gut as much as possible. It's just the more you move your body, the more the gut wants to process things faster for you so that you can get more energy. So exercises affect the guts. Well, poor sleep can affect the guts, but other than that, most of the things you do is the gut that affects, not the other way around.
Oh, all right.
Like if you are extremely happy, for instance, now your gut probably had something to do with it. So.
Oh, okay. You talked about it affecting the mood.
Yes.
Okay, so what are the common causes of digestive infections?
Okay, so the most common ones are the ones that cause the acute problems most of the time. That's the diarrhea, constipation, vomiting, those kind of things. So we have things like dysentery, cholera. I know there was a recent outbreak a few months ago. So those are the common ones we have in Nigeria. And then the ones that occur in the normal gut that overgrow sometimes, like E. coli. So E. coli can cause diarrhea. Those are the things that we see commonly in Nigeria.
So what usually causes these different digestive infections?
A lot of them are from eating something bad. So
food poisoning?
Yes. So if you eat something not so good or not properly cooked or not properly washed, it can cause all those things. Like let's say for instance, people that don't wash their hands and then they go pick up fruits and they start eating it, and then they transfer that from their hands to their mouth down to the tummy, and then they come down with diarrhea and they're like, oh my God. Then also, if you eat late at night and you now go to sleep, if you're over full in lying down position, it can cause there to be overspillage. Maybe the food will not go down properly, and then you can come up with either diarrhea or vomiting in the morning. Yeah, so because the food is still long in the tummy, it can produce a lot of harmful gases in your tummy and then come back.
Okay, so at what point should we seek professional medical help? Because most of the time we feel like we can handle these very common things ourselves. You would agree with me that Nigerians self-medicate a lot. And we self-diagnose a lot. So at what point should we seek medical help instead of just going to get maybe paracetamol and all of that?
Okay, so once you've noticed that you're stooling for a couple of hours, let's say you've gone to the toilet like about 6 to 7 times within 12 hours, just go see the doctor. Or if you notice that you've started vomiting, go see the doctor immediately. because that one, it means that there's an inflammation going on and it needs to be taken care of by a professional. So those two things are basically how I tell people, okay. And then for the chronic ones, if you notice that you're stooling, it might not be consistent, but you're stooling like going on for like about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, just go see a doctor. It's like, so it's the consistency, the speed of if it's coming too much within 12 hours, or if it is coming slowly within a few weeks. Like let's say you do like 2 to 3 times a day for those 3 weeks. Now you can go see a doctor and you tell them, doctor, I've been stooling, my stool has not been so well formed for the last 3 weeks. He would know what to do next.
All right, this has been a very, very interesting conversation so far. And right about now, we'll be going on a short break. And when we return, we're talking about gut health, prevention, and public awareness, of course. Just stay tuned.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
All right, glad to have you back. This is still Health Check on your favorite station, the Voice of the People television. We've been talking gut health and immunity. And I'm still with our amiable, wonderful doctor, in person of Dr. Onileowo Damilola. And we've been talking about the gut health, basically the digestive system, how to better take care of your gut and all of that. But right now we're talking about the preventions, because what we do here is pass the right information to you. So, Doctor, thank you so much for staying to the side.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right. So, Doctor, why do you think the gut health, because actually it's really being overlooked, really being overlooked. Yes. We only focus on the parts of our bodies that we can see, forgetting that the inner is as important, more important, in fact. So, why do you think it's often overlooked as being less important?
Well, like you said, people often trivialize things that they don't see, and then they trivialize things that they don't take active knowledge of noticing every day. Like, for instance, now, if your eye suddenly starts being blurry, you would notice and you'll be like, okay, I need to see the doctor immediately.
Yes.
But your tummy, you don't really know what goes on inside. You just know that you're eating and it's coming out the other way. And so it's being taken for granted more, is what I would say.
All right, so let's focus on the solutions, right?
Yeah.
But let's look at the preventions before the solutions, basically. Okay. So what preventive measures do you think can be taken for a healthy gut for children and adults? The reason why I'm more particular about children is because they just want to eat what is sweet.
Sure.
They don't really pay attention to what they need at the time. And so we really need to know how to take care of these young ones. So how do we better take care of our health as children and the adults as well?
All right, so first with the children, they touch a lot of things.
Exactly.
And then they put it
in their mouth.
So first thing is active surveillance. You must monitor what they do and then try to wash their hands as often as possible. Then also what they put in their mouths is very, very important. So with the meals, especially their cereals, make sure that it's put in a place that there's no air. So like get a tin and preserve the food properly.
Airtight containers.
Yeah, airtight containers. Put it there, preserve it properly. And then for the foods that they eat, make sure that their water is boiled or at least maybe bottled water. ensure that you monitor everything that you put in their mouths overall. If there's anybody that is feeding them anything, make sure that they wash their hands and consistently wash the hands of your children.
People really trivialize washing of hands.
Yes,
they just feel like they can see the amount of dirt on their hands, not knowing that they are actually invisible microorganisms.
Yes. So the hand washing is the part where we try to tell people as much as possible to please wash their hands, wash your children's hands. Because a child, I literally will see a child touching the floor and then wanting to put their hands in their mouth. And I'm like, tell your child to not do this. This is not ideal. This is not hygienic. So that's what we try to get people to take care of more. Then overall, just note the foods that your body is reacting to. Like, okay, so for instance, let's say you have lactose intolerance or you have an allergy to a certain type of food. First of all, stop all foods, then try and take them one by one and see which one you react to. The ones you react to, you stop them, and then you know going forward that, okay, you don't take things that would cause reaction. Or even if you feel like, okay, you want a guilty pleasure and you want to take them, you take them in very, very little quantities.
Very mild.
Yes.
All right, so let's look at treatment options. So what are the people that are already been affected? So what can they do? Can it be managed? Can it be totally cured and all of that?
Okay, so for the early ones, the ones that, okay, you notice that you started stooling, first thing you do is you stop eating anything outright. You allow your tummy to rest. You can drink fluids, but just don't eat anything. So the more you allow your tummy to rest, the more your system tries to fight it off and then regain its constitution back. But if you see that it's not working, just go see the doctor as soon as possible. So, but overall, if you take lots of fluids and you allow the tummy to rest, it recovers on its own. Like I said, the body is very resilient, so it does a lot of fixing on its own.
Wow. All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, and I must say a very big thank you to Dr. Onilewo Damilola for sharing these valuable insights on gut health and immunity with us today. Thank you so much, Doctor.
My pleasure.
All right, so remember that a healthy gut is not just about digestion. It's a cornerstone of overall well-being and a strong immune system, as we've heard. So eating right, staying active, managing stress, seeking medical advice when necessary can make a huge difference. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Please stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, stay alive, and join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things. And it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize, and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, it's always about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion, as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ari Area market has a total of 37,000 shops. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And
do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice.
TGIF, and thank God it is Friday. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. In as much as today has been quite chaotic as regards to the social media space, I saw some, a serious, conversation as regards to the Yuletide season and, complaints here and there. And also, a particular pastor that actually came out looking for his chicken. But of course, that was on a lighter note. So many things going on. But on a more serious note here, we're talking about House of Reps conversation again today. We actually picked it up yesterday as regards to the reform. The INEC reform, of course, are electoral reforms, but they are even making it more serious, and they're trying to, up their game. Reps approves stiffer penalties for vote buying and selling. And I think this particular one is also a laudable one, if only they can actually uphold this, situation here, because it's, long overdue. We've been talking about this issue of vote buying in the country, electoral malpractices and all of that. But if they can actually, look into this direction, we'll be grateful. And it would actually, put the minds of everyone, that is actually, going to that polls to cast their votes, to put their mind at rest, knowing fully well that their votes would count, and not about someone who is canvassing and buying votes from here to there, And we'll also be talking about Senate confirmation of Fani Kayode, Omokri, and of course, 60 other ambassadors. All right, join the conversation with experts insight and seasoned perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udon. Let's look into one of these stories with details. Ngige storms APT caucus meeting hours after release from prison. The former Anambra State Governor, Senator Chris Ngige, has stormed, of course, at the APC meeting at the State House, Conference Center in Abuja, barely hours after his release from Kuje prison. Ngige was granted bail earlier on Thursday after being remanded in prison over corruption allegations by the EFCC. His arrival at the meeting attracted cheers from presidential aides. Sincerely, I do not know what that cheers actually mean. And if you're being released from Kuje prison, instead for you to actually go and meet your family, your loved ones and all of that, but the next thing you could do is to, freshen up, and you're going to APC's KCOS meeting. I don't know what is really going on. And some people actually, give speculation. Is this about realignment or what? We don't know yet, okay? Perhaps in the coming days, we'll actually understand what is really going on. Is the case over, or is the case is still on? Would they still actually, take this case up as, just like the way the EFC started, all right? But going into APC's KCOS meeting, we don't know what this particular one actually means. But of course, my guest analyst would also have to touch in that particular one. PDP faction dissolves executive committee in 14 states. The faction of the People's Democratic Party, led by Nyesom Wike and Samuel Anyanwu, has dissolved the state working committee of the party in 14 states. The faction announced January 9 as the date for state congresses and dismissed claims of recognition by the Independent National Electoral Commission by another faction led by Tanimu Turaki. This particular one is just a laughable situation now. Elder statements going back and forth as regards to their political party. I don't even know, who means well for that particular party presently. Everyone is just, doing their own thing, and no one is actually coming together to say, okay, let me even leave my pride and see how to settle the situation. Men can actually fall out. You can have issues with someone, but if you're still keeping and holding the grudges for long, I don't see it as something that is, really okay. For the good of the people, for the good of your party, you just have to build it instead of dividing against yourselves, And I remembered Bukola Saraki, I've not heard from him, till now, we've not heard anything, because we remember that he didn't actually attend that convention. Yes, he didn't attend that convention. He was in Lagos on that particular Saturday, because I think that's the same Saturday that Fayose had his birthday, in Lagos. So some of them didn't also attend. Until now, we've not heard anything from them. So how many kickers do we really have? How many factions do we really have when it comes to the PDP? Is this what you want to continue from now to 2027 and you want to contest an election? Maybe you just participate but not contesting. I think there are two different words there. Tinubu urges governors to obey Supreme Court verdict on council autonomy. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on the governors to comply with the Supreme Court's judgment granting financial autonomy to local government. Speaking at the National Caucus meeting of the All Progressive Congress, Tinubu emphasized that there were genuine autonomy without direct access to funds. Okay, he also advocated for the establishment of state police. Okay, citing it as a critical pillar of administration security reform agenda. All right, so this particular one has been overemphasized, and we just hope that this situation that the president is pushing for can, finally work at last. And away from that particular one, Nigeria's power sector reforms yielding results, says the vice president. He actually mentioned this particular one, and he said the reform is actually moving beyond policy declaration to measurable outcomes. Speaking at the 20th anniversary of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, Shettima noted that the Electricity Act 2023 has repositioned the company for a more commercial-driven future. He credited President Bola Ahmed Tinubu with restoring investors' confidence in the power sector through its reform-driven approach. The NDPHC has added over 9,000 megavolt amperes of installed transformer capacity to the national grid and constructed days of estimated bills. But now we have prepaid meters almost everywhere. So why the live band? We don't need it. We don't need the live band. And away from that particular one, Accord Party insists no factions. Affirm Adeleke as Osun governor candidate. Okay, National Treasurer of Accord Party, High Chief Abdulaziz Salahuddin, has declared that the party has no factions. He stated that Ademola Adeleke was the sole governorship candidate of the party in Osun State. Having emerged from the primary election conducted in accordance with the party's guideline and electoral act. Salaudin dismissed claim of a parallel primary election, attributing them to enemies of democracy seeking to destabilize the party. Are we expecting any other faction from Accord? Is there any other issue in the states? Because these days we have several factions. The same thing in Labour. Attributed the insecurity in Nigeria to enemies of the country who are deliberately tormenting it through terrorism, banditry, and insurgency. Akpabio made the remarks, of course, at the 14th National Caucus meeting of the All Progressive Congress in Abuja. He also commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the release of over 100 kidnapped children and urged the government to rescue the remaining victims. Okay, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking this first conversation here. Reps approves stiffer penalties for vote buying and selling. Stay tuned, please don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. And welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People television. The House of Representatives has approved amendments to the Electoral Act, introducing stricter penalties for vote buying and selling. Individuals found guilty will face a minimum of 2 years imprisonment or a 5 million fine, or both, alongside a 10-year ban from contesting elections. The amended clause 22A and C significantly increases sanction from the previous penalties of 500,000 or a maximum of 2 years imprisonment. The House also adopted an amendment mandating the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to electronically transmit results through polling units to the INEC Result Viewing Portal, IREF, in real time, alongside physical collation, of course, of results. This aimed to enhance transparency and credibility in elections. We talked about this particular situation yesterday as regards to the IREF and BVAS, but they are stylishly still coming back home, and we just hope that they would really get back home as regards to the IREF situation. We're now being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes.
Hello, Doctor. Are you there? Good afternoon.
How are you today? Good afternoon, and I hope you are enjoying your day. I listened to your news broadcast just now. I listened to your news broadcast when you were talking about Ngige. Instead of him to go home and refresh, decide to go and enter the APC caucus meeting in Aso Rock. Should that be the case? Yes. You will ask me why. I will say, okay, he is now telling them that thank you, I have been released. I'm going to be part of you. I will not do anything against you. Please allow my sins to be forgiven. Because the people that will forgive him his sins are those people attending that particular caucus meeting. So what do you expect of him? I can assure you that we can easily predict from here that what happened to Okowa is exactly going to happen to Ngige. That's going to be the end of his case, just as APC have been doing before. Take that one for free. Again, talking about division, by the special grace of God, we come to this particular platform to analyze it. Keep that one again in your pocket. When it happens, bring it out. Bring it out. Then we show our viewers. Thank you.
Doctor, you know, the fact that you've given me so many words for me to actually put in my pocket, and I must, you know, say this on national TV that all my pockets are full now. So maybe I should just get, you know, extra bags somewhere where I get to store all of these particular, you know, words.
We can take a store at your station now. Tell your MP to give you a store.
So they should just give me, you know, an empty space where I can still be storing some of your words.
Yes.
Okay, Doctor, before we move on, there's something that I need you to, you know, talk about. Of course, I know that you touched that particular area indirectly, but I know that it will still become something, you know, quite big. But APC has been admitting, you know, different people into their party of late. And I just want to relate the situation to the medical, you know, system, the hospitals, you know, where no matter how big your facility is, when once you have surge, you know, as regards to patients coming in back to back, you know, every now and then in hours trooping in.
Facilities are stretched out.
Your facility will be stressed out.
Yeah, will be stretched out.
Not only that, you would need more manpower as regards to your doctors, your nurses, your matron, you know, and we wouldn't want a situation where
you cannot even buy them in the markets.
Do you understand?
You cannot even get them in the market.
Yes, and we wouldn't even want a situation where you would now ask the people that came for IT or, you know, some NYC students to start administering medication. So bringing this to the political corridor, Doctor, APC has been receiving. APC has no. That's why I don't want to put this one in my pocket yet. I still want to hold it in my left hand before we round off. APC has been taking people, you know, into their party. I know that it's you know, it is a thing of joy for them, and it shows how so many people want to associate with them. No problem. But let me paint this narrative. In Taraba State alone, the whole of the House of Assembly, from the Speaker, all defected to the APC. Now, of course, we've seen similar cases in different states, and that of Rivers. But let's even take Taraba. As at the time that every member of House of Assembly in Taraba State contested election under PDP or other political parties, APC also had their member that contested against them.
Now, in my mind, are you using Okma there?
APC also had members that contested against them, and they won as at the time. So now they have the Speaker of House of Assembly of Taraba State. They have all the members of House of Assembly Taraba State joining the APC. Please, the person who contested in the same constituency with the Speaker or every other member, what is going to happen to the person? You joining the person in this house.
Exactly. That is where I said, you know, it's because I didn't want to take your time. That's why I didn't want to go into details. Okay. I knew what I was saying.
Doctor.
Okay, imagine this.
Yeah.
Imagine this. Let us use River State. Even not even Taraba.
Doctor, I don't even want you to use Rivers. I want you to use Delta State. You know, we have Omoagege, who happens to be the former Senate Deputy Senate President.
Yes.
As at the time of Ahmad Lawa.
Yes.
Who actually owns the structure of APC in Delta State. And now Sheriff is there.
State.
So paint it for me, please.
Delta State.
Yes.
In Delta State, are you also aware that is why where we have a political kingpin? You should know why I'm using political.
I understand. Of course.
I don't want to expatiate.
Yeah.
In the person of Ibori.
Ibori, yes. James Ibori, yes.
We have Okowa there.
We have Oduaga, we have Okowa. Yes.
We have Oduaga.
Yeah.
We have Omoagege. We have
David Devie.
Yes. We have a whole load of them like that.
Yeah.
Now tell me, each one of them, they also have their own expectations.
Yeah.
within the political circle, not political party now, within the political circle and the political fabric of that state. They have their followers. Now, when the chips are down, and they are contesting for positions in congresses. Let us even start from congresses, not even primaries now. Congresses. Every politician, especially the career politicians, they want to control the structure of the party. Are you with me?
Yeah.
They want to control the structure of the party. Mark you, that was the genesis of the problem between Wike and Fubara in Rivers. So we are all waiting. To see how this will play out.
Okay, doctor.
Again, sorry, even nationally, the same thing. People will want to have their own within the NWC. How are they going to manage this?
Okay, doctor, since this is not the main conversation for the day, so I think we've actually, flogged the conversation. I think
no, we're only whetting the appetite of our viewers.
Yes, of course.
We're only whetting the appetite.
And doctor, just to buttress, this conversation and to move ahead, I think the people that would suffer it most would be the deputy governors.
Yes.
Because they would be the one that they would say, oh, the governor can still go again, but of course you have to drop your deputy. And they will tell the deputy governor, don't worry, we'll look for a way to compensate you. So, let's go to the main conversation of today. Talking about reps, pushing for a stiffer, a penalty, which in as much as we want them to do more, but of course they've started on a good note. And talking about a stiffer penalty, for vote buying and selling.
They have not started on any good notes. For me, they are not on any good notes.
But doctor, if they didn't even touch this particular one, the electoral reform, we should have, owed them to ransom to say, oh, they've not even done anything. But for them
what
to have even...
they are just doing camouflage. Doctor,
let's see what happened in the coming days. But of course, back then, it used to be just 2 years. Oh, it used to be 2 years, and the fine was 500,000. That's the maximum. Maximum was just 2 years imprisonment. But now, 2 years imprisonment, 5 million, or the person can even serve both. And not only that, can be banned for 10 years. But my conversation here, have we really seen our Nigerian politicians directly buying votes? They send people. And is it the people that are not going to contest that they call canvasser or party agents that you want to say when you pick them up, you ban them from contesting election? Have they ever contested before? But what implication do the stiffer penalties for vote buying, and selling have on the Nigerian electoral process? And not only that, doctor, do you think that our lawmakers would actually uphold this bill that they've passed, or this particular, strict movement that they want to take?
I will not even think of any. I will not. You're asking me, do I think? No, I'm not thinking of any. Because from the beginning of our electoral system, we have been having all these laws. To what extent have they been executed? That's number one. Number two, where is the institutional framework? Underline, institutional framework put in place to ensure the execution of all these laws. I think where they are supposed to start, it's not about telling me that they are increasing the number of imprisonments, years of imprisonment, or they are doing banning of this or that. No. If they are serious, they have to first of all look at, okay, in the past, has there been no loss? Yes, there has been. In the past, have they been able to catch some people really perpetrating this? Yes, they have. They have. What has been happening to such people? Are there be prosecution? Are there be punitive measures? If there are none, why? Then how do we guide against such occurrences in future? These are the things that are expected a serious National Assembly to be interrogating. Rather than all, because they know themselves. Are they not the one contesting? Are they not the one buying votes? I will give you an example. Every day now, you will see this environmental department in Lagos State arresting the Okada riders, arresting them here and there. But when election is coming, you will see them distributing Okada for them again. So what are you talking about? They're supposed to shift their focus from where it is to the other side of it. Why has this not been working? Why? And then resolve it.
You know,
and that's why I said I won't be thinking along the line you're asking me to think. No.
Yeah. Doctor, I understand that with track records, you know, they've actually proven that some of the structures or most of the structures have not been working, no matter the implementation, of course, they don't uphold whatsoever laws that that is existing in the land. You know, and it's so painful that I was waiting for you to actually mention it more. Maybe that actually escaped your mind. You were giving, you know, instances, and you were talking about some, you know, situations like that in the past. But you've forgotten that we still saw about 2 to 3 pictures of some guys that were arrested by the EFCC.
Yes,
at the just concluded Anambra State election. Till date, we've not heard anything.
And those guys not working freely now. They are working freely.
And they had their tax on. They were carrying cash, you know, with briefcase. Until date, we've not heard anything. Of course, I'm a broadcast journalist. I should be, you know. Yeah, so I should be. I should have all of this news on my table. I've not seen anything till date. So it's really, you know, sometimes disturbing when we see our Nigerian, you know, lawmakers trying to enact some laws or trying to say, oh, they want to, you know, start doing what is right or what was meant to be. But, you know, in the long run, they don't even uphold it. In the long run, they don't even take it seriously anymore. And it just looks like...
They themselves will put a lacuna. They themselves will put a lacuna there that they will not explore. Because the executive, the legislature,
and the judiciary,
they are working hand in hand now. There is nothing like checks and balances.
Until date, we are still hoping that we would get total separation of, you know, power in this country. But doctor, let's go.
When we have leaders that has integrity, integrity matters, because you don't expect to get something out of nothing. It's not possible. When you have leaders that doesn't have integrity, that their value system, their value ratio is 0, then you can't get anything. Okay, look at it now. There's another minister now that is being alleged to be having fake results from UK. Tunji Ojo, what's his name? A private investigator dig that one out. When did one or two other ministers just resign because of this same forgery? Because of this same forgery. But then, Savior, let me also remind you that fruit doesn't fall far from the tree.
Okay, yes. Doctor,
I didn't interpret that. Did I interpret it?
You didn't. You didn't. Neither do I also understand the adage. You know. But doctor, that was on a lighter note. But doctor, let's talk about INEC. Is it still possible that INEC can be totally independent? Because I see no reason why independence should be, you know, as part of their name, but that commission is struggling for, independency. But not only that, I'll be asking you 2 questions, of course, so you can take it simultaneously. What role do you think INEC will play in implementing the electronic transmission of results, and how will it affect the credibility of elections?
Thank you. INEC can be independent no matter who has placed the chairman and other commissions there, no matter who might have placed them there. Because we've seen examples in the past. And I give you the example of, what's his name again? Humphrey, what's his name again? Humphrey, the one that conducted the election.
Yes.
Yeah. You can see that he stood his ground that he was going to announce the results, and of which he did. Even though the then President Babangida didn't want him to continue with the election, he still continued. So we can have, if we can have such people at the ends of affairs, if you can have people, I wouldn't want to mention the guy's name because also along the line, the guy too, even though the guy's tenure was still better than this last one, what's his name, Professor Mahmoud Yakub, the guy's own was still better. When we are able to have people like that other VC of, was it Calabar or Owerri University, that declined totally to announce fake results, that rejected totally the money allegedly offered to her, then we can still have an independent National Electoral Commission. Having said that, there is nothing as good as transmission of results right from the polling units to the IRF board, whereby everybody will be seeing it. It's been done elsewhere. It's been done elsewhere. How can we be copying? How can we be copying the way France administers tax administration, and we cannot copy the way they go about their electioneering processes? Why? Is it so difficult? If the government wants the people and the international community to have confidence in our electioneering process, then beavers must work. Electronic transmission of results must work. Electoral laws and acts must also be strictly adhered to. Then our constitution must be supreme. And above all, there must be total overhaul, cleansing of our the bench in the judiciary. We don't want corrupt judges again. We want people that we give judgment and everybody will hail the outcome of the judgment. We don't want a situation whereby somebody will be saying something before now, and because it's now somebody else 10 years after, we now be saying, but this thing is about 10 years ago now, we should be able to forgive the person. Is forgiveness in our constitution? What does our constitution say about forfeiture of monies and properties to the government? What does the constitution say? and then a CGN will be coming, saying this thing is a long period now. Let us forgive. Is that what the Constitution says? All these things we need to put them aside and then ensure what we always call equity, fair play, and justice, inclusive of the rule of law. Not until when all those things are properly and effectively entrenched in our political processes. Honestly speaking, I mean, what we have seen in the past will not even be equal to what we are still going to see come 2027. And like I said, in my upcoming broadcast for our nation, my New Year broadcast, people should look at 2025 properly and then ensure that in 2026 we drop or we convert our political how do I put it now? Our political non-active, our political inactiveness to political anger. Our political apathy should be changed to political anger. Come 2026, 2027, going forward.
Okay.
Wait and see. A lot of things I've been hearing on the streets. People are angry. And you know that an hungry stomach has no ear. People have been talking about history. That when people are resilient, when people are determined, when people are together, there is nothing that they cannot do. Nothing they cannot do. And that is when the person that is pursuing goat, we know that yes, goat can bite more than a dog.
All right. Dr. Kayode has actually made some goats, in the areas now feeling like they are Rottweilers and Boabus, but it is okay. That was on a lighter note, Doctor. Doctor, sincerely, I understand how painful this situation is because over time, it looks like we are recycling the same problem, and we're expecting different results. But we just hope that our legislators would actually take this particular one up, seriously as regards to implementing this electronic transmission of results. Because I don't know if they would be able to scale through as regards to that. And, some of them actually come together to say, oh, yes, we want to implement electronic transmission, of results. But some people might still have issues with it, and they would start sabotaging that particular, implementation. That's one thing I've noticed. It's not like...
They will be roasted. I'm telling you, they will be roasted. I am saying this live.
Because
I'm not hiding it.
Because that's one thing I've noticed about, our government, as in large volume, no matter what, in every sector, you would always see, the good amongst them. But
yes,
sometimes, there are so many, sabotage, surrounding so many good things, and that's the reason why.
We have not been showing them the consequences. We have not been showing them the consequences. Now, Doctor, when they see the consequences, they will sit and write.
Doctor, that's what we are saying. Who is to show them the consequences? Is it the EFCC? I'm coming, Doctor. Is it the EFCC chairman that was selected by an executive arm? Is it the INEC chairman that was selected by executive arm? Is it
the EFCC you are even talking about? That's where integrity comes in. The EFCC we are talking about. Is it not in the news of recent how Salami Judicial Inquiry indicted him? Is it not there? And you are putting such a person as the head of EFCC. What do you expect? Like I said, an apple tree doesn't fall from me. Apple food doesn't fall far from his tree.
Okay.
That's it.
Doctor.
But this time around, you are going to see what we call the shaking off of the oligarch shackles in the hands of the people, and you will now see the people reacting the way they are supposed to react, because people have realized that a people that have refused to free itself from the wicked, haste, terrible oligarchs, they be perpetually emaciated by them. People that see that enough of this cheating, enough of this excruciating pain. Look at what Dangote said. Dangote told us how much he is selling his fuel. 300 naira plus per liter. We're inclusive of the taxes. But see how much you have been buying it. So who has been keeping that money? Who and who? These are revelations. Revelations that is not making people to be angry. We see what will happen.
Okay. Doctor, thank you so much for that particular, wonderful submission as regards to, the electoral reforms that we actually touched. Let's quickly round off with Senate confirmation of Fani Kayode, Omokri, and 60 other ambassadors. What do you have to say? I just wanted to take, a long ride for just 1 minute, 30 seconds, and we round off the conversation. So please go ahead.
As the time gone like that.
Doctor is asking me now, has the time gone like that, Doctor? And I know it is not always enough, okay? So but please, Doctor, we're pressed for time. So I'd like you to, because I just noticed that, sorry, Doctor, I just noticed that, sorry, Doctor, I just noticed that the federal government does not care whatsoever, the Nigerians are saying. The same thing to our rubber stamp Senate, allegedly. They don't care about whatsoever Nigerians are saying, the people that they represent, so what they do now is whatsoever that comes from the executive, they just approve and let the thing just fly. That's all. Except we go to the streets to protest, except we quarrel, except we shout on social media and the noise is too loud, or the international climbs, international community gets to see the situation and, lend their voice. That's when they take us serious.
That was promoted and then reverted. Like the ADC that was promoted and reverted. You remember? Abi? We saw that same National Assembly singing, on your mandate we shall stand. That's the National Assembly. It's just like, God forbid bad thing. Somebody that you have identified stealing your equipment in your office there, and then it's not coming in, and all of you staff, you are now saying rankadede. You don't know what that means? Now imagine the country that they are put Mahmoud will be posted to. And they are now asking him, during the last election in your country, you said there was a glitch. And you are going to rectify that glitch before you continue. But surprisingly, you continued. And then you announced the result of the election. Why people were sleeping? They asked him to explain. Listen, you conducted 2 different elections on the same day. One went through without a glitch. The other one had the presidential. Why? They will ask him to explain now. They will ask Omokri to explain. Here is somebody that went on air virally. That he is this, he is that, you can never work with him, he doesn't have integrity, he doesn't have this, he's an international this, international that. But how come you are now working with him, and then you are now his mouthpiece internationally? Would they ask him? The same thing they will ask
Fani
Fani
Kayode.
Kayode now. Would they ask him? There are some there. There are also some that are having financial misappropriation cases on them. We did not ask them. So what does that portend? No, what does that portend? That means our integrity internationally had been debased. That means the respect the international community has for us is no more there. That means anything. Imagine.
All right, doctor, we're pressed for time.
Niger Republic there. Imagine it. Imagine. Don't let me go, but imagine Niger Republic to Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Imagine.
Doctor, thank you so much.
Nigeria that before now. I'm sorry, sir. Nigeria that before now. Before America, UK, France, and so many other big countries, Germany, we take decision. They want first of all see what's going to be the reaction of Nigeria. Where is that Nigeria today? Okay. Where is that Nigeria today?
All right,
we need
thank
to
you.
go back to that place.
Thank you so much.
We return back to a situation where we become the sign shore of all eyes in the whole world.
All right, thank you so much, doctor, for that particular final, submission. That Nigeria actually is just like we saw in the news, and of course, President Olusegun Obasanjo mentioned that that particular Nigeria ended in its time, and of course, we still hope that Nigeria would come back to play again, and it would, come back to existence. But thank you so much, doctor, for being part of the conversation. Hopefully, we would see each other, God's willing, next week again. All right. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy a locker room. And this is how far we can actually go on the program. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing soon over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Now, my name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Thank God it's Friday, and welcome to another exciting episode of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Agwagu, and today we'll be looking at very many interesting stories. Chief of amongst them is the countdown to 2025 African Cup of Nations to be held in Morocco. It's 2 days to that event, and of course 4 days to the Super Eagles doing the business right there in face against the Stiff Stars of Tanzania. That game is, building up to be one of the biggest games in this particular championship because a lot has been said about the Super Eagles side. Many persons have been talking about how atrophy our Super Eagles have been since 2013 when they won the championship last. So many talking points we'll be looking at today. But of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone as usual. I'll be doing this with third commentators. Of course, in the studio with me is Hafiz. Hafiz, good evening. Welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, good evening, Ikechukwu, and good evening to our viewers out there. And yes, AFCON is starting really soon. Sunday, in fact, it's just like less than 2 days away. And we're already seeing the way the teams are arriving right there in Morocco. Seeing the Super Eagles, we saw them in the regalia and all of that. There's this funny picture about Eric Chell coming in with the Ghana must go and all of that. So, but the teams are all ready to go. I mean, we saw 2023, we saw the Angolans bringing all their vibe, the Cabo Verdeans also bringing all their vibes as well. This time, we'll be willing to see this one combined with football action, on the pitch as well. So it's shaping up to be a very interesting AFCON right there in Morocco. And we're all here for it.
Of course, yes, the last time Super Eagles actually visited Morocco was in 1988. And of course, that's exactly 37 years ago. And Super Eagles got to that final, losing narrowly to the Cameroonian side. The interesting thing about that particular championship was that a French coach, Claude Leroy, took us to that particular championship. And today, we're being led by a Francophone, African, of course, we want to say he's also a French citizen, Eric Ekushel. The big question now is, can lightning strike twice in the same country? Maiwa, good evening and welcome to Locker Room.
It's always amazing to be here. We are trying to do a repeat of, 37 years ago. Actually featured like Brazil. Unfortunately, we didn't get to win that particular Nations Cup. But in any case, we can do it. We have the quality to do it. Apart from the fact that there's a lot of background noise. There's a lot of background noise that might distract the boys. I think if we get our act together, we can do it. I'm hoping we have a smooth sail together and probably surprise ourselves, despite the fact that there's a whole lot of challenge. So I'm looking forward to that particular tournament. Can't wait for the tournament to start on Sunday to see how what the vibe the tournament will bring before our own Super Eagles play on Tuesday. So it's always amazing to be here. GIF, thank you for having me, Kechukwu.
Absolutely. Like we always say, this is the ground where we break every single football story to its empirical state. And trust me, you've met the gladiators and the show is about to kickstart. But then the very first thing, if you're just joining us for the very first time, subscribe to our YouTube platform and do not forget to also leave your comment. And you can be part of the call, part of the show by actually calling us via the number on your screen to get your statement head, and of course, let's get your position on conversation that we'll be looking at today. But of course, the very first one is the one that concerns Nigeria and someone who was part of that team that won the 2013 African Cup of Nations in the person of Ezouane. Of course, Ugouane was talking about his chance and of course how the Super Eagles went all the way to actually win that particular championship. You want to remember him is that particular man who is actually very diminutive. He actually was part of the side that went to Chan the following year in 2014. They got to the semi-finals and of course the big boss led them to that particular championship. He's actually speaking. He spoke to reporters, in Enugu, talking about the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, where he was actually talking about Super Eagles' chance of winning the African Cup of Nations in 2013. And of course, he expressed his concern about the quality of the team. One of the things he actually said was that this team actually lacked the quality to actually go all the way. He said the biggest reason or the biggest challenge the team has is the fact that in this team, there's no competition, and that's exactly why we are seeing lackluster performance. But Hafiz, I ask you, looking at the Super Eagles from 2013 till date, right? A lot of persons have actually raised concerns. But do you really share Uzouane's concerns about the Super Eagles that the team is in steady decline? Because there seems to be no sort of competition. In his own word, do you think that's what we experienced in the Super Eagles, that we already know who is definitely going to be part of it? There's no surprise in this particular team again. Do you agree with Uzouane?
No disrespect to Uzonyi, he wasn't even supposed to be part of that squad, to be honest. I mean, in 2013, we saw him in 2014 as well, when he went and he wore this oversized Super Eagles jersey wearing the number 3. So maybe he's not the best person to be speaking about who is supposed to deserve his spot or not. But maybe quality of the players, I can say, no, I won't say a steady decline because, I mean, we're not boasting the best of defenses, even at that time as well. I mean, it wasn't the likes of Leon Balogun.
No, Leon Balogun was
in 2013. Maybe I'm still trying to.
Kenneth Tomorrow.
Oh, Kenneth Tomorrow.
Joseph Yobo.
And Joseph Yobo, of course. Who was nearing the
Godfrey
end of
Obabuna.
Of course. I mean, yes, you can say they were players from the local league. The players from the local league, but these are players that
yeah, he was part of. He was also part of the local league players.
Yes, fine. Maybe when you are mentioning decline, maybe in the terms of players coming from the NPFL, but you and I and even Mayowa, we know why we are not seeing players even coming up from the NPFL. At this point, we don't want to go there. So, but for me, I think the players, I would say they can match up to the players of 2013. Yeah, I can say so. Because,
but wait, Hafiz, wait. Let's look at this team.
Yeah.
And look at the team in 2013. Mm-hmm. Is there a place where you can agree with Uzonyi that this team lacks competition? This team looks very predictable compared to that particular team.
Well, let me say maybe in the midfield. Maybe in the midfield, you look at the likes of Mikel Obi was there at that point in time. Did he not there?
Mikel was there. He was the captain on the field.
Mikel was the captain of the team. Maybe the likes of Sunday Umba and all of that. But for me, I would say if you look at the 2013 team and this team, fine, maybe the teams that were competing against the 2013 team, when we even went to 20 names, some big African countries that did not go there, that did not qualify for that 2013 tournament. I think the biggest team that Nigeria played in that tournament was Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
Of course, and they defeated Ivory Coast, even though it was a tough test as well. So for me, I think African football generally has stepped up between 2013 and now. I'm not taking anything away from the 2013 team, but for me, I don't think there's really much of a difference between our 2013 team and this one. Maybe Mayowa can have a different view at this.
All right, Mayowa, is there a sense of atrophy in the Super Eagles team from 2013 till date when it comes to competition in the team? I mean, Uzonyi actually highlighted the fact that when they were in camp, they were all jittery. Only few players were able to actually leave the camp when the coach said he's going to be releasing the names of the players that were part of the party in 2013 African Cup of Nations that was held in South Africa. And he was very, very, it was scary for all of them. They were thinking about their chance. And he was part of the home-based player himself alongside the likes of Sunday Mba, Godfrey Obabuna, Azubike Juike in that particular team.
Yeah.
Compare that particular team in terms of surprises, in terms of quality, in terms of predictability. Is Uzonyi actually right that the Super Eagles team at this point lacks substance that can actually lead them all the way?
Well, I mean, it's been a long while. I heard somebody use the word atrophy. It's been a long while. So, it jotted my memory. But in any case, see, let's look at it. Is there really a competition in our national team? The answer is no.
Okay.
That's just the honest truth. Take away some starters, we hardly play it. And that's just the honest truth. Let's start from the goalkeeping position. Take away Anwaba, who is performing averagely, who is the way to go. The defense, Benjamin Frederick's injury has been a source of concern. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Benjamin Frederick's injury has been a source of concern for us. Who is the likely replacement? Who are the replacements? We are not even sure of Shemia Ajayi. If there are suitable replacements, due respect to Shemia Ajayi will be of our team. We've been complaining about Wilfred. He placed one game today excellently well. Shows the quality of a box midfielder that he showed while he was playing for Leicester City. Some other games, you don't see him. We complain about the quality of support that our strikers get. We have to make do with what we have. Go to the attack. If Osimhen is not scoring, we struggle to get goals. So there is no competition in the team at the moment. The 2013 team, there were competition. Why the competition is this? It was a blend of home base and foreign base. Remember Joseph Yobo started the first game. I think the second game he didn't play again. Somebody else replaced him, and the person that replaced him,
Godfrey Obabuna.
Yeah, Obabuna came from the home base. And these are the things we are not seeing at the moment in our Super Eagles. And the reason for that is this. Because the successive NFF chairman, they've decided, president, they decided that, there's no point, growing players from our league. There's no point integrating players from our league. There's no point allowing the pipeline to come from our league. We rather rely on new makers as a second choice. And that is the reason it has dropped. So to be honest with you, if we are being honest with ourselves, there is no competition for places in that particular team. And, that's the reason why, the guy is very right, very correct. If you look at our team critically, take of our main stars, we begin to scratch our head. And for that reason, I think it's very clear to see the level of competition has dropped, and that's the reason why the quality we have at the moment has also dropped.
Absolutely. That's why the quality we have at the moment is not up to par. Of course, let's go straight deep down into the AFCON 2025 as we begin to extract potential dark horses and top contenders of this competition. Who will emerge victorious at the end of the day as we look at all of this group, as we're going to be breaking down this group step by step. We'll definitely be starting from Group A, but something very, very interesting I need to actually put to bed right now before we actually start looking at the group. Fair first is Omar Mamouche, who was actually talking. He said that Egypt has the quality to actually, go all the way to actually win this particular title. And of course, don't forget, again, someone also was talking in the camp of the Super Eagles, former Super Eagles international, Shola Amiobi, also was saying that the Super Eagles can actually go all the way. But the biggest test for the Super Eagles in this group stage will be the Ugandans. Definitely, we'll be looking at all of the group. Let's start from Group A. And of course, Group A consists of Morocco, Mali, and of course, this is going to be a very, very tough group because Zambia and Comoros will definitely be giving them a run for their money. But Afiz, looking at this particular group, right, we'll definitely be looking at the group step by step, and we'll also be looking at the chance of every teams in that particular group, where they definitely will likely end. Of course, Morocco, at this point, they are the most organized team in Africa. You want to say they have the golden generation of football players in their country now. They won the 20 World Cup not quite long, a few months ago. They also, for the very first time, and the second team in Africa to have done it, they also got to the finals of the Women World Cup. Women African Cup of Nations. They lost narrowly 3-2 to the Super Falcons. Now let's talk about Morocco as it aims to redeem themselves after an early exit in 2023 AFCON.
Well, I think the Moroccans this time, they'll be buoyed by their own fans. Of course, they are the ones hosting the tournament. That's talking about Morocco. And they have good players. In fact, when you look at the Moroccan team, the likes of Achraf Hakimi, Brahim Diaz, you look at the full squad, maybe the teams that you say can rival them player for player, maybe the Senegalese side, maybe Ivory Coast, and maybe the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But for me, I think all across they have the good players. Their goalkeeper is one of the best goalkeepers in the world, to be honest. I was talking about Yassine Bono, who is currently Al Hilal's goalkeeper. They have, the best defender and the current African Footballer of the Year. Achraf Hakimi is there. Though he's injured, but he's been given that assurance by Walid Regragui, the coach, that he is going to be, performing and even captaining the side. Roman Saiz is there, the veteran, coming in, a former Wolves player. You can go on and on. Brahim Diaz, Abdel Zalzouli, Azzedine Ounahi, who performed really well at the World Cup. Sofiane Amrabat is also the bulk of the squad. You have blend of youth and experience. There are some other players that didn't even make the squad, and they have young stars, the likes of. The players that didn't make the squad, when you look at the likes of Sofiane Diop, the likes of Adli, who is playing for Bournemouth, the likes of Hamza Igamani, who is on standby. And when you look at the players, the young players, Elise Bensege, a blend of players, everywhere. But the thing is this, football is not just by the players, it's about the team. You remember Belgium in 2014 when they have all the players in the world and they were knocked out by Wales in Euros. That was in 2016. They were knocked out by Wales. So it's not by, just the quality of the players alone, but can they play as a team? I think this time around, I think the Moroccans, just like you said, after that early exit at the last AFCON, I think it's time for them. They will have, gone deep. They've prepared for this stage for so long, and I think it's that time for them that they are going to grab this one out by the scruff of his neck and they are going to, show up and show out in their group. But much respect to the other teams, the likes of Mali as well. Zambia, yes, also they have the players of their own. Mali, you can recall Yves Bissouma, the likes of Nene Dogeles. They have their own, and of course they have former coach Eric Sekuche, who is now a Super Eagles coach. I think they have good players also, Mali, but I think Morocco will take that one.
Of course, Morocco will take that one, but who is going to qualify alongside Morocco?
Well, for me, I think it's going to be tougher than the way people are saying it. For me, I think I'm tipping Morocco and Comoros to qualify because Comoros, they've shown in previous, AFCON editions that they can actually shock a number of teams. Zimbabwe also will do well for themselves, but I think for me, I think it's going to be Morocco and Comoros.
Is Morocco your potential winner of the championship?
Of the championship or of the group?
Of the championship.
Of the championship. They have all it takes, but then there are other groups and there are other teams.
So, but looking at all of the teams, do you see Morocco as,
They are one of the top contenders.
So they are not your winner.
Semi-finals.
Okay, semi-finals.
Let me take them to get to the semi-finals.
All right, Maiwa, the last time we actually saw a defender, before the African Cup of Nations win the African Footballer of the Year was definitely 1963, where Semeni Bwenga of DR Congo, who actually led the Congolese side to actually get that particular, it was actually the African Footballer of the Year, and then he actually led the team, himself and the likes of Ndaye led the team to the championship, and they obviously won that particular championship in 1964. Of course, we are actually now seeing Ashraf Hakimi, a defender, leading the lines again, in his home turf. Is this the time that Morocco will definitely go all the way to actually pick it? Or with the 2012 champion, Zambia, come back and show just why they're one of the teams that sprinkle surprise here and there, when it comes to African Cup of Nations? Or with Mali, that actually fall short in 2023 after, a very, what I call it, sad few minutes of the game where they were actually holding the host nation, talking about Cote d'Ivoire. They were almost, running out as winner, but a few mistakes from that particular game, the game turned on its head, and that's exactly, of course, that game, was the reason why Rick Shell was having pictures of him water pouring on his head.
Water was pouring on his head.
So, looking at this, the group, the quality of teams in this group, Mali, Zambia, and of course, a surprise Comoros, who is more like the dark horse in that particular group. Who do you see coming out of that group and possibly group winners? And do you see, Morocco going all the way as champions in this particular championship?
I will not be surprised if Morocco do it. Football in Morocco, the trajectory of football in Morocco has been growing, especially their age games. They've been doing so well. The under 17, the under 20, even the female football, they've been doing excellently well and producing, top quality players. Yes, after the World Cup, the Nations Cup followed, they didn't do well. But if you look at the antecedent during the World Cup qualifier, the one that was just concluded, Morocco was one of the top teams that did so well in that particular tournament. Also, so they have this machine that is producing players for them. Some of the players that were part of the 2023 squad are not, younger players, joining them. So it's a mix of experience and fresh blood in that particular. So they have enough quality to be able to get to final. I think, and also they're playing at home. They have the 12 man supporting them, and that goes a long way. So we thought that come together, and with the kind of performance they put in so far, with the kind of we look at the level of performance of their players playing outside Morocco, they are playing for top teams. Yasinbono, top keeper for Ali now, actually coming back from the backdrop of winning the Champions League, winning the African footballer, and these are the kind of players with part-time do. So for me, if you look at that group of Cali, definitely Morocco is number one. Well, there is no tell that they'll be pouring water on this time around. Mali has neither here nor there. They have a lot of younger players coming in, but the problem has always been, harnessing them to be able to do the job. We tried to tell. They were playing well in that particular tournament, and few minutes to the end, they capitulated, and they ended up losing that particular game where it just started pouring water on the set. So, but if you look at the younger players that they've been able to bring together and the kind of quality they have, I would say, a Morocco first, a Mali second. If you are looking at the best third, maybe we'll be looking at a Comoros, because Comoros have shown it that they have the ability to be able to upset any team. So it's Morocco first. If Mali is not careful, then the sport might go to Comoros.
Absolutely. And of course, yes, I erroneously said that it was in 1963 that Semeni Bwenga actually won that African Footballer of the Year. It was 1974. And of course, the Nations Cup was, 1973, and the Nations Cup was 1974. Let's go straight to Group B. Yes, Egypt, South Africa, Angola, and Zimbabwe. Of course, you know that the Pharaohs of Egypt are the most successful team in Africa. And of course, they won this particular championship 7 times. And they, of course, aiming to reclaim victory. When it comes to African Cup of Nations, everybody will definitely prime Egypt to actually go all the way as first pick. Of course, I said earlier on that Omar Mamouche also said that they have the quality to go all the way this time around. Not forgetting the Egyptian Prince, arguably the most successful African player in the history of Premier League. Mo Salah is part of this particular team. Yeah. He's doing so well. Last season, he broke a lot of record. Maybe it's going to be the season where he's going to do it for his national team this time around. I mean, Egypt definitely most likely going to be the first pick, but who is going to make it through this particular group? Angola is obviously going to be a very big threat as well.
Yeah, of course, and that's the Egyptian squad that we're having on our screen. I mean, you could see that these players are from the blend of still. Egypt has been doing something. They have a knack of going to their local league.
Absolutely.
Al Ali, Zamalek, Ismaili, they pick players.
Pyramid of Egypt's players are very much, in this particular. They are the defending champions.
The CAF Champions League.
Absolutely.
Yes, they are the champions. And of course, they have the players and they blended them with the likes of Mustafa Mohamed, who got that winner up against Super Eagles of Nigeria in the pre-tournament friendly. And of course, you've said it all about Egypt. Egypt is to AFCON as Real Madrid is the UEFA Champions League. Mm-hmm. It is their birthright. They have the most titles. 7 titles, you can't take it away from them. If you want to take it back a bit, you remember the likes of Mohamed Abutrika, likes of Bastiani Barakat, Ahmed Mido, Emad Motaeb, even their coach, who actually also played. That's talking about Osama San. I think Egypt, you don't want to take it away from them. Maybe recently, they've not really had that quality, to go on and do what they used to do. But of course, with this group, but Angola, I mean, I want to say, Angola, they did well at AFCON. You remember the likes of Glycine Dalla, Mabululu scoring one of the goals of the tournament. Then this time, I think Mbala Nzola will come. He wasn't there in 2023 due to club football commitments, but right now, Mbala Nzola
But let's talk a bit about South Africa. South Africa is a team that has really shown, that they can actually grow. They've shown exponential growth over the years. Yeah. Now, if you talk about club football in Africa today, you cannot mention two countries without mentioning South Africa.
Yeah, I mean,
before Pyramid of Egypt, right, won this particular league.
Champions League.
Yes, it was South Africa that won it. I think about twice in the last 3 seasons. So it shows a lot about how they've really grown, and it's really translates in their national team because a crop of their players also play, in the national team.
Of course, I was even going to the South Africans, just there, and I think they also have fantastic players. I mean, recently you could see their players. They have a blend also from their local league. That's talking about the Betway Premiership. You could see the players of Orlando Pirates, the likes of the Sifo Mbules of this world, the Oswinapolises of this world, Evides Magokwa of this world. They are right there for Orlando Pirates. And when you come to the other side as well, Mamelodi Sundowns, you know how they also do when it comes to the CAF Champions League. You know what they did to our very own Remo Stars. Home and away, we saw all the story. But I think they have fantastic players also. And Hugo Broos has been able to, pick all of them and say, okay, this time around, they've been coming up. We saw how they gave Nigeria, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, a run for their money during the World Cup qualifiers. They showed that they are already coming up, they're coming back up, and they can do this one. I think this group is actually also going to be much more open and much more tougher than what people are seeing.
So who's goes through for you?
For me, I think it's going to be open, very open. You're trying to put me on the spot right now. I think Egypt, Angola, South Africa, and even Zimbabwe, because when you look at Zimbabwe, they have one of the finest, maybe I would say the best, but one of the finest defenders in European football, Munashi Garananga, who plays for FC Copenhagen right there. Knowledge Musona is also a veteran of the game. Jordan Zemura is also there. I think they all have. What I'm just happy about this tournament generally, Ikechukwu, is that players are coming in. More and more players are coming in. Eyes are getting more on these players coming to represent their African teams. There are even players that, I won't say denounced their English citizenship, and they came back to Africa. One is in Zimbabwe, Brandon Galloway, who used to play for Everton youth player. He's playing for Zimbabwe right now. This group is going to be much more open, but I think Egypt and South Africa should go through.
Mayowa, I think shows to be evasive. Who is your pick for this group? The top 2 teams that will be coming out of this group. Recall that South Africa and Zimbabwe were in our World Cup qualifiers group, and South Africa actually picked the ticket. So where is your money going to? Egypt, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Angola?
Well, since Mo Salah has not been doing well in EPL, maybe an opportunity for him to get his scoring boots back. So probably, maybe to say Mo Salah, doing the magic. However, batters aside, I think the Egyptian side, they've proven over the years that they are a team to beat. They're enough quality to be able to dispatch the if you look at the World Cup qualifier, I mean, I always go back to the World Cup qualifier as a reference point. I mean, the qualification just ended a couple of months. How good the team was. They were one of the top teams in Africa. They already secured, their position, even while others were still back, with the qualification, they already secured it, and they played so well in the particular, qualifiers. Also, they over the years had this way of blending, talent, local talent with foreign talent. Remember, I think in 2010 when Mido was playing for Tottenham Hotspur, he was substituted and he had a split. He had a clash with the coach on the touchline. He was the biggest star at that particular point in time. Mido was benched. Egypt went ahead to win that particular Cup, and that was the end of Mido in the national team. So over the years, they've proven that even though you are the main star, if you are not doing so, you can always replace you with the local players that we have. That's how good, their local team is. So definitely Egypt #1. South Africa has done so well for themselves. A whole lot of their players play locally. And the PSL, it's not a pushover. Years of them is beginning to pay off. The Blues have been able to do wonders with that particular team. Remember, the last Nations Cup, we barely survived South Africa. The point out that I decided not to, capitalize on the mistake of Nwabali. South Africa will have been in that final of that particular tournament. So they'll be so good in the semi-finals. So Egypt first, South Africa second, probably be Zimbabwe in there. I think the whipping boys of that particular team will probably be an Angola. Angola will promise and that deliver tournament, and I don't see anything, changing with that start. So it's going to be Egypt, then South Africa second.
And of course, in Group C, yes, the group that matters the most to us, the group where the Super Eagles will be doing business alongside the Five Stars of Tanzania, the Cranes of Uganda, and the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. You know that the Super Eagles have faced off-field issues recently, but remain a talented squad under Coach Eric Oshel, with Victor Osimhen obviously leading the line. African Footballer of the Year, former African Footballer of the Year before he handed it over to another Nigerian, Ademola Lookman, and of course now we know that it's a Moroccan that's actually leading us, to this particular championship. Nigeria has got huge talent. The last AFCON, we looked at the team, Nigeria's got the most valuable squad. You can also say this season as well, we still have the most valuable squad in terms of, where they apply their trade across the world. Now, the Super Eagles made it all the way to the finals in Cote d'Ivoire. Can the Super Eagles at least replicate that form, or even replicate the form they did, show 37 years ago in Morocco? We're still asking the big question, how and why was Henry Nwosu's goal disallowed? That question is yet to be answered, but this is not where we answer that particular question today. Let's talk about this group. What's going to happen? Who is going to go through? Can the Super Eagles make it out of this group?
Well, for me, another open group, to be very honest, because, yes, you will look at it on paper and say, the Super Eagles of Nigeria have the Tanzanians, the Ugandans, and now the Tunisians. Yes, but football is not played on paper. Ikechukwu, you and I can agree with that. Football is not played on paper, and so you won't even know. The World Cup qualifiers has shown us and has taught us that we don't know the type of Super Eagles that will even turn up. And right now, fine, there have been changes made to most of the players that participated in that World Cup qualifiers, and now we are seeing, some new faces, the likes of Salim Fago, and that's the squad, the likes of Paulo Nuachu is also coming back, though he had, let me say, an unimpressive performance up against Egypt. That is a pre-season and pre-AFCON tournaments. Now going into the AFCON, we have likes of Tochukwu Nadia as well, who is also a new face.
Usman Mohammed.
Yeah, Usman Mohammed, 31 years old, now coming to make his Super Eagles debut at the AFCON. Yes, a lot of questions, but we are going up against the Tanzanians, who also have good players. That's Zumbwana Samata, their captain, who used to play for Aston Villa. Tunisia as well, you could see what they did during the World Cup qualifiers, 22 goals scored, 0 conceded. They gave Brazil a run for their money in their friendly. I'm sure that the coach is leading them to a very, very good place, and they will show that also. Yes, you remember how they knocked us, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, out right there in 2021 with that goal, that error from Amadika Okoye. Nigeria and Tunisia, they are not strangers. We met 2004. You remember that Osaze Odering game, missed penalty where they went on to win. 2006, we met them again where we defeated them. Nigeria and Tunisia, you could know that we are like, I don't know, we are not friends and we are not enemies either when it comes to the AFCON. But then we are now finding ourselves in the same group again. It is all about what is Eric Chelsea's style of play. What level of Super Eagles are going to turn up? For me, it's an open group. And if you ask me who is going to top the group, I won't tell you.
You've always chosen to be invasive. Maiwa, let's look at the group again. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, the Tanzanians, and of course the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. There are actually no strange bets in this group when it comes to AFCON with the Super Eagles. It's always the games. It's always the game of Eagles, and of course, when two Eagles clash, you know it's always going to be very, very huge. Maiwa, tell us who is definitely going to actually pick the 2 tickets in this particular group, and then look at the chance of the Super Eagles making it all the way to the final. But then let's start from qualifying for the group first. Can the Super Eagles actually make it out of this group? Former Super Eagles international. Former Nigerian international, I beg your pardon, and the person of Shola Miobi once said that the Super Eagles' chance of going to the World Cup is going to be determined by the game against Uganda. That Uganda is going to spring a lot of surprise. Nigeria should not take them for granted. Tell me, is Uganda going to be the dark horse of that particular group?
Well, let me take you to the World Cup qualifying group. Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, South Africa, Nigeria had to wait on Eritrea to drop and before it to even qualify for the playoffs. That's how bad Nigeria is at the moment. And the honest truth. The thing is this, even the stories behind the scene are not encouraging, and that goes to play on on the psyche of the players. A lot of people are not talking about it. We focus more on the performance on the field of play. Sometimes if you get it wrong in the back room, it affects everything that happens on the field of play. Now, looking at that particular team, the Ugandans, they are a team that can, spring up surprises. We have Tanzania, who can, who can hold their own and surprise anybody. Definitely, Tunisia is topping that group. The person that will follow them, I'm not sure. If Nigerians get their act together, if we're able to sort out our backroom issues, and we can, improve the psyche of the players and get our act together on the we might be surprised that we might end up, fighting for, a best spot in that particular group. So I would say Tunisia first. The other two follow, or the person that will come second, I really do not know, to be honest.
Interesting how the Super Eagles have really dropped in terms of, rating. And of course, these guys talking about the Super Eagles this way make me even scared of what's going to come out, this particular championship. But if there's anything I know about the Super Eagles, it is when the chips are down. It is when people really don't believe in the Super Eagles. That's when the Super Eagles will definitely rise to the occasion. Let's look at Group D. Yes, the Group D is another very interesting group. The group that comprises Senegal, DR Congo, Benin Republic, and Botswana. And of course, you know that, yes, DR Congo one particular team that you don't want to actually joke with. They actually defeated the Super Eagles. They stopped the Super Eagles from going to the World Cup, the ticket, that playoff game.
Have they stopped them?
Well, technically at this point, until FIFA rules otherwise, at this point, it's still very much DR Congo that is going to represent Africa. So let's keep it at that. Right. So let's look at this particular group. Who is going to make it out of this group?
For me, I think Senegal. Senegal should make it out of the group. I mean, they still have a fantastic players too. The likes of Sadio Mane is still there. Lamine Camara is also there. Papi Gueye, Iliman Ndiaye, exciting players. And trust me, if there is a national team right there at the AFCON that can actually blend the names with playing as a team, is Senegal. We saw the way they did it in 2021. They are fantastic. That's talking about the Senegalese. And also Botswana, well, maybe you can give them the outside chance. But what I don't want a lot of people to make a mistake about is there will be no whipping boys at this AFCON. There will be no whipping boys. I think everybody is a level playing field. We mentioned Mohamed Salah earlier. We saw how sometimes he struggles when it comes to it is the AFCON. This is not European football right now. It is, I would like to put it as, it's bone for bone. It is, Africa for Africa. Let's just put it that way. And I think DR Congo as well, yes, we saw what they did. They are still not taking the likes of Yohan Wissa, who they've asked him to focus on his club football with Newcastle, is now back. But they have good players, Sedi Bakambu, Fisti Maele, who plays for Pyramids of Egypt as well, and he was the top scorer of the CAF Champions League. So I think all around they also have good players. I think for now they should focus on the AFCON and keep that outside noise of their World Cup qualifiers. That one is aside. Let them focus on what they have at the AFCON. So I think for me, maybe now I can give you the teams that can actually come out of this group, and I will say, not forgetting Benin Republic. They also have good players. We saw how they played against us as well during the World Cup qualifier. They defeated Super Eagles, but ultimately lost again, and they still have Tosin Ayegun in their squad. So for me, I think it's going to be Senegal and let's say DR Congo coming out of this group.
Maiwa, the 2021 champions are rebuilding with both seasoned veterans and emerging stars. looking to replicate their 2021 success. I'm talking about Senegal in this particular point. And don't forget that Republic of Benin are always shown that when it comes to AFCON, they're a team that should be respected. I mean, Afis talked about DR Congo's chance of making it out of this particular group. The last time they won this particular championship was 1974, and the defender was a star in that particular championship, going to that particular championship. I talked about him, Semini Buenga was African Footballer of the Year in 1973, and now we also have a star in the making in this DR Congo in the person of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Manchester United legend, and of course, it's going to be a huge game. But Maiwa, tell us for free, is this going to happen? Can they actually go all the way? Can they come out of this particular group as group winners, for starters?
That's not quite something. One legend. If we give the second legend, then God legend does not mean anything again. So it's not a legend. If it's a legend, he's not playing for West Ham. But in any case, I'm not going to us back. I think if they don't resolve this controversy surrounding their players, I hope they don't get to forfeit the Nations Cup. Because I think shut come out and rule against them based on the allegation, and the same players that we're talking about are part of the Nations Cup, then that might cause a whole lot of controversy. But outside the controversy, I think they have a lot of quality. We saw what they did to Nigeria. We saw what they did to Cameroon. They outplayed Nigeria in that particular game. And in their group, they were unfortunate that they didn't get the automatic ticket because, I mean, they played so well in the AFCON qualifying group. And it's a testament to the kind of players, they've been able to deploy, they've been able to produce, and those players have been able to turn things around for them. For the Senegalese side, they are not short of talents. Everywhere they keep producing talent. Yet, yes, there was a time of rebuilding, and after the 2021, victory, they've started rebuilding, and we are beginning to see the result of the rebuilding. They are the World Cup, and if the team is now a mix of younger players and more experienced players, so, which is a right mix. So for me in that particular group, there's a DR Congo. Probably a DR Congo comes first because against Senegal, I think they have enough quality to beat the Senegalese side. So DR Congo first, Senegal second. Then Benin Republic might be looking around for a best third position in has done a very good job with the Benin. Apart from the fact that we're able to dispatch them or in that last game. Until that last game, they also had an equal opportunity, to qualify for the playoff in that particular group. And that's a testament to the kind of, quality and to the kind of, harmony that our former coach has been able to bring to that particular team. So I will not count them out. They are a potential candidate for a best third position in that particular group.
All right, absolutely. Let's go straight to Group E. Yes, 2019 champions Algeria, Burkina Faso 2013 runner-up, and Equatorial Guinea with Sudan in that particular group. Who makes it out of that particular group?
Well, this is another tough group. And finally, yes, Algeria, the 2019 champions, like you said, still having the likes of Riyad Mahrez also in the squad, likes of Mohamed Amoura, Ilian Kebar, who plays for Paris FC. I was also looking towards Ousmane Aouar, who has been doing well for Al Ittihad, but unfortunately is injured and is being replaced by Imad Abdelli. I think this time, Algeria has been a team, I think since they won that 2019, AFCON, a lot of people have not really fancied them anymore, and they've not really done well for themselves in, follow-up AFCONs. But I think this time around, they should be able to do something. And this is another group where I would say, if you follow African football very well, you will enjoy the level of players that are actually coming back home to play at this AFCON. Burkina Faso, they have players at the likes of Traore, who used to play for Aston Villa. Dango Ouattara, who plays for Brentford, is also from Burkina Faso. You remember in 2013, you remember Bans, right? But this time they have, let me say, better players. Yeah, you remember Bans and Mayowa, and they still have good players. You remember
they also have
as well.
Jonathan Petroipa, was the best player in that particular 2013 African Cup of Nations. Yeah.
So there's a lot of storyline. Maybe Sudan might be the team that is less fancied. But trust me, this is AFCON. This is Africa. And players will actually come out to play. Equatorial Guinea, the top scorer of the last AFCON, Emilio Nsue, who used to play for the Spanish under-20 team, actually played against Nigeria in 2009 and scored a goal. I think he will also want to see this as an opportunity to, maybe get more goals for his team. Nobody fancied them to actually do well and also get those goals from Nsue, but they did. And this AFCON in 2025 is another platform for them to do it again.
Wow, another platform for Equatorial Guinea, he said. But tell me about this particular group. What's going to be the surprise package of this group?
It surprised my pop-up. Remember, Unsue, defender, turned striker for Equatorial Guinea, was the top goal scorer in the last Nations Cup. So I decided to perform the magic again. However, Algeria has been, they've been going through a process of rebuilding since that 2019 tournament. Things have not been, so well for them in terms of the national team. They are going through a process of rebuilding, and they've been able to scale to qualify for the World Cup, and now they can focus on the Nations Cup. So they have enough quality. There's the experience. Riyad Mahrez bringing in his experience, with the younger players joining him to be able to see what they can do in that particular tournament. So I think they have enough quality to top that particular group. I will not write off Sudan. If you are seeing the Sudan side, you are seeing the side, you are seeing Almeric, and we know what Almeric can do on the in CAF competitions. They are one of the toughest side to beat in CAF competition. And majority of the Sudanese side, majority of the players in the Sudanese national team, they come from Almeric. So I would not want to write them off because of because of the issues going on in the country. Football is not consistent and just that. But I would not want to write them off. Sudan is a team that can shock anybody. There is a Burkina Faso who is rising again. A whole lot of there's a Traore who is now a veteran. He has been part of the team for over 11 years, and he brings a whole lot of experience. And I think that comes to bear. So for that group, I think it's going to be Algeria. Then the second spot is going to be between a Burkina Faso and a Sudan, because I wouldn't want to write a Sudan off in that particular group.
Let's go straight to Group F. Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Gabon, Mozambique, and this is going to be another very interesting group. Cameroon and Côte d'Ivoire, these are teams that have won the last, I think in the last 5 years, they both won, the championship. And not forget, last 5 edition, I beg your pardon. Yeah. And of course, the defending champion is Côte d'Ivoire. So tell me.
This is a group of storylines, Ikechukwu. I mean, first of all, I'll say it's the Nigeria derby, the Super Eagles of Nigeria derby. Why? Because Super Eagles of Nigeria lost to the defending champions Ivory Coast at the last AFCON. Up against Gabon, we saw how they defeated them when they were going for the World Cup qualifiers. And also a potential Intercontinental Cup place qualifiers might be going on up against Cameroon. So we know each other. It is the Super Eagles derby for me. But on the more serious note, I think this is a very, very open group. And also, let me say on the sad side, this is a group of storylines. Cameroon, do they have the final squad now? That's the question. Which squad did they go with? The Eto'o squad or the Marco Brian squad? And also, Ivory Coast, when Nicolas Pepe said what he said, and then they dropped him out of the squad. I mean, this is not what we want to be seeing when we are building up for a big tournament. But don't rule out Mozambique, because the likes of Jenny Katamo, who plays for Sporting CP, is there, and he's a very, very, very good winger. He knows how to play his football, and they also will be posing the oldest player at this year's tournament. That's talking about Elias Gaspar Pelembe. Yes, he plays for Mozambique, and he will be there at 42. I think this is going to be a very, very open group. Anybody can qualify. Anybody can top.
Mayowa, your best two out of this group?
I think so. The Ivory Coast are organized. I'm not surprised if Cameroon is kicked out. So I might even be tipping, a Gabon or a Mozambique ahead of Cameroon. Because Cameroon right now, there's a lot of infighting. We saw the infighting play out throughout the qualifiers. The infighting has, plagued the team. We don't even know the final list. We don't know whether it's going to be the one for Eto'o or the one for the coach. So we don't know at the moment. So there's a lot of infighting. And I think that will probably come back to haunt them. So it's going to be a Côte d'Ivoire because, they are well organized and they're defending champions. And I probably want to be looking at, a Gabonese side, then probably closely followed by Mozambique side. I will not be surprised if Cameroon is knocked out in the group phase.
Wow, you'll not be surprised Cameroon is knocked out in the group. So let's take our attention away from the Premier League as we rush through to the English Premier League. Let's get to see what's going to happen. It's match day 17 of the English Premier League. And of course, a lot of fixtures to be expected in that particular one. Goodison Park, where Arsenal will be traveling to Everton to play against, that side. And of course, it's going to be a very interesting one. They will definitely be playing after City has actually done business against West Ham right there at the Etihad. If City wins, it's going to be a lot of pressure for Arsenal. Last week, it was Arsenal that played for City, chased the pressure. It's going to be a huge one. Tottenham Hotspur is also going to be a very, very difficult game for Liverpool. I don't know how that one is going to pan out, but just tell us, this Premier League fixtures, what do we expect, Match 17?
Yeah, it is pressure at the top two in big games. But yes, City are at home up against the West Ham, and you expect them to dispatch West Ham with the level of form they are in right now. The likes of Ryan Sheki playing really well. Phil Foden looks back to his best, and Erling Haaland also, you know how he does what Erling Haaland does. I think City are going to do well to dispatch West Ham. I don't see West Ham actually springing up any surprises, but I think what the surprise would be at the Dickinson Stadium. Everton up against Arsenal. I mean, Everton can be very, very stubborn at home. The likes of Jack Grealish. Unfortunately, they don't have Iliman Ndiaye, who is actually going for the AFCON. Tinubu Barry is still there with them as well, and also the likes of Kenan Jisbiro. But I think Arsenal will have enough because Everton, we saw that game against Chelsea, their most recent game, and they didn't really do too well. I think Arsenal, they know what's at stake, and they will go out there and do what's right. Liverpool against Tottenham should be the game of the weekend.
Absolutely. Maiwa, run us through this particular match, 17, as you give us a parting shot.
Two things. This is a perfect weekend for Arsenal to mess up. They've not been convincing the last couple of games that they've played. And if we are being honest, I think when the pressure is too much, they tend to cave under pressure. So that game is going to be a good watch. I'm hoping Arsenal comes out top because I don't want the league to end right now. So if they don't come out very well in that particular game, a draw takes away the league from them. So they have to be very careful. Another interesting game will be Tottenham against Liverpool. For the sake of Jerry, I want the Liverpool side to win. However, they are not out of the poor performance yet. The performance has not been convincing. They are also playing the Tottenham that their performance has not been consistent. They have been inconsistent with their performances. So it's a game that can swing anywhere. But I think the momentum is behind the Liverpool side, and we might see Liverpool probably take out a Tottenham in that particular game.
Thank you very much, Maiwa. Thank you very much, Hafiz, for being part of this edition of Locker Room. This is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode. You've heard it from the guys. They've told us exactly what to expect from the group. AFCON, 2 days from now, definitely we'll be coming back here. AFCON is already on the way. And of course, it's going to be Tuesday where the Super Eagles will be doing business against the Typhus, team of Zambia. Tanzania, when that game comes, definitely we'll be here to tell you exactly how it unfolds. But here is where we'll definitely be saying it's another day to actually say goodbye here. But of course, do not go anywhere because the next show is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I say, see you next time. Don't go nowhere.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television, and just in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also call in to be a part of this conversation. The number is scrolling on your screen. Now, on the show today, you left me on the balcony. I never really belonged to your party. That is Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State telling the PDP as a political party. And again, we still segue into the PDP problem. The weakest PDP faction dissolves 14 state executive councils and plans congresses in January 2026. Tinubu pledges state police to US, EU allies. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike will help us make sense, of these topics. Anosike is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and author of award-winning books, including Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for...
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you on the show. How have you been, sir?
The struggle continues.
The struggle continues. Compliments of the season.
Surviving in Nigeria is not easy, so we are happy to have made it to the end of the year.
Have we really made it to the end of the year?
Well, just not up to 2 weeks to go.
Okay, not up to 2 weeks to go.
Yeah.
You just pray that you are not kidnapped before the end of 2 weeks.
No.
Okay. You think it can't happen to you?
We don't have a kidnapped van.
Okay, you have award-winning author. I think you do have a kidnap value, but I'm not inviting kidnappers to. We are just expressing the play of things in Nigeria at the moment. Now, let's kick into it. River State Governor Sim Fubara says the People's Democratic Party, PDP, was largely responsible for his political difficulties, insisting he was never truly integrated into the party. Speaking during his first visit to the All Progressives Congress National Secretariat in Abuja, Fubara said he was marginalized during PDP internal crisis and described himself as being on the balcony, not inside the house, despite formally belonging to the party. He explained that his defection to the APC was an easy and natural decision, driven by gratitude to President Bola Tinubu and his long-held progressive beliefs. Fubara said joining the APC was about alignment of purpose and appreciation, not coercion, and pledged to work with other progressives to advance development in Rivers State and Nigeria. Well, he emphasized the importance of understanding the party's structure and leadership as part of fully integrating into his new political home. Fubara assured APC leaders that Rivers State will become a strong base for the party and tie the party's growth directly to the success of President Tinubu. Welcoming him, APC leaders described his entry as a major boost to the party's strength in the South-South region, expressing confidence in APC's expanded national dominance and its prospects ahead of the 2027 elections. Now, Peter, before we get into the basics of it all, Fubara left Rivers State, visited the APC national office just to be welcomed into the party after he had collected his membership card from his ward in Opobo in Rivers State. And we saw Governor Hope Uzodinma and a few other governors who left their offices in their respective states where there is high demand for governance, fly into Abuja, probably on chartered airplanes, to go and welcome SIM into APC. What's your reaction to that? Before we get into the basics.
It simply shows that they are not really serious. They are not really busy. They are not really busy. If they have state responsibilities on their hand, they will not have left it and use taxpayers' money to charter jets to Abuja just to welcome
a governor that came into their party. Anytime there's an event, 3 times, 4 times a week, APC event, non-APC event, Hope Uzodinma is always there.
Well, we heard from the grapevine that Tinubu made a mouth-watering promise to him. So, and that's why he's trying to be
in the good
everywhere.
Books. Well, quite unfortunate for governors, I must say. According to Sim Fubara, I was never admitted inside the room, was left at the balcony. Dr. Anosike, interrogate Fubara's comments within the context of what happened. What is happening and what will happen in Rivers in the coming months and in 2027?
I agree with him because of the way he emerged. Understand? He was not. He didn't go through the rudiments of the party.
He wasn't a party man.
He was just handpicked by Nelson Wike, so he wasn't a party man. He was not a party man. He was handpicked, and he wasn't a candidate of River State PDP people. He was just Nelson Wike's candidate. He emerged the way Commander Harris emerged as the Democratic Party candidate in the United States.
How come? Kamala Harris had been senator.
She didn't go through the primary. That's what what I'm trying to say.
Just primaries. Okay.
Yes, sure. So
are you saying that there was no primaries in Rivers Goba prior to?
There was no primary. He was just Nelson Wike's candidate.
Okay, so the primaries conducted was more like a small screen, or there was no primary.
There was no primary. Google it. There was no primary.
Delegates did not vote.
There was no delegate. There was no primary. It was Nelson Wike that single-handed.
No, Dr. Anosike, this is hard to believe. You are telling us, you are telling Nigerians that in
Internet doesn't lie.
I'm just asking that in 2022,
Wike picked him up and imposed him on the people of Rivers State.
Okay, so the show on that primaries day was just or there was no show at all.
It's just like telling me that this current local government chairman in Rivers State went through. There was no primary. What happened was coronation.
No, Dr. Anosike, we are informing the public. You know our core mandate, to inform, educate, and entertain. I want you to state clearly that in Rivers State 2022, that no primaries was conducted, even if it was more like a charity, that there was none in Rivers State. Is that your position?
there was no primary was conducted. Wike imposed him on the people the way he bought nomination forms for other people.
Okay,
so he was imposed on the people of Rivers State, on the PDP in Rivers State. That was why he was saying that he was that's at the balcony, not in the mainstream, because he's not a true PDP person.
Dr. Anosike, I understand all of that. I want us to appropriately inform the public. Do you mean that there is no date in 2022 in Rivers State that you could say this was the day the PDP primaries for the Goba election was held? Even if it was more like...
What happened was a coronation.
A coronation, okay.
Yes. What happened was a coronation, understand?
It's clearer now than for you.
There was no competition.
But there was no competition, but at least there was a primary, there was a consensus.
People came to a hall, understand?
And conducted primaries.
I did what?
And Sim Fubara won the coronation.
People came to the hall and the Nyesom Wike told them that this is your candidate.
Okay, and everybody left.
And everybody
so that was the primary.
left.
All right, Dr. Anosike, the thing is, what would be the difference between then and now? The same person that brought him to PDP, the same people that took him to PDP, made him governor, crowned him as the candidate of the party, delivered him during the elections, are the same people, directly or indirectly, that are taking him or that have taken him to the APC. So what would be the difference? Is he inside the house now? At the PDP, they left him on the balcony. So does he think that he's in the house now?
Well, the issue, there are 3 factions of PDP in Rivers State.
Okay.
We have the Emeka Bekay faction.
In the APC, rather.
In APC, okay. the Emeka Bekay faction that emerged through Congress.
Okay.
Then the Tony Okocha that came through as a committee. That's a name. Understand? So there are 3 factions.
Which other faction?
Nyesom Wike still has his own people too.
Okay, I think Nyesom Wike and Tony Okocha are in the same camp.
So the issue is this. He that's saying that he is now home does not it's just to make everybody feel good.
Okay.
He's still an outsider in APC.
Okay.
Understand? He's still an outsider in APC because when they mind you, if you can Google the interaction between him and Tony Okocha, understand? Okocha never respected him. So, but for now, they have given him the 0001, and he's now feeling at home. But
you think it's cosmetics, just to embellish it and look like
everything is pure cosmetics.
Just to make it look like
he's still an outsider.
The young man has been talking tough. He said, now I'm the leader of the party in the state, and I'm inside. And do you think that he has do you think he has the backing of the president now that he has direct access to the president?
Well, that everything is still the cosmetics because there are still limits that he can go because his godfather is still there. Understand? His godfather is still there to checkmate him. Understand? So there are still a limit to what Fubara can go in Rivers State.
Talking about the limits that Fubara can go, there seems to be he seems to be emboldened recently. He's having problem with Martin Amehule. He's still surreptitiously having problems with Nyesom Wike. You know the popular song in Rivers State now. If you want to support Tinubu, support him direct, no follow corner. That in direct reference to Nyesom Wike. So do you think that the battle is over for him and for the Rivers people?
Well, the issue is, he was given just one term as part of the peace agreement. Understand?
Okay. Well, but Wike has denied that.
He was given one term as part of the agreement. So,
I know you're a journalist like me, but what's your source? Can you tell me your source?
We read the conditions now that were met.
Put out by who? Who gave out those conditions?
By those who attended their peace this thing.
Wike has denied. Fubara has not said anything.
He is expected, as a politician, that's what he is expected to do. But I know that he was given conditions for peace to reign, and he fulfilled those conditions. An instance, the appointment of commissioners and so on and so forth. Understand? So he had not really deviated from his agreement with Nyesom Wike. And Nyesom Wike has not made any statement since Fubara defected to APC. Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And Nyesom Wike is not used to keeping quiet when something happens.
So what do you think is, what does that mean, that kind of silence? You always say that silence is dangerous.
No, I say silence is a powerful strategy.
Okay.
Not that it is dangerous, it's a powerful strategy.
Okay.
One, we all know that Nyesom Wike is in Abuja. Is in Abuja.
Mm-hmm.
And if it takes Fubara 1 hour to get to Aso Rock, it will take Tinubu only 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Understand? And remember what Tinubu said during Nyesom Wike's birthday. Understand?
Yes, he's one of our shining stars.
Sure. So, if he is to overshadow Nyesom Wike, it's not now. He will continue to be a boy to Nyesom Wike until situation changes.
Okay. Now, a lot of people are still asking, like from the position that you have adopted now, he is still going to be subservient to Nyesom Wike.
Yes.
Now, before 2027, do you think that the table could turn and the president will say, okay, now the president has put a communes on Wike on his 58th birthday anniversary, and ahead of 2027, with the way that Fubara is waxing stronger, making trouble with the House of Assembly, telling Rivers people, well, I'm in control, I'm in charge of the PDP now. Between Nyesom Wike,
he was saying that before the state of emergency.
Even now.
He said that some people are smiling that's on the outside and crying in the inside.
Okay.
And we know who he was referring to.
Okay, who do you think that was?
Nyesom Wike now.
Okay.
So he has always talked tough, but at the end of the day, he would chicken out.
Okay, so you think that he's a political toothless bulldog?
Sure. So understand me. Because what happened, many of the governors went through that and still survived.
But he couldn't.
He couldn't. G.A. Orji went through that and
Sullivan Chime
and others. Understand? So for me, he's not a strategist at all.
He's not a strategist. Now, like I said, let's look at 2027. If things continue in this direction, between him and Nyesom Wike, who seems to be fighting in different fronts now. I mean, it's apparent he's having problem in the FCT. A lot of people are against him in the FCT. PDP is having problems, and the tide is gradually turning against him, according to some people. Now, if he gets into another fracas with Sim Fubara, between the two of them, who do you think that the president will choose in 2027 to do his job for him in reverse?
Well, the issue is the Supreme Court has dangerously empowered the president, understand, with this their judgment, understand, that a president has the power to remove a sitting governor.
Is that your interpretation of the Supreme Court judgment?
That's what everybody that is saying now, because there are still a lot of disputes on what was the judgment said.
No, what the Supreme Court, from my own understanding, the Supreme Court says that, look, the Constitution does not expressly empower the president to remove a governor. There are white powers, which he has, but they have to go through legal limitations.
Which means, what happened in March 18? March 18 this year.
No, they are saying that it's discretionary, but that the National Assembly can stop him. Which is the legal limitation that they talked about.
So does this National Assembly has any power that to stop or the president. As we speak, we have over 71 members of the Senate in APC.
Okay.
Understand? And the APC is a party that rules that governs with cohesion.
APC members are calling on APC senators to impeach the president because of what happened with the tax law and all of that. You think it can't happen?
Forget that. It's just a waste of time.
It's just a waste of time.
It's just a waste of time. So the truth is that if things continue this way, because the FCT local council election is coming on either on the February 16.
Okay.
Understand? Which Nyesom Wike has promised to deliver to APC.
Still being a member of the PDP.
Still being a member of PDP. I wonder how else we can interpret anti-party activities.
Okay.
Understand? So it will be a test on Nyesom Wike. But as things stand now, Wike is easily more disposable than Fubara.
Okay, because Fubara is a governor.
He's the chief executive.
Chief executive.
Understand me?
Okay, he has the power. The president might decide to work with him.
Because he is in control of the state, not Nyesom Wike.
All right, still talking about the PDP. Caleb Mutwan of Plateau State has left the PDP and joined the APC train, just like Abu Kefas of Taraba State. Now, less than a month ago, Mutwan swore that he will never leave the PDP. Now he has. Do you have any words for him? What did
we still go back to what a British statesman, Winston Churchill, said, that politicians don't believe themselves. Therefore, it surprises them when others believe them.
Okay.
So when you believe what a politician said, that you are wasting your time.
Okay. So it didn't hit you as a surprise?
Everything they say, you take it with a pinch of
so it didn't come to you as a surprise?
It didn't come to me as a surprise. I'm not surprised at all. Even if Sheyi Makinde comes tomorrow, it wouldn't be a surprise to me.
Okay, and Bala Mohammed. We hear that Bala Mohammed is eyeing the PRP. He doesn't want to be nested with APC or ADC.
Yeah.
I'm PRP.
Yes. So any of them, the campaign wouldn't be that a surprise to me at all.
What is the state of the PDP now? I think they have only 4 governors now.
Well, in the whole of the South, they just have one pretending governor.
And that is?
In the person of Sheyi Makinde. Understand? So in the whole of 17 states in the South, they just have one.
Adeleke has left. Every other person.
Yes, Adeleke is off to Accord Party.
And if you go to the Northeast, Abu Kefas has left.
Yes.
Now, North Central.
Yes.
Caleb Mutwan has left. So what we are left is Dauda Lawal in Zamfara State, Northwest, and in the Northeast, we still have Bala Mohammed in Bauchi.
So
that's all.
For me, I have said it long time ago that PDP is a broken down vehicle that will not be repaired until after 2027.
Now, Dr. Anosike, in the midst of all these defections to the APC, the cry of Nigerians gradually descent to one-party state looks more real than a year ago when the defection started. Are we still in doubt that Nigeria is gradually descending to one-party state?
What we have is one dominating party, which has always been the same thing. For the past 16 years, PDP dominated for 16 years.
Okay.
Understand? PDP dominated for 16 years. So, and no champion stays forever. So it's now on the turn of the APC. They are dominating as we speak. Understand? Maybe if they're able to win 2027, understand? But it will not go beyond 2031. Nigeria
okay, it will not go beyond 2031.
Nigeria cannot have.
It's interesting to see how you reduce this thing to dominance of one political party. At no point, if you recall, between 1999 and 2007, when Obasanjo was in office, did the PDP have up to 25 states? PDP was the MPP was the AD was in charge of the Southwest here. And between Yar'Adua and Jonathan, up until 2015, at no point has PDP ever had more than 25 governors, or even up to 25 governors. But we see a situation where one party has close to 30, 31, 32.
Well, if you
so is this still dominance or gradual descent to one party
to
state?
me, it is dominance. It is dominance.
So at what point will it become one party state?
When all the governors fall into APC.
Okay, like
understand me. As we have in Cuba, in Russia,
in China, like
and
the Communist
in
Party of China.
Sure.
Okay, that is the pure definition of one party
which
state.
will not get to that stage.
Did you ever know that we'll get to this level where we are now, where one party has about 32 governors?
Well, I'm going by the Machiavellian style of the president. Understand me?
Okay.
It is very, very possible.
It's very possible.
But the issue is this: he cannot be there beyond 2030, beyond 2031.
Going by the Machiavellian strategy of the president, it is possible that you saw it coming that it will get to this stage.
Going by who he is.
By who he is. You saw it coming that it will get to this stage.
I say it is possible, but we will not go beyond the 2031 because after him, there's no other person that will be as ruthless as he is.
Okay.
I'm using that word, ruthless.
What gives you that impression? What gives you that impression? He's still in control of Lagos State from outside. So you think he cannot control the APC?
He cannot control the country from outside.
Okay.
It doesn't happen. Understand me? So after, when he's out of office, there's nobody that will be as ruthless as he is. Understand?
Including the person that he installs?
Including the person that he installed.
Okay.
Understand? Then, at that point in time, many people will now be looking for where to go and get their tickets. Understand me?
Okay.
Now, if everybody is in APC and the election is coming, you know that you are not going to get a ticket there. What else? You start looking for other.
Do you see any likelihood of implosion in the RPC before 2027? I want us to reference what happened in Akwa Ibom, where the speaker said, gentlemen, the 23 local government the 23 House of Assembly seats, I have already positioned people. I have the tickets in my pocket, and I'm the one to dish it out. And recall that he just defected, not quite 6 months, to the APC from the PDP, and he's already taking charge. And people that were the original APC men are saying, no, man, you can't do that to us. And so do you expect mini implosion in Akwa Ibom and in other states as well?
The issue is this. There will, APC is going to be too big for those inside it. Understand? And they will now begin to rush out.
Okay.
Understand? It's good because one of the promises that they are giving to these people that are defecting is automatic tickets. Okay. So now, an instance, people who are interested in running for governors, just like in Delta State, what's his name? Versus Kiamo have been dreaming of governor for the past. For the past 12 years, Omar Gege are the same thing. Ned Nwoko, the same thing. We cannot have 4 governors in a state. These people will start looking for other political parties to run. To run.
Okay.
So it will not be easy to have a one-party state in the country.
All right, Dr. Anosike, we'll go for a short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the upcoming congresses of the Wike-led faction of the PDP. Join us again. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. Yes, on Wiki-backed People's Democratic Party National Caretaker Committee has dissolved the executives of 14 state chapters of the party and announced plans to conduct fresh state congresses beginning January 9, 2026. The affected states include Borno, Bauchi, Oyo, Zamfara, Yobe, Ekiti, Bayelsa, Enugu, Ebonyi, Anambra, Delta, Taraba, Kano, and Lagos states. While the caretaker committee led by Mohammed Abdurrahman as acting national chairman and Senator Samuel Anyang as acting national secretary, insists is the only legitimate leadership structure recognized by the PDP. In a communique issued after a meeting in Abuja, the committee rejected claims that the rival National Working Committee led by Taminu Turaki, senior advocate of Nigeria, had been accepted by INEC, describing such claims as false and challenging Turaki to provide proof of INEC recognition. This leadership crisis follows disagreements after PDP governors endorsed the Ibadan Convention that elected Turaki and others in November 2025. Despite the planned handover from former chairman Omar Damagum, the Wike-aligned faction set up a 60-day caretaker committee on December 8 to oversee outstanding congresses and convene a national convention, deepening the internal division within the party. Internal divisions rocking the PDP, two factions, two everything, NWC, National Electoral Executive Committee. Why is it difficult for INEC to tell us the authentic leadership of the party, Dr. Anosike?
Well,
what are they waiting for?
The issue is this. One, INEC supervised the election of a PDP candidate in Osun, understand? Okay. That's for the governorship.
Okay.
And we know what the faction that he belonged to.
No, tell us. Tell Nigerians. Tell our viewers.
He belongs to the Sheyi Makinde.
The Turaki. Okay.
Turaki faction.
Same thing happened in Ekiti State.
Same thing happened. So that simply tells us or the one. So this one, I'm calling them weaker support group.
Okay, weaker support group.
We should call them weaker support
Not
group.
the authentic faction of the PDP. Not the authentic leadership.
One, the Turaki faction that was endorsed by 29 state chairmen of PDP.
Okay.
What else do you expect? So their recognition is well spread, and for INEC to come and supervise their election process also shows that they are supported, and they also are the one that is at the PDP national headquarters as we speak.
Okay.
Understand? So what else? This week is just trying that to make noise. Imagine dissolving Oyo, where Makinde is holding strong. Dissolving Bauchi, where Banda and Mohammed is. So you can see that it is a joke.
So does it look a big joke, as a matter of fact, going by your position? Because now what they are saying that, okay, recall that they also had expelled Sheyi Makinde from the party and Bala Mohammed and Ilya Damagum. But then,
and the PDP and INEC is going to supervise the electoral process of the governorship candidates.
Okay, now there's a tweet to all of this. The same INEC that observed the Goba primaries of Osun and Ekiti State that was organized by the Turaki-led faction did not observe the congresses that produced that faction, the Turaki-led faction.
But the same INEC invited the two today for reconciliation.
Okay, so what do you think?
So
what sort of reconciliation would that be? You didn't attend and observe the election, the Congress, the convention that produced Taminu Turaki. But you went to observe a primary that is
the product of that
convention. So what role is INEC playing here?
That shows you the contradiction, understand? Because it is the national that produce what's happening in the states. So if you don't recognize the national, you cannot recognize anything in the states.
Okay, so does it look like somebody is using INEC, you know, to help PDP destroy itself?
Or there have been there's a mandate which INEC is also involved, that to make sure that PDP did not survive until after 2027.
No, Dr. Anosike, I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? But there's a mandate. Who gets the mandate?
There's a mandate.
From who?
From the vendor. The vendor. That PDP must not be allowed to survive until after 2027. So that's what is.
And the PDP is allowing itself to be used? Members of the PDP?
Members of the PDP, I say these two different factions are all working for the same person.
Okay.
Boname Tinubu, understand? In Kebbi, where Taminu and Turaki comes from, he was suspended by the PDP Kebbi for anti-party activities. Understand? That was why during the convention, Kebbi State PDP boycotted it. Understand?
And that is the state that produced the national.
And that's the state that produced the
national chairman.
Understand me? Party. So this shows you what is happening. So the game now, since they did not observe the convention in Oyo, mind you, it is this convention that's going to produce the presidential candidate of the party. Understand? And by then, enough will come to destroy whatever is coming. Understand me? So this is a game which they need to open their eyes.
Okay, now, Dr. Anosike, let's agree without conceding. If this thing that you have said is true, and if it actually happens, do you think that these people behind closed doors could be backslapping, laughing at Nigerians and saying, "Oh, see what we are doing"?
No.
Is it possible? Is that the way of politicians? You've reported politics for a very long time.
It is those that put their heart and mind, understand, in it, that think that something serious is going on, that will be disappointed at the end of the day. But when you follow what everybody is doing, understand, you see that they are not too intelligent at all.
Okay, so they can't put their acts together. You know?
No,
they can't put they can't cover their tracks.
Even INEC, even INEC, understand? Since any convention that INEC doesn't supervise is illegal. Any convention, according to the Electoral Act, any convention that they did not supervise, whatever comes out there, a national chairman, NWC, INEC will not recognize it.
Okay, now, you know that Taminu Turaki is a senior advocate of Nigeria. When the issue of INEC not observing the Ibadan Convention was raised, you know what he said? He said INEC doesn't necessarily need to observe this convention. What the Electoral Act says that the party should just notify them. So it is at the discretion of INEC to observe or not to observe. But the moment that they acknowledge that notice of a convention that it is good and it's legal.
How do we know of acknowledgement? What has been happening since 1999 is observation.
Okay.
That's what those who are going that to court have been going on that note, that INEC did not observe this convention.
But you know the red flag in all of this? When Taminu Turaki said that both Wike camp and INEC did never responded. So does it look like he is saying the right thing?
Chukuma, don't interrupt your opponent when he is making mistake.
Okay.
Understand me? Allow him to continue.
Okay.
If you interrupt your opponent who is making mistakes, you are bringing him back to his senses. So just fold your hands.
Okay, so you think that the Wike and Co just allow them to,
you know, go on, keep on fooling yourself. So they are working. Their problem is not in the states. Their problem is at the center. Understand me?
Okay.
Wike responsibility is not at the state; it's at the center. To make sure that they don't produce any presidential candidate.
Now, Dr. Anosike, Wike seems to be fighting on many fronts at the same time. Rivers, FCT, PDP, how many can he win, and at what point do you think that the president will look away? I think we have already touched on this, and you believe that, look, if it gets to a point that
he is very, very dispensable.
He's very, very dispensable.
After his problem that's with the
soldier,
with the Yerima.
Okay, with Yerima.
What happened made everybody that to know that most Nigerians don't like Wike.
So what happened? What happened?
The way people reacted, praising the young man, both people in the service and out of service, there was no sympathy or solidarity for Nelson Wike.
But does it look like the president cares?
He cares. He's a human being.
I want us to compare notes with what happened when Reno was nominated. There was, in fact, heaven almost was brought down, but the president looked the other way. And yesterday, he's been nominated and confirmed.
No, he did his own, passed to the Senate. Now it is the Senate that screened and confirmed him.
No, but he should have stopped it if it looks like he cares because of the uproar that greeted Reno's nomination. So, and I'm asking you, does it look like the president cares?
The number, the quality of people that reacted during the Yerima Wike case must have sent a strong message to the president.
Do you think it has anything to do with the military?
Bendo Matawende is not a military man.
Okay.
But he said that the young man did well.
Okay.
Understand?
Badaru as much as said the same thing. Badaru, the former chief of defense.
So for those people that instead of siding Wike, who is in the same cabinet with him, with them, must have passed a strong message to the president.
Okay. That looks like his time will be up very soon.
So for now, any trouble between Wike and Fobra, the president might back Fobra.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay, just to secure River State for him.
Yes, because
I think that Wike doesn't have the capacity to cause problems for the president in River State.
In River State?
Yes.
He cannot do much. Already, by being the FCT minister, he must have he has stepped on a lot of stools.
Okay.
And there must have been corruption cases piled up against him.
Waiting for him.
Mind you, he was summoned, but the Senate said no. I think, you are aware of it?
Yeah.
Sure.
So why did the Senate say no?
That's
if he's gradually losing ground, why did
for now he is still
in
useful.
Good books. Okay, he's still
useful.
Now, Dr.
I said the FCT Council Nation is coming up in February next year.
All right, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his commitment to establishing state police, saying he assured U.S. and European partners that Nigeria will pass the necessary legislation to decentralize policing and improve internal security. Speaking at the 14th APC National Caucus meeting in Abuja, he insisted that state police must happen and urged APC leaders to take responsibility for security and governance at state and local government levels. He also emphasized reconciliation, flexibility, and cohesion within the ruling party. The president further called for the practical implementation of local government autonomy, referencing a recent Supreme Court judgment, where he urged governors to stop withholding funds meant for local councils, stressing that the autonomy is meaningless without direct and adequate funding. While he argued that strengthening grassroots governance will stabilize communities and improve service delivery, while also appealing for greater inclusion of women in party leadership. At the meeting, Vice President Kashim Shettima and Senate President Godswill Akpabio highlighted the APC's expanded national dominance and warned that maintaining power would be more difficult than attaining it. Akpabio declared what he called organized insecurity and outlined legislative efforts to combat kidnapping and terrorism. Well, Dr. Anosike, in all of this, the president, again, this is the third time publicly that I recall that the president is saying openly supporting state police from the podium, but the guns go silent the moment he steps down. What is it about state police that's hard to fix?
I want to start with the so-called expansion of PDP, of APC. Mind you, in 2014, Nigeria was the fastest growing economy in Africa in 2014.
Okay.
But 2025, Tinubu is telling us that APC is the fastest growing party in Africa. Does this make any sense?
Makes political sense to him.
It doesn't make any. This shows you that these people don't care about other people. Understand? Those in Aso Rock, those in the Vina, doesn't care about other people. If you are the fastest growing party in Africa, what is the quality of life of the people? What is the quality of life of the people? Understand? So for me, Nigeria is on a downward side. Then on the issue of state police, I am a fan of state police, and you cannot practice federalism when there's no state police. Right now, what we are practicing is unitary system of government. That's what we are practicing as we speak. Anywhere that federalism is being practiced, the component parts always have their own police. In the United States, we have a NYPD and so on and so forth. Understand? And to fight insecurity, a lot of things come into it. A policeman from Sokoto who is sent to Enugu will be useless in Enugu because he doesn't speak the language, he doesn't understand the terrain, the topography of Enugu. The people there will not trust him. That to give him intels. Understand me? And okay, there will be no emotional attach. So with these 4 points, understand, you can see that if somebody if we have a state and police, understand, and all the policemen are recruited from Enugu State, one, they speak the same language. They know the area very well. They can get useful information from their people because they are one. Again, number 4, which is very, very important, there will be emotional attachment. These my people, I will not allow anything bad to happen to them. Understand me? But a policeman from Sokoto, even if the whole Enugu State is burning, it's not his own people, he will not care. So for us to get this insecurity down, state police is the way to go.
Insecurity. Now, there are concerns in some quarters that there are local vigilantes in some parts of the country, opened by state governors. The concern also gravitates towards the realization that some state governors have surreptitiously funded and supported terrorists. Now, a situation where you have a state governor in charge of a state police, do you think that the minorities, like we are battling with Christian genocide and all of that, do you think that minorities will be protected under a governor who has indirectly and directly funded and supported terrorism? What's your reaction to those concerns?
No system is perfect. Okay. Understand? People are saying that state police is subject to be hijacked by the governor. Okay. Understand? The national police has been hijacked by the president.
Okay.
Understand? The central police that you have now has been hijacked by the president. So no system is perfect. Okay. I've given you reasons why.
Dr. Anosike, I understand their reasons, but I just said some people have expressed this concern based on what I said, that some states, governors have funded terrorists. And under that situation, if they are given ample power under the ambit of state police, how far do you think that they can go in protecting minorities, both religious and tribal minorities?
A German philosopher in the person of Jerry Benter said that the purpose of government is for the happiness of the greater number of people in the society.
Okay.
Understand? That the happiness of the greater number of people in the society, there's nowhere everybody will be happy.
Okay, so I guess you are talking about Jeremy Bentham.
Yes.
Utilitarian policy.
Yeah, sure. So when you are talking, it should be on that's a greater number of people in the society. I'm just saying that the minority should be thrown into the canal.
No, that's exactly your position.
No. That's not where I'm going to. Understand? But the issue is this. State police has far more advantage. It's not perfect.
Okay.
but it has far more advantage than what we are having now.
Okay, all right. Dr. Anosike, I must appreciate you very well for your incisive comments on my show today. Well, this is where we have to draw the curtain. We've been talking to Dr. Peter Anosike. He's a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and award-winning author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Dr. Anosike, I must say a very big thank you to you. I appreciate your presence.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus engineer, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nnena Ndemdioto. Join us again at 7 o'clock. I am leaving you now, and I'm leaving you in good time. I'll see you again on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From President Tinubu presenting 2026 budget and security getting the largest share, to INEC wading into PDP crisis and meeting with factions. Also, reps to probe alleged adjustment on tax laws. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu has presented the 2026 appropriation bill to a joint session of the National Assembly, proposing a record budget of 58.18 trillion naira, following an upward review approved earlier by the Federal Executive Council. Originally pegged at 54.46 trillion naira, the budget was revised upward after adjustments to revenue projections and expenditure needs, reflecting rising security, infrastructure, and social spending demands. A breakdown of the proposal shows the security and defense take the largest share, with over 5.4 trillion naira allocated to the sector. The president said the allocation underscores his administration's commitment to tackling insecurity, strengthening the armed forces, and restoring peace across troubled regions of the country. Other key allocations include spending on infrastructure, education, healthcare, and social protection programs, while debt servicing and recurrent expenditure also account for a significant portion of the budget. In his budget speech, President Tinubu promised a consolidation of ongoing economic reforms, saying the 2026 fiscal plan is designed to stabilize the economy, boost productivity, and deliver what he described as shared prosperity for Nigerians. He urged lawmakers to give the budget speedy consideration, stressing that timely passage is crucial to sustaining growth, improving investor confidence, and addressing the cost of living crisis. The National Assembly is expected to begin detailed budget defense sessions with ministries, departments, and agencies in the coming weeks. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele, a journalist and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us.
Good evening, Nina.
Looking all blue.
Thank you. How's the day?
Right, thank you. And yours?
Oh, good.
Okay, so joining us virtually, we have Barrister Innocent Eku. He is a public affairs analyst and a legal practitioner and consultant. Glad to have you join us, Barrister. Okay, we get we'll get to, our virtual guests will get to join us during the show. Let's start with Mr. Elvis.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so what do you make of this? First, there was a steady upward revision of our budget from what it's supposed to be, and then they're increasing it. What does this say about Nigeria's fiscal realities and revenue assumptions?
Yeah, the adjustment is not a bad one, especially when we have so many irons on fire this time. You know, the country is yearning for so many things. First of all, we want to see how we can tackle the insecurity headlong, especially now that we are having some collaboration from the Western world, and we should be able to also match it up from our own end. So, and now the president has made it that defense and insecurity is taking the lion's share of the budget. It's a good one, but the only advice I will at least throw in is that let it be that every fund that is released, let it match the purpose for which it's meant for. A situation where we start hearing money that is appropriated for defense and some other is now falling into the hands of individuals. Some other persons are now made it as if it's their own birthright, you know, why Nigerians are, you know, going through stress of insecurity. That's what the government must guide against. They must guide against that. I also like education coming up a little bit. I mean, infrastructure and education. Education is important because most of the problem we have in this nation, actually, Nena, is as a result of lack of education. When illiteracy is too high, things of this nature happen. You see, the number of children that are out of school is so much. Almost about 20 million Nigerian children are on the street out of school. You know that's already a waiting pool for insecurity to breed. You know, the insurgents have a pool where they go and easy target and recruit from them. So, but this budget must be able to address some of those things because you don't just buy arms alone. You just don't buy arms. Don't just buy drones or whatever, arms and ammunition. You have to also look at what's actually leading to this. Those factors have to be, you know, appropriately, looked into. If everybody is educated to some extent, and you know your left from your right, and you know that no one politician will come from Abuja or from somewhere else to come and hoodwink you into crime, then, I mean, that's where it starts from. I know this was going to take a longer period, but we saw that Jonathan started something like this during President Jonathan, during his administration, the Amajeri School, you know, here he built the schools, almost all the states of the north, you know, where the Western education and the Islamic education was going to be taught side by side. Those kind of things should be encouraged. Let those kind of things make part of this budget now, so that we can begin to remove these children from school, so that Nigerians can now sleep with their two eyes closed. It's a good one. Then that education, I'm very, very much, stressing it because we need it. You don't just fight crime alone when there is already a pool somewhere. This insurgent, the sponsors of this insurgency comes in and recruit from there and move in. If they come and these children are no longer there, or where they expected to get them is no longer there, at least the population of those that are, terrorizing Nigeria will gradually start reducing. So the president, as the budget is a good one, 58.18 trillion. Even though to some civilized world is a little one, but to us here, let us also even make sure that it is appropriated adequately and utilized as expected. It is not just the budget, Nena. At least let's see that by this time next year, we can be able to quote that 90%, 80%, 90% of this budget actually worked and worked effectively. And Nigerians can actually say, yes, we have seen the effect of this budget. We've been having budget since 1960. How many of them can you actually say are budget that have actually affected Nigerians? So we are looking at how this present administration, Tinubu's administration, like he has called it budget of resilience or whatever, the new hope and resilience, what it calls it. Yes, let it be. We have been patient with the government over the years. Let the government also now use this budget to start cushioning some of these things that have strangulated us that we complain of over the years.
Okay. So let me just give a breakdown of the budget. Like some of the allocations.
Yeah.
For defense and security, which you already mentioned, it's 5.41 trillion naira. Then it's followed by infrastructure, which is 3.56. Then education received 3.52 trillion naira, and health received 2.48 trillion naira. And of course, I was actually going to ask you that, but you mentioned it already, but I don't know if you want to speak a little bit more about it. You know, that this upward review or this increment, is it driven by strategic investment needs or by structural inefficiencies and rising cost of governance? Because we are seeing how
there are some needs actually, structural investment need, like the defense. He made mention of insecurity and infrastructure. Now there are a lot of decay. You can't travel 50 kilometers in any of Nigeria road without running into, several kilometers of bombs. We need to start closing rank on all this. You see, the UTID is here now. People are traveling. If the roads are actually good, you don't even, the insecurity, people can move faster. By the time you run into some unnecessary bombs where you now slow down, these guys are already there and, start terrorizing Nigeria. Then another area I want this budget to see, I don't know, maybe when the budget starts, they start breaking the budget and we'll start knowing more about it, how it is allocated. Part of those infrastructure I want the government to actually look into is railway system. It's too important. I got to some bus terminal today. I started hearing people complaining, from 20-something thousand before the U-tide, it's now 50-something, 60-something thousand. If there was a functional rail system, Nigerians don't need to go for luxury buses or whatever. You hop in, and overnight you get to where you are going. So let us begin to think of, even if we are going to partner with, as I'll be partnering with the Chinese government on this, let there be functional rail from the north to the east, east to west, west to south, across the nation. Especially, we are a very good country that likes celebration. Even as difficult as it is now, Nigerians are traveling. If this kind of thing is also put in place, it will also cushion it. Because many Nigerians cannot afford airfare now, 500 or something thousand naira, just one-way ticket. How do you afford that? But if there are functional rail system, it's as good as even air. And you are comfortable, and the insecurity is also very, very much minimized. Nigerians are traveling at night now because they want to cut costs. They cannot afford it daytime. And even at that night, how difficult, how dangerous it is, especially this time we are in this nation. So I love the way that, the adjustment came in, but let's follow it to the letter. That is what matters. Because by June 2026, when we start hearing, the budget money has not been appropriated, it's not good enough. Why do you bring budget in? Probably by February, March now, this budget is signed into law, and by June we hear that we've not started getting an appropriation. While by ideally this budget is that he took to the House today, October, November, this budget is supposed to have gotten to the House so that they can even have a better scrutiny and analysis of it, not just like this normal take a bow and go, everything in a hurry, and at the end of the day, the appropriate ministries, department and agency will not come in and defend as expected. We are going to be seeing more drama. The 2025 budget, we don't know how, the percentage, that budget worked. We don't even know. That 2026 has come in. What nobody can tell us, 2025 budget works, we got 75%, it works so well and all that. Nobody is giving us any figure, no data, covering that. But a new budget comes in, we celebrate it, and at the end of the year again, we discover that we are back to where we were before, just like a coup-de-sac, but we don't need that. We want to start seeing transparency into this budget that we get every year and how it has affected Nigerians positively.
Okay, with security challenges that we have in this country, of course, and of course with security consuming the largest share of this budget, would you actually say that Nigeria is budgeting for prevention or perpetually funding crisis response?
No, what we have seen over the years is not like prevention because it has actually drenched us. But the only hope we have in now is that probably because of the way the budget, the insecurity in Nigeria has been amplified now, the international communities, trying to come in. And let's believe that this one will actually help to bring in those required arms and ammunition, that Nigerian army can be properly kitted and properly armed to be able to confront this insurgency, especially now that we're going to be having probably if America comes, we're going to see how American soldiers, are kitted, how they are armed. So we should also be having something like that. I read a report, I think about 2 days ago, that Nigeria have gotten some aircraft, fighter jet from Italy. Yeah, we can open up many frontiers, not just America, not just Russia or that. Let's open up other frontiers. Let's see, so that we begin to actually see how in another 2 years from now, before the first tenure of this administration comes to an end, let's see whether we'll be able to put this one behind us.
Okay, we have our virtual guest, one of our virtual guests join us. I'm glad to have you join us, Dr. Eric Obi Thomas.
Glad to have you too, Nina.
Okay, so of course, we know that the budget has been passed. The president rather presented the budget. He presented the budget to the National Assembly today. What do you make of this? 58 trillion, about 58 trillion naira. That is what we have on our budget. And security takes the largest share of this budget. Do you think that's the way to go?
Let me first of all, let us know that budget in a government like this is nothing to write home about. Have you also thought of the pardon system? A system that is full of corruption, nothing good comes out of it. That budget you are hearing, hello, are you with me?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, that budget you are seeing, the pardon aspect of it, have you considered it? They are pardoned and pardoned. There's nothing that's coming out of it. That is by the way. But let me tell you, whatever you are seeing, a government that people have lost interest in terms of lost trust in, whatever they put as budget, we can only wait to see what it will give us. The budget of 2020, whatever, 24, 25, what have we seen? No, I'm just asking a question. What have we seen in it? Is it not the same hardship? They will come and give you big figures and nothing comes out of it. Is it the budget that they will tear and share and go home with? For 2 years now, a government has been on ground, nothing has come out of it. The roads and infrastructures are deteriorating, security deteriorating, crime is going on. And then you see a government that is even funding criminality. You hear them saying every day how the criminals are working hand in hand with government and nothing is done. You see a government where generals are killed. You can see the aircraft that they even took to Burkina Faso. Now we hear that they even say, okay, aircraft you leave. The aircraft has also developed fault. What sort of thing is that? You see soldiers are not well funded and they are taking the whole thing and nobody talks. How can you take an aircraft just lifting from Lagos to Burkina Faso? They say develop fault. Now you go. They say it's still faulty, they cannot go. What's of aircraft antiquated? We see these things in papers. I am not impressed. I am not excited about the budget because it will come to naught. A government, a budget that is being operated by two arms of government coming together, the House of Assembly and the executive, their executive. Who is going to control it? The pardon there is what we are talking about. And then the implementation. How many percentage will be implemented? We are not excited. I'm not. It is still the same. Market from now, this time next year, you will still see that nothing has changed in this country. I don't want to talk about it. I end it there because I don't see anything in it. I don't see anything in it. Nothing is working out. These are just small screen deceiving us. A government that has come, we cannot trust it one day. Everything they say is deep lies. They have even infiltrated into the security apparatus. I'm just there. I can't talk anything about it. I'm not impressed at all because nothing will come out of it.
Okay, well, like actually rightly mentioned, there's let's hope that something comes out of this. We know that we have antecedents, but we hope that Nigeria takes a better turn, or things take a better turn in the country, and we begin to see value for the taxpayers' money, value for our money, value for everything that the country puts out there for us. But let me ask you this question. We already see that security took the highest share of this budget. And how do we measure value for money in security spending, especially when insecurity persists across multiple regions?
Security they are talking about in Nena, they know where it's coming from. We don't even need that much money to control it. If we are sincere, they know where it's coming. They know who are sponsors, who are sponsoring. They are pointing fingers. What has government done? We are not talking about the money. You can pump in the whole budget, 50-something budget, and put there. So long as there's sabotage there and the deliberate action of not wanting to control and stop this thing, it will not work. We have an efficient army that want to work. You can hear them talking. But those who are sabotaging, they can go there. They are pointing at people. People are, what is in Safisa Forest for crying out loud? Is it fortified? Is it in a thick forest like the mangrove in the Niger Delta? No. These are dry heartlands. So there is sabotage in it. So long as there's sabotage in it, it's not the money they pump into it that impresses me. It is how sincere we are to fight this thing. Let us tell the people concerned to be sincere. Those who are sabotaging, they are pointing fingers every day. Nobody is prosecuted. Nobody is arrested. I don't want to mention them, but you know what I'm talking about. So budget or no budget for security is rubbish. So long as there is sabotage in the system of the defense system, the security system, we cannot, the sincere people in government cannot work. As soon as you are making plans, it's already leaked out to your enemies that are by your side. What is money going to do around that? If you like, you take a bomb, and then if you don't work on them, no way. So we want to see, I cannot speak and say it's the budget. The budget is not the important thing. What is important now is get those people that they have fingered, get them arrested, interrogate them, investigate them, and go to the root. You don't need budget.
Okay.
That to get there. Flush out those bad eggs. The defense system. That is what I want to hear. No, I'm sorry I'm deviating from your question, because your question is well ended, but it does not impress me from what I know about defense. Once you have saboteurs in the system, how much are you going to talk about? Let them arrest those people and interrogate them. We see them every day, naked, in open. They are showing the pictures. We see them. We should not get. Yes.
Okay, let me get to our second other virtual guest. I'll come back to you, Dr. Eric. We have Barrister Innocent Ekwu joining us also. Barrister Innocent, we have the budget. The budget has been passed. What do you make of this budget? Can you please unmute your device?
Yes.
So the budget has been presented. The budget was presented to the National Assembly, not passed, I beg your pardon. It was presented to the National Assembly by the President. And what do you make of this? We can see that security takes the largest share, or the largest share of, or the lion's share, if you can use that phrase, of the allocations.
Yes, I have looked at the presentation of the budget by the President of the Federal Republic. I've also seen that the security budget is very huge, and that the President seems, by the budgetary allocation to security, to be saying, oh, I'm ready. Now I've got to face this terrorism, this banditry. I've got to deal with it. If you look at that budget, that will seem to be what the president is saying. But however, the president have not shown commitment. He has not shown that he is ready to fight the insecurity in Nigeria. The following are the reasons. The insecurity in Nigeria that is bedeviling us, talking about the Boko Haram, talking about ISWAP, talking about the banditry, talking about general terrorism business, billion naira kidnapping series that is going on in Nigeria. All these things has sponsors, and these sponsors have been identified, have been investigated, have been located, their names have been compiled. The president cannot mislead Nigeria by mere allotting huge budgetary allocation to security. What he should do now is all the people fingered should be picked up, prosecuted, and the law applied to them. The funds that they are using to sponsor terrorism should be seized, freezed, and frozen so that there will be no new supply. The president haven't done that. Two, we have also seen that the military in Nigeria is highly complicit in the terrorism war, in the ongoing insecurity that is about to swallow this country. We have seen that military commanders are sabotaging the process. We have seen that Boko Haram has so many in the military system in Nigeria. What has the president done to sanitize? For instance, when the General M. Oba was sabotaged and captured and abducted, I complained and protested. Why is it that there was no reinforcement? Why is it that there was no airplane? Why is it that none of our bombers followed and trailed and intercepted those people? Nothing was done until this guy was slaughtered. That is not how a nation should operate. So the president must first show us, the Nigerian citizen, that he is not allowing the collaboration. The next thing is that many people in the president's cabinet have been shown to be collaborators, sponsors, and complicit in the terrorism business, like the Minister of State for Defense. Plethora of evidence, irrebuttable evidence, have been laid out. And even 2 days ago, videos emerged where they are now lobbying the person that released the evidences to accept settlement, to now say he made a mistake, to now retract that. These are naked facts, irrebuttable facts, what we call in law, res ipsa loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. The president should show seriousness by, first of all, asking the man to resign or lay him off. President do this, we will know that the president is serious. For instance, recently it has been shown that some people doing banditry and kidnapping were using federal government ammunition, and this ammunition were located from the office of the National Security Advisor. As I'm talking to you, I have followed up. Nobody has been queried. Nobody has been queried. Whether that means that the president is too docile, the president is not active, the president is not responsive to the problem facing this country. Why nobody was queried? Why should federal government ammunition be given to untrained Mieti personnel who are not versed in security regulation? And these things were done, the state wasn't aware, the local government wasn't aware. This This is breach of protocol. This is breach of due process. Why has nobody been queried? Why has nobody been suspended? Why has nobody been removed from office? You see, the Mr. President is not serious. The President of the Federal Republic is not serious because the truths are with us. The truths are naked before Nigerians. We are no more searching for the truth. What we are looking for is transparency, accountability, and probity in the fight of this problem, this insecurity. One thing I will say, why I'm not excited by the issue that over 5 trillion has been budgeted. I am aware, I have read reports, investigation reports, that many of the military contracts are always, siphoned away. They are always siphoned away because some of the contracts don't get executed. Some of the expected armaments don't ever arrive because some top officers divert these resources. And that is what I'm saying. We need transparency. We need sanitization of all the shades of the armed forces of this country. We need to remove the complicity. We need to remove the compromise, the virus that is within, so that as a cohesive force, we can now fight the aggression. This the president haven't done. Now let me tell you something. You can bring bombers. Haven't they brought bombers before? C-130 to Kenya. They brought them, but they are not giving us the result. Because if you mobilize officers and men, and they are not sincere in the purpose, what can you achieve? So this is why I say that the president should show Nigerians more than just allotting money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your passionate response. Let me come back to the studios. Mr. Elvis, while the president was presenting this budget, so one of the things he said was that the 2026 fiscal framework is designed to consolidate macroeconomic gains and, of course, strengthen resilience, which you already said. And one of the things they also said was that the budget reflects the administration's determination to move the country from survival to growth, while, of course, deepening fiscal discipline and all of that. But how does this budget, how will it translate from all of this thing he has said into tangible outcomes for ordinary Nigerians facing inflation and unemployment on a daily basis?
No, I think presenting of budget is a traditional and ceremonious thing yearly. I've listened to my other guests, colleagues. I think they are speaking in line with, the disappointment that we have had over the years as a result of budget. But I am thinking of, let us give a lot of charges to the National Assembly for what they call oversight functions, especially before the approval of this budget. Today is just the presentation. They are still going to do a lot of debating on this budget. There's so many areas, gray areas that still need to be ironed out. Especially now, most of the time, one of my colleagues here mentioned padding. We discovered that every year we keep changing cutleries in the presidency. I don't know whether those things expires every year. Every year we keep talking of changing laptops and computers because people are just making money out of it. Those are the things I just believe that we should, remind the National Assembly that this 2026 budget must not go the same way others have been going. Then coming to your question, if you want to tell me budget or survival or whatever, first of all, you have to make sure Nigerians are secured. This budget, as it is, as good as it is, whatever it may come out of it, if Nigerians cannot go about their daily life, normal daily lives, this budget will fail. Because you need the people to galvanize the people to make the budget work. No matter even if this, this is just a budget. It's not as if this money is already in physical. It's going to be generated within the year, using it to offset whatever that is made mention there. Even this money for this defense, it's not there. It's not on ground yet. As the year goes on, the money will start coming in. You need the people. You need working people. You need working economy. You need working private sector to galvanize the budget, for the budget to function properly. Ministries don't produce anything. It is the private sector that the government, before You'll be hearing customs say, oh, they brought in at 5 trillion out of it, or they brought in 2 trillion. Yes, who are those? Where is the money coming from? Nigerians are in business. That's why custom duties can be paid and, and reimbursed into the Nigeria economy. You will also be hearing something from other agencies like fund. These are supposed, if they generate fund, but the issue is these funds that are generated by these ministry, department, and agencies, how have the oversight function, for these ministries and these departments and agencies, how has it affected the ministry itself and trickled down to the life of Nigerians? That's where we have always had problems. So if the insecurity is there as it is, as we have it now, and Nigerians and most of these things I made mention of earlier, there are no good road network for Nigeria to commute and do business. This budget, whatever you see there, may not work. This is not even a budget that Nigeria is financing all alone. We are still borrowing to finance part of this budget. So we need Nigeria government to open up the flank for Nigerians to be able to go over their normal business as expected, so that whatever appropriation the nation has today, we'll be able to finance it adequately.
Okay, let me come to you, Dr. Eric. The National Assembly, do you think that the National Assembly will significantly look closely and alter the budget if need be? Or is this going to just be a legislative scrutiny? Or would this legislative scrutiny be largely symbolic? Are you with me, Dr. Eric? Please unmute your device. If Barrister Innocent can take a go at this question, I said that will the National Assembly significantly alter the budget if need be, or is legislative scrutiny largely symbolic?
Yeah, it will be good for Nigeria and all of us, for the National Assembly to look at this budget in a manner that reduces wastage, in a manner that ensures transparency, accountability, and probity. It is on record that most of our budget in the Republic of Nigeria, almost 30% of it represent wasted expenditures, wasted resources, and wasted funds. Why do I say so? There are several things that reoccur in the budget that are not needed. They are not necessary. For instance, you would see a house renovated 2 years ago. They will come again. That house had been repainted. They will come again and put billions of naira.
Are you with us? Okay, we've lost connection with him. Can you take a go at this?
He was saying something. He was saying something that interests me, You see, those recurring projects, which are like white elephant projects, that are not useful that don't make impact in your life and my life. That's what we are looking at. That's where the National Assembly should actually come out very sincerely to Nigeria and do a thorough job, as in scrutinizing this budget before the ministries, when they start coming in to defend the budget. The situation where the ministers comes in, or head of department comes in, the next thing you start hearing the National Assembly asking the same questions, because at the end of the day, they know that part of oversight function of their ministries is already tucked into this budget. They will not ask those questions, salient questions that are going to be beneficial to you and I. Those are the areas that we must make sure that we tax the National Assembly to do a thorough job. This is a budget of a nation, not a personal appropriation. This budget is supposed to be something that everybody in Nigeria will be happy about, that, okay, this is what the nation is spending, and this is what is coming to my industry. There is nobody that does not belong to an industry in this nation. We are speaking here in the studio this evening. At least our industry is the media. we have to also know how we are going to benefit from this. What are the new things that are going to come up? A situation where somebody just call me, they tell you, oh, recurrent expenditure every year is more than capital expenditure. I mean, it doesn't serve well. Before you know now, we'll be hearing billions for traveling for the president and vice president. We'll be hearing billions to feed in Aso Rock and to entertain guests. How does that affect you and my life? So these are the things that we should make sure that they are unearthed. Let them be opened up. Not a repetition of what we saw last year is brought into the budget, dressmaking another form, paint it with another image, and come and present it. Then the National Assembly members are confused because a new name would have been given to it. No, this is what we did. This is the extent we worked to last year, and this is where we want to continue from. For those of infrastructure, okay, we have been hearing of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. We are hearing Badagry-Sokoto. We are hearing of other road network in Nigeria that, the minister, Umar, is saying before the first tenure of this administration, many of them are going to be commissioned. Every minister should be able to give us the percentage of work that has gone to this extent, and that with this budget, with my appropriation to my ministry, I should be able to carry it to this percentage this year, so that Nigeria will be, carried along and be kept abreast that, in another 3 years or 4 years, only 47 kilometers that we are ahead in Calabar Coastal Highway, and it's been celebrated for over 700-kilometer highway. So, it's not even, how many percentage is that when you consider the length of the highway? So, the ministers must be able to come up with data to back up whatever they are coming to defend, not just coming to tell Nigerians that, like what happened this year, a minister cannot tell you how much a kilometer of road, it costs to construct a kilometer of road. Such things are not supposed to be. These are some of the questions that are supposed to be asked in the National Assembly, and we deserve to hear answers from them. Then for education, you see, I keep talking about education. Nigeria, the Minister of Education should be able to let Nigerians know that I have a budget that I should be able to take care of ASU, take care of dilapidated equipment and infrastructure in Nigeria higher institutions, so that all the crying of ASU over the years, it's okay, 2026 budget has been able to settle some ground. We want to see Nigeria higher institutions, Nigeria school generally function as it's supposed to be. In the 70s, we used to have foreign students coming to study in this nation. Today, we are now having our children, going out in drones to go and bring in degrees abroad. Why, do you know that before Ukraine got into this crisis with China, Ukraine major economy mainstay was education. Now, people go there to go and study because it's a little bit cheaper and it's quality. Why don't we also build something around this nature? So that by the time the minister is defending his budget before the ministry, some of these things should be brought in. How will your budget affect Nigerians and also attract revenue to this nation? If foreign students come into this nation, they are going to be paying in foreign currencies. You know what that will mean to the economy? So it cuts across all the sector, Nena. So they should do a proper scrutiny, not just taking a bow and go, because we are talking of money and we are talking of how this appropriation should be able to become meaningful in the life of Nigerians at the end of 2026.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. We actually don't have time anymore, and we still have like 2 conversations to talk about. But let's quickly look at this. INEC has actually stepped into the lingering leadership crisis within the People's Democratic Party, and it has held separate meetings with rival factions. Of course, the rival faction, the one led by Bala Mohammed Turaki and, of course, Abdulrahman Mohammed. What do you think about it? Well, before I get to you, let's see, one of our virtual guests is on. Can you, for you, what do you think about this INEC chairman meeting with delegations, or that's in the different factions of PDP?
Okay, talking about the intervention by INEC trying to resolve the crisis of the PDP. Like I commented early this evening, it's a noble step. It's a pragmatic step taken by INEC. And in fact, that will be a new leaf by INEC. Because in fact, earlier, INEC itself used to be one of the troublemakers that tear parties apart. But this new trend that happened today is commendable. But then, INEC must be firm, because some of these politicians are obstinate. They are recalcitrant. Some of them are like Alpha and Omega. They will not be willing to give a little to the left and a little to the right. So if INEC tries to reconcile and they fail, INEC should look at the law and stock his feet on the law and do what is right. Because usually, resolving politicians used to be cumbersome, because everybody wants to be Lord, and at the same time, they would not want to follow the rule. So INEC should do his best, but in doing his best, if he's not achieving results as a result of one overbearing party, I will advise that they should look at the law, look at what has transpired, stand their feet on the ground, because they are the umpire, and do what is right to make sure that the right path is recognized and that the party moves on. It is to the good of Nigeria if there is multi-party, effective multi-party system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Eric, I don't know if you want to wade into this particular topic. What do you think about intervention by INEC? Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric, please unmute your device if you can hear me.
Hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. INEC itself has a good intention, but I think INEC should not bother about these politicians. Since they have pushed their case to the court, even though they have not started hearing like I read, INEC should allow them to fight their fight in the courts. And let INEC concentrate on the coming exams in Ekiti, Osun, and Anambra or something. No. Osun, Ekiti, and one other place like that. Federal capital territory. Let them concentrate. You see, this party, they will never listen. They are already fighting. They have suspended some people. They say they are forming something else. INEC cannot resolve them. Let the court do the resolution. And when the court resolves, INEC should stand firm rather, and take the side of the court. That's all I can say there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Mr. Elvis, can you wade into this?
No, it's a good deal coming from INEC, especially this new INEC led by Professor Amukwiton. We've not seen it this way. But the only thing is that, let the truth be said, the arrogance in politicians are so high. Will the INEC chairman be able to muster up all that it takes for him to tell the politicians the truth? And where judgments are given, let INEC not take side. The judgment that is given by the court must be obeyed by whoever, whether it favors you or not. That's what I expect, that as he has come in now, what is happening in the PDP is just grandstanding. It's just grandstanding. Some people are just like, oh, this is our leader, we must follow him. And some others say, no, we can't allow you to pull down the party. So if now that he has, accepted to come in, because he said he's getting correspondence from both sides, let him be able to speak the truth in toto and speak his as it is, because he is the umpire. He's just like a father in the house. If the father in the house is playing politics, he will spoil his family. So if he's able to speak the truth in toto to both sides and say, no, this is what the law says and this is what we are going to abide by, you see, sanity will start coming into political parties in Nigeria. And by the time sanity starts coming in, we'll begin to have a fairer election. Because the problem political parties have in Nigeria is actually with their primaries and electing of their leaders. So if the INEC chairman now, this new INEC chairman, Professor Amukwiton, is wanting to, raise credibility to his agency, then he must be ready to speak the truth.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Elvis Elimihele, for being with us in the studio. And thank you very much, Barrister Innocent Eko, and of course, Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. Thank you very much. And that's all we have for you for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of The Issues. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been the issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion.